and welcome to Hove for the final day of this county championship match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. I'm Adrian Harms. We're just going to do a quick sound check around the ground just to make sure that we're going out loud and clear. We're getting some waving from the back of the Spenkarma, so thank you very much, whoever that is. Thank you for letting us know that we're going out and on the stream as well. I'm Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn with me from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucester, and Izzy Duncan is the final member of our commentary team. The Sussex players are just making their way out of the pavilion, followed by the two Gloucestershire batsmen. Miles Hammond, who's on 25, Zafar Gohar is on 1. Effectively here, Gloucestershire are 19 for 6. And Ed, Sussex, supporters will be thinking, well, this, Sussex really ought to win today, but cricket's a funny game and you never know. First of all, good morning. Very, very amiss of me.
No, good morning. Morning, everyone. And yes, well, you do never know, but you do sort of feel like you probably do know in this situation at Gloucestershire, with just Hammond, Zafar, and then the rest of the lineup being Goodman, Zaman Akhtar and Singh Dale. So those, well, effectively 4 wickets that Gloucestershire have to play with have to beat Sussex's 10 wickets, and yes, Sussex bat down effectively to number 10. So in terms of depth of batting, even if Gloucestershire were to have an excellent morning and post something like 150 even, let's say, for Sussex to chase, I don't think it's particularly realistic to expect that that wouldn't be knocked off with a decent amount of ease, actually. No. But that's what Gloucestershire have got to try and aim for. I think they've got to hope that they can have a dream session and a half even, and Zafar can bat like he did in the first innings. Well, Hammond can potentially go on the offensive if time permits, and everything works out and they just get something on the board to salvage some pride after that will have been dented by what happened yesterday evening. Yes.
Well, when the 6th wicket went down, when Tom Price was out in the first innings, Gloucestershire were 264 for 6. They ended up on 417, so they added the best part of 150 for the last 4 wickets in the first innings. If they could do that again, you never know what happened. In comes Seals, bowls to Zafar, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. And that would take time out of the game. I mean, it is a long shot for Gloucestershire, and Sussex in this position will be desperately disappointed if they don't close out the win. But, who'd have thought with the football yesterday, with Coventry 3-0 down with 20 minutes to go, so that's the jeopardy in sport in it, which makes it always so exciting. But, yeah, I mean, realistically, Sussex should have this wrapped up. But Jaden Seals, whose family are over watching this game. Lovely to see them last night. Seals in and bowls to Zafar. I think he pulled the bat inside the line, to be fair, through to Simpson. And there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Ollie Robinson with his hands in his pockets and a fine leg.
I suppose the other thing you have to rely on if you're Gloucestershire is that Sussex come out this morning a little flat, thinking that the job is potentially already done. So that is the only danger potentially for Sussex, is that they think they've already done the bulk of the work here, and having been all fired up, adrenaline pumping last night with those wickets falling, that it's difficult to follow that the next morning.
Seals in bowls, Zafar defends into the offside. There is no run. It was quite interesting talking to John Simpson last night, and that interview is available on the Sussex website and also on BBC Sussex Sport. That it's where I guess John Simpson's experience comes to the fore, and he was saying, still a job to be done, but he but the fact that he was saying that, I mean, I know it's sort of sports speak, we haven't won yet. But I'm sure that's been the message in the Sussex dressing room this morning. Yes. This isn't done, as I say, the whole order for Gloucester added 150. So no complacency. Seals in bowls. Zafar lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. Our email is open for business, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at edcricket6 or at fineglance or at BBC Sussex Sport. Daddy Lamb is warming up. No, he's not. It's Cheshire Pujara warming up in front of us. I don't think he's going to bowl.
Oh, that would be nice.
I suspect that Ollie Robinson's going to bowl, but Ollie seems to be standing with his hands in his pockets at mid-wicket at the minute. Well, he's doing a couple of sort of exercises.
Stealth stretches. doesn't want them to know that he's prowling around ready to bowl.
Seals around the wicket, bowls. Zafar is forward right into line. He's had a good match. As Zafar picked up in the Sussex innings 3 for 139. He bowled 35 overs and then batted very nicely in the Gloucestershire's first innings for 60. Interesting last night because I think you were saying in commentary that James Coles knows the Price brothers well from...
I suspect he does.
He does, yes he does. They were saying last night.
Oh right,
he
talking
does,
about that,
yeah,
were you?
yeah. He does know them, and they're good friends with the younger brother, who is Ollie. In comes Seals bowl. Zafar right in behind that, plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. The first over safely negotiated by Gloucestershire, who are 81 for 6 without an addition to their overnight score.
Yeah, I was thinking actually, possibly Ollie would be the one that he might know better, because Tom probably would have been Tom might have been top year and he would have been bottom year, so they probably would only have overlapped for 1 year in the cricket team, and I suspect Coles was probably that good that he was just straight in as soon as he arrived at the school. But he would probably have had a couple of years with Ollie,
Yes.
so I would know him a bit better.
Yes.
Still, I'm sure there was a little bit extra on that wicket late last night of Tom Price, and like I say, if you'd had Tom Price plus Zafar plus Zaman Akhtar and Goodman and Singh Dale, you might have had a bit more of a hope if you're Gloucestershire, but we'll see. Robinson bowls to Hammond, his first ball of the morning. Hammond plays forward very correctly, getting into line, and pushes the ball to mid-off. So Hammond 25, he faced 102 deliveries last night, and that his 103rd, just the 2 boundaries, both very controlled shots through the offside. He's shelved really pretty much any forcing shot, relied on his defensive technique, which has at least allowed him the chance to come back this morning. Robinson bowling round the wicket with 3 slips in place to the left-handed Hammond, who plays a forward defence, which once again is fielded at mid-off. Spoke to Graham Van Buren last night, who understandably was extremely deflated, and talking about lapses in concentration last night, and really it was a mixture of several things. Charlesworth's drive to point set it all off after been a very bright start first over, including Charlesworth flicking Robinson over the square leg boundary for 6. As Robinson moves in, past umpire Neil Bainton, bowling to Hammond, full and straight, and kept out once again with the forward press. Ollie Price's delivery, which has done the rounds as I expected on social media. Watching that again a couple of times back,
Terrific.
Absolutely unplayable. You cannot, surely, I don't know, I'm no top level batsman, maybe a sort of a Brian Lara or somebody would turn around and say you've got to do such and such with that ball. Robinson bowls full to Hammond, digs it out to mid-on, about coming down at the last moment there. Maybe they would say there was something he could have done, but I look at that and you think, how on earth does any batter budget for that amount of movement? It was a ball which, had it stayed straight, would have missed probably almost another set of stumps outside the off stump. You just are expecting to be able to leave that ball, and it is cut back. It was an 85-mile-an-hour Murali delivery and ripped out his off stump in quite spectacular fashion. So I don't really know what more Ollie Price could have done. Robinson bowls, Hammond looking to drive, and he's inside edged that, possibly onto pad as it trickles past Robinson, but mid-on field. Still no run this morning.
He's taking a big step down the wicket there, isn't he? Down the wicket is Miles Hammond. Interesting, the weather forecast here today is, I think it's dry most of the day. However, just to mark your card, it is raining in Derby and Northampton, with delayed starts in both of those games. So Sussex will be hoping that wet weather doesn't spread it. So I think it's meant to go more sort of towards the southwest than the southeast.
Particularly frustrating for Northamptonshire. Robinson bowls to Hammond, who comes forward and just nudges to cover. Maiden from Robinson, back-to-back maidens to start with. Gloucestershire 81 for 6. They've been in for 43 overs, so the run rate is, well, it's actually not too dissimilar to that game in, what was it, 1892 that we were looking at the other day, with that partnership record that John Simpson and Danny Lamb beat.
Yes.
In that innings. The run rate was about 1.9, I think, in that sort of game, and that's what we've got here at the moment. Current run rate for Gloucestershire 1.9, still only lead by 19.
Well, it's going to be Jaden Seals who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. As Ed says, not a run added this morning in the 12 balls we've had, as Seals races away from us. He's in and bowls to Zafar, who's forward and plays into the offside. Tom Haynes trots into field and there is no run. Still those 3 slips in place. A point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Not a massive crowd here today with it being the last day, but still a good few spectators in the Spenkarma Pavilion. I don't think it's quite as cold as it was yesterday. It's still not really ideal cricket watching weather, but I was out and about first thing this morning and the wind didn't seem to be quite as cutting as it was yesterday. As in comes Seals, bowls, and Zafar defends on the onside, and there is no run. I don't think the forecast is, well, I think it's meant to be dry this week, but then not so good towards the weekend. Sussex have got a week off after this game before they go to Derby, and then 2 away games on the spin. They go to Derbyshire and then down to Cardiff to play Glamorgan, then Yorkshire here and Middlesex away. So 3 of the next 4 are away from home for Sussex.
So that's your next block up until the blast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
is it?
yeah. But if Sussex win this game, they will go back to the top of the 2nd division. As comes Seals, bowls, and Zafar turns it for the first run of the day down towards fine leg. He goes to 2, and Gloucestershire to 82 for 6 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team here for today. Thank you for all your texts and tweets. We've been doing a running count on the amount of people who've been listening, well, not the amount of people, but the different countries that people have been listening from. And I'm just going to top that. I think we got to 24 yesterday. So it's been really good. Thank you for all your messages throughout the game. Seals runs away from us. There's just a glimmer of sunshine across the ground as in comes Seals, bowls and hammered up on his toes, steers that into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. And predominantly it's cloud cover right across Hove this morning. Can't see any patches of blue. Well, there's some light.
Thin, isn't it?
Very thin.
Very thin, high cloud layer of it. High altitude stuff, but it's clouded over fairly quickly. I mean, I got here at sort of 9:30, and it was mostly complete bright sunshine, and an hour later we've got this layer of cloud.
In comes Seals and bowls, and defending is Hammond to mid-off. There is no run. A couple of emails have come in already. Bob Pook, who's a regular contributor in Hastings. Good morning to you, Bob. He says, thank you all for your interesting and more than usually eclectic commentary over the last few days. Let's hope Sussex can wrap this up swiftly. With no Sussex game in the next round starting on Friday, I've been giving some thought to which stream to listen to, what to listen to via the live stream. I assume Ed will be commentating on the Gloucestershire v Middlesex match, so I've decided I'll listen to that one. There you are, Ed, you've got a fan.
Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire will be happy to hear that.
In comes Seals, final ball of the over, bowls to Hammond, who defends into the offside. There is no run. As Ed said yesterday, it's a good to watch a match occasionally with no vested interest in the outcome, although it would be very nice to see Gloucestershire beat Middlesex. All the best, and thanks again, says Bob. What a lovely email from Bob. Thank you for that. Clive Jacobs says, hello Adrian, Izzy and Ed. Thank you for the commentary during the course of this match. When John Simpson won the toss and put the visitors in, he no doubt thought that the first use of the Duke's ball this season, he did not anticipate Gloucestershire to go on north of 400. The Sussex attack just seemed to misfire at times, and despite a lot of effort when things did fire, drop catches didn't help the side. I'll read the rest of this in a minute because Ollie Robinson's about to bowl. So I will read the rest of your email, and after this over from Ollie Robinson.
I could do it during the over. I'm Certainly don't mind. We've got Zaffer facing Robinson for the first time this morning. Robinson is in bowl, squares up Zaffer, who skews it to backward point along the floor, excuse me, but not especially convincing. So Zaffer with 2 from 14, and he, as you say, I think I've actually, in terms of batting in the first innings, it was a really encouraging sign to see him get those runs. But to be honest, I thought he warmed to his work with the ball actually as well. As Robinson moves into bowl to him, and dropping the hands on that one is Zaffer, as that's a lively delivery through to John Simpson. This pitch has not entirely died, as it looked as if potentially it might be when Gloucestershire were tiring on it, but so often you get the rested attack and it changes, as I was saying last night. But yeah, I do think overall probably fairly encouraging from Zaffer's point of view, both with ball and with bat. It's not as though there's been huge numbers of wickets in the match taken by spin. Robinson bowls to Zaffer, who drops the hands on that one and just taps it to backward point again, and it's fielded by Danny Lamb.
Nice email from Sam this morning, Sam Keir, who came in and spoke to us on the first day about the podcast about called Hitman for Hire, all about David Visa playing franchise cricket. David, who was a championship player here for Sussex for a number of seasons. He says, I totally agree with Ed. Absolutely nothing wrong with Ollie Price's decision to leave that Seals delivery. Sometimes you just have to doff your cap to a genius bit of bowling.
Robinson is in bowls, and Zaffer with a high elbow correctly gets behind that one, and Pujara into field from cover. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever, either, with due respect to Jayden Seales as well, I don't think you can ever really bowl for that amount of seam movement either, but of course you've got to hit the right spot to cause not the misjudgment, but to cause the judgment that you could leave a ball which then jags back extravagantly and hits the stumps. Robinson round the wicket, bowls to Zaffer, who turns into the onside, digs it out with the back leg raised, but it is stopped by Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket, so still no runs off the bowling of Robinson this morning. And I'm sure from, as you were saying last night, from Sussex's perspective, of course, a great thing, but from a wider perspective as well, seeing Robinson regain some rhythm and start to, as the match has worn on, look more and more like the Ollie Robinson that, what is the average in Test cricket? About, what, 24, something like that?
Yeah, it might be slightly less, actually.
23, in fact. Yeah, we could round it down to 22, but it's a long way to round it down. Robinson bowls full and straight, and Zaffer comes down on that one and has kept it out. Robinson fields off his own bowling, so back-to-back maidens for him to start proceedings. 82 for 6. Yeah, 76 wickets at just a tick under 23. Economy rate of 2 3/4. So
yes, very good.
Runs down, taking wickets, 3-5 wicket hauls.
His figures here in this game: 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 32. Jason has been in touch. Morning, Jason. He says, good morning. I'm on my way to the cricket this afternoon. Will it be £5 after 1 o'clock to get in? Well, certainly it is half price to get in today. £10 for adults, £2.50 for under 16s, I think, today. And it's always free after tea. I don't know about after lunch, Jason. I'll get the club to let us know. As in comes Jayden Seales, running around the wicket, bowls and played into the offside by Hammond, and there is no run. Jamie says, hi Adrian and team, I'm not in Chatham today. I'm on my travels down to Brighton, predominantly for my birthday on Wednesday and to attend the football on Thursday. Yes, Brighton are playing Manchester City. Fingers crossed for a first victory of the season. Thanks for the commentary, says Jamie Spears. Good to hear from you, Jamie. And Clive, I got halfway through your email, Clive. You were talking about your thoughts on the game. as Seals runs away from us up the hill. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowled and driven firmly by Hammond into the offside. Fielded at cover by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. Yeah, Clive went on to say he was talking about the Sussex first innings. Then he said the visitors' attack also found taking wickets hard, and a solid batting performance has seen Sussex take a useful lead, which suggested the pitch may have gone a little docile. He goes on to say, credit though to the groundsman and his team for their efforts for getting the game on, considering the amount of rain we've had down here over the past few weeks.
Yeah, and I think actually it's been a very good surface.
Yes.
You know, it's not actually died in the way that it seems as if it might have done.
Seals in, bowls up on his toes. His Hammond plays down the onside of the track, and there is no. And he finishes by saying, when the Gloucestershire second innings got underway, the opening bowling of Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals saw Seals finding the stumps, and if Ollie was out of sorts and rhythm at first, he got it right later on, which he certainly did. With the visitors 5 down, they're 6 down now, if Jaden and Ollie open well today, a Sussex win is on the cards. Truly, cricket can be a funny old game. Well, it can, and I think Sussex were... what's the word I'm looking for? Counting their... No, what am I trying to say?
Counting their chickens before they've hatched.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, that's exactly what John Simpson was... Well, he didn't say those exact words, but that was what he was saying. There was still work to be done, I think it's fair to say. 82 for 6. Seals is in. Bowls to Hammond, who's right in behind that. And these two are defending stoutly this morning against the attack of Robinson and Seals.
I mean, this is the other thing that having this break overnight has done. It means that at the moment, these two bowlers, Robinson and Seals, have bowled, 26 now, well, 27, let's call it, overs out of the 46 that will have been bowled at the end of this one. A huge proportion of the overs can be bowled by your two test quality bowlers.
Seals is in, bowls up on his toes is Hammond, and again plays comfortably enough into the offside. No run, fielded by Hudson Prentice.
And I think we have to be honest, the difference between the two sides has been, yes, okay, Robinson didn't always get it right in the first innings, but in this second innings especially, the difference has been Sussex have two test quality bowlers. In terms of the batting, I felt, I don't know about you, but I felt Gloucestershire's 417 was probably worth actually, at least that amount.
Seals in, bowls, Hammond forward, plays into the offside, and he takes a single. I think Tom Haynes was perhaps slightly on his heels there. Ball played to mid-off. Nonetheless, they go through for a single, the only run off of the over. And Gloucestershire have added 2 runs this morning. They're 83 for 6. Zafar is on 2. Hammond is on 26. Jaden Seals, 12 overs, 6 maidens. Very impressive figures of 2 of 14.
And I think that was borne out by what both teams said after, especially the first day, where they felt that Gloucestershire felt that the ball had done more than enough, that they were happy with 319 for 8, and then to get up to 400. I think that batting effort was extremely good, and at the time felt quite encouraging. Then you did notice the ball beating the bat a lot less, whether that was because of the pitch or whether that was because of the fact that Sussex were more penetrative in terms of what they were doing. I don't know, but I think you have to say that Robinson and Seals causing the damage that they've done at the top of that Gloucestershire order through a mixture of good bowling and, as Graham Van Buren was free to talk about, lapses in concentration as well. That's ended up being the difference, and it is still, it feels, what Gloucestershire are desperately missing is a really experienced seamer, whether that be domestically or internationally. Got a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and Robinson is out of the attack, just bowling a couple of overs and a couple of maidens, and Jack Carson is on. Forward, Hammond defending into the offside. I'm actually pretty stunned that Sussex's over rate's gone all the way from -3 to level when they only had spin bowling at one end for a little while yesterday. Well, it was more than a little while, but still. I'm amazed how quickly they managed to make those overs up. But that's good news for Sussex as Hammond comes forward and strokes it to cover.
Interesting change of bowling, though, isn't it? And I said to John Simpson last night, every time he seems to change the bowling in this match, Sussex seem to pick up a wicket.
Yes, he has had the magic touch. Carson to Hammond, driving, controlled drive. There's a sweeper out on the offside, as there is a deep backward square for Hammond. And so Hammond will just pick up a single, 27 to him. Gloucestershire 84 for 6. Whether this is a move just to give them something different, two left-handers, you know, and maybe feeling that they want to separate Robinson and Seals a bit. Carson is in, bowls, Zafar with a firm defence. Perhaps they're thinking Carson from one end and then Robinson / Seals from the other, and they can extend the time that those two are bowling, so they don't end up with a potentially sort of more flat period where you've got first change bowlers bowling at both ends. Inside half of the bat from Zafar as it squirts down into the ground and to short leg. And he's been pretty immaculate as Carson in terms of his control. I barely remember a bad ball that he's bowled. Just gone for 10 runs in just a ball under 10 overs. Carson round the wicket to Zafar. Oh, he's just about stabbed down on that one. I was expecting to see the bails go flying there because it looked as if he'd played that too late. But he does get bat on it, and 1 run from the over, which has been what Carson's gone for. 10 runs, 10 overs. Gloucestershire 84 for 6. 3 runs in 23 minutes.
Yeah, a bit of a discussion going on between John Simpson and Ollie Robinson at the far end of the ground. Just to let you know, it's still raining in Derby. The reason I mention that, because Leicestershire will be frustrated. You think if you get a 4 days play there today, Leicestershire could well win in this round of matches, but still raining there, and still raining in Northampton as well. Northampton against Glamorgan. 84 for 6. Now we've got spin from both ends, so this is really very interesting. Seals and Robinson have both opened the bowling this morning, but they've both been taken out of the attack. And we're going to see James Coles, who picked up a wicket in the last over last night when he had Tom Price, LBW, for 17. There's a slip and a short leg as the close fielders. And James Coles is coming over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Miles Hammond. He's in and bowls. Hammond is forward and punches that through the covers. There's a point and a mid-off, but no one at cover. Jack Carson comes trotting in from the cover point boundary to field. Hammond goes to 28. Gloucestershire to 85 for 6. The leg side field, there's a backward square leg, the short leg I've previously mentioned, a mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. Coles. And again, bowls and driven to backward point. There is no run. He was out in India pre-Christmas, James Coles, and has spoken in interviews this season just how much he enjoyed bowling under the tutorage of Graham Swan and how much he thought it had really helped his game. And he picked up 6 wickets here in the last match. Comes in again, bowls, forward comes Zafar, plays it into the offside. I think he's just saying there he doesn't want that sweeper on the cover boundary. They picked up 2 singles there, Gloucestershire, for just a nudge into the covers. I think they're going to move Finn Hudson-Prentice from backward point to cover. They're still keeping the man out, but Jack Carson has more gone to a deep cover point.
You could understand it for Hammond, but probably not for Zafar, to be honest.
Coles in, and a reverse sweep, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. From Miles Hammond. Well, it's one of those shots, and I probably say it every time, that when it comes off it looks terrific, when it doesn't it looks awful, but sweeps the ball around the corner, reverse sweep, and he picks up a boundary. He goes to 32. He's faced 122 balls, he won't care about that. Gloucestershire go to 90 for 6, and they have a lead now of 28, so effectively 28 for 6. Gloucestershire. Coles in again, bowls, and this time Hammond is very solidly forward, plays it to Haynes at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Comes Coles again, bowls, Hammond forward, plays into the offside, there is no run, end of the over. 90 for 6, Zafar is on 3, Hammond is on 32. Just to say, we had the announcement towards the tail end of last week about the 8 women's teams for next year. Sussex aren't one of them, nor Gloucestershire. Sussex will be making a statement, we understand, at some stage this week. Now, I'm not quite sure when that's going to be, but there will be a statement from Sussex at some stage. And if we get an opportunity, I will play some audio from Georgia Adams, who spoke to the BBC about that decision as well, which is interesting as well. So we'll see if we get a chance to play that during the commentary. Maybe when it's not the spinners bowling and we get a bit more time to talk.
Yep. Certainly well worth listening to what Georgia Adams has got to say. Extremely intelligent cricketer, and of course with a rather large vested interest in having a team in her neck of the woods. Zafar leans forward, guides the ball to point, and again there's a fairly comfortable single which is allowed by having the sweeper back on the offside. Zafar moves to 4, Gloucestershire 91 for 6. Will Hammond continue to mostly try to contain himself against the spin? Because as though at the moment that's the case with a forward block. I noticed, by the way, that the partnership between Will Young and Joe Clark at Taunton is approaching 400 for the 3rd wicket. Not that far off now, 388. As Carson bowls, Hammond turns into the onside to mid-wicket. They've got a little way to go, though, before the record 3rd wicket stand in first-class history. Do you want to take a guess at how large that stand is?
Go on.
Carson. A couple of steps in, bowls to Hammond, very full, and Hammond reaching forward to defend. 624.
Wow.
That's the answer. Came in a test match between Sri Lanka and South Africa. The great Kumar Sangakkara and the great Mahela Jayawardene. That partnership. Hammond drives past short extra. They'll take a single, they're only jogging it because they know Pujara's in off the boundary, so 1 run is all they can manage. 33 to Hammond.
He had a bit of a rip, didn't he? Jack Carlton, he's bowling with a really... We commented yesterday that he's bowling with a really good loop at the moment, Jack. He's able to give the ball plenty of air here because Sussex are after wickets. And largely, the batters are on the defensive.
Got a silly point in place now, as well as a short extra cover as Carson bowls to Zafar, who turns into the onside, right where the short leg was. It's one of the few times where something like that's happened with John Simpson. Normally when he's made any sort of a move whatsoever, it's come off immediately, but that time a single is allowed. I'm sure they're not that bothered because it means Zafar keeps the strike. He's got 5, Gloucestershire 93 for 6. We're just looking in further detail about that game. Think about sides scoring 400 and losing, as Gloucestershire look very likely to here. It's exactly what South Africa did in that test match. 169 and 434 played, 756 for 5 declared. As Mahela Jayawardene scored 374 and Kumar Sangakkara 287. So they were 14 for 2 in that innings, Sri Lanka.
Wow.
And they wanted to make 756 for 5.
It's obviously a little warmer today because Zafar started batting with a jumper and he's just taken his jumper off, hence the slight delay in play. Now, I hadn't noticed this, but I'm going to read out this email from Simon Bushell in a moment. Ed's making way and Izzy Duncan is going to come in. We've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey in a moment, but a couple of emails, one from Simon, one from Clive, have come in. As in comes Coles, bowls to Zafar, he's forward, plays into the offside, no run. He says, good morning, or stroke good afternoon. Can I get your thoughts on bowlers now bowling with their shirts untucked? And I've just noticed James Cole's shirt is untucked as he bowls. Coming in this from the sea end of the ground, a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. He's in and bowls, Cole's forward into the offside, there is no run. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm really not a fan, especially when you see bowlers then tuck in their shirt after the end of the over. I'm going to have to watch that. Coles in again, bowls, forward comes, Zafar plays into the offside, is no run. Izzy Duncan.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you.
Yes, for the final day here. Quite stodgy attritional cricket going on out there.
Well, Gloucestershire aren't going to give this up, are they? You know, they've got pride to play for, and the deeper they can take this, as in comes Coles bowls it short, pulled around to the leg side, that's going to be 4 runs. The first boundary of the day. There was a cry of catch. It was short, it was there to be hit. Not quite sure who they thought should catch that, but it was pulled away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Zafar goes to 9.97 for 6. I just finished off Simon's email. He says, also in regards to over rates, will anything ever be put in place to note the time taken by batsmen causing the slow over rates, and not just the fielders stroke bowlers causing the slow over rate? For a common example, more leeway given to right hand, left hand combination of batsmen. Hope you're well, says Simon in Austria. In comes Coles, wide of the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run, so we can talk about that in a minute. Is he? And Clive Walder has been in touch. He's up in Birmingham. Clive? Just break off. Sussex to move their mid-wicket. Checheshwar Pujara's gone a little deeper now. He's at a deep mid-wicket. As in comes Coles. Bowls and played it to the offside. They were thinking about a single. It wasn't there. James Coles does rattle through his overs. 3 overs, 1 made and 1. Let's see if he tucks his shirt in.
Smarten up his act.
He's putting his well, it wasn't just James. It was a general thing. I think that Simon was saying he's putting his jumper on. Let's keep an eye. He's putting his hat on. He's pulled his jumper over his shirt, so I don't know if he's tucked it in or not. Clive says, good to hear us commentating again. This is the first time I've had a chance to listen this season. I'm a season ticket holder at Warwickshire, and they've started with 2 home games. As a Brightonian, Sussex are still my real team, though. So good to hear from you. He says, will you be having Ariana Douse during commentary this season? I don't know is the answer to that, Clive. We do have a selection of voices which are allocated to different games, and Izzy is here this week. I'm not entirely sure. I know Ariana is a current player, so I'm not sure whether she's on a commentary list this season or not. But thank you for getting in touch. Warwickshire, I guess they started with 2 home games. They played Worcestershire, I guess because that game maybe should have been at New Road. I'm only guessing. Oh, hang on, we're coming for our update in a moment. Do you mind if I commentate?
You take over.
Because there's I can hear the travel jingle going. Here we go.
Cricket update. Right, so it is looking quite sunny out there. I'm hoping that continues across the cricket. Adrian Hart is at the county ground in Hove for day 4 of Sussex against Gloucestershire. And is the sun shining for you, Adrian?
Do you know what, Sarah? Just as you say that, the sun is just peeping out. I can see the shadows on the output. It's pretty cloudy here, but the good news for Sussex is it's dry this morning and the forecast is pretty good for the rest of the day. And Sussex will be hoping that they can win their first championship match of the season. They're in a great position to do so because Gloucestershire are 97 for 6 in their second innings. It means they lead by 35. So Sussex will be hoping to pick up these final wickets and knock off the runs, I'd say, to win their first game of the season. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent have lost another wicket this morning. They're 156 for 6 against Surrey, still trailing Surrey by 143. Surrey on course to win there, and 4 wickets for Dan Worrell. In comes Carson, bowls to Hammond, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Hammond on 33, Zafar is on 9. If I finish this over, then you do James
yeah, no,
Coles'
do. I think it's tidy if you do that.
There's a slip and a sleeve it off on a short leg, so the pressure is on Miles Hammond here. He's batted very sensibly so far, and he tucks this one around the corner down to fine leg, picks up a single. The eager Jaden Seals is in, gets in the throw, but not before Hammond has gone through for another run. He goes to 34, and the total to 98 for 6.
Well, he's certainly playing around with his bowlers, isn't he, Simpson? Short burst for Ollie Robinson and Seals this morning, just to see if they could do some damage. But the ball not quite so potent. It's now 50 overs old.
In comes Carson bowls, and Zafar defends into the offside, no run. And we made the point that the last 4 wickets for Gloucestershire in the first innings added 150. If they could do similarly here, you never know. That's the great thing about Championship cricket. Well, all sport really, if there's some jeopardy, no one can be certain what Sussex should win. In comes Carson bowls and Zafar plays into the offside, and they take a single. That was a good call by Miles Hammond, who was at the non-striker's end, but he called Zafar through for a single. He's going to pinch the strike. 2 runs off of Jack Carson's over. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15. Gloucestershire are 99 for 6. From that you need to deduct 62, which will tell you that the lead is 37. You're listening to live cricket commentary on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Bristol and Gloucestershire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Izzy Duncan.
Well, we know they bat deep, don't they, Gloucestershire? In that first innings, Zafar Gohar's had a good game, 60 for him, and with Akhtar to come as well, who picked up 45 not out in that first inning. So there's certainly hope here. They've got a meagre lead at the moment. As Coles is in and bowls, his left arm over, left arm slow, orthodox, and that's just defended there by Zafar, who comes forward, who's taken his sweater off now, flexing his muscles out there. It's a short leg and a slip in place as Miles tiptoes in and bowls, and that's gone backward of point where it's fielded and cut off. No run, 99 for 6. A rather measly lead of 37. Slowly ticking it over here, Gloucestershire. Just trying to stretch that lead, trying to survive at the moment. Coles bowling wide of the crease. And that's a good-looking defensive shot there from Zafar. Just thinking about the game plan here for Gloucestershire, really. That they're probably thinking target certain bowlers and hoping that that the lethal arm of Seals and Robinson will tire, but we haven't seen much of them lately. That's played into the offside. It's a nice looking shot there off the back foot from Zafar. They'll come back for 2 as the ball races out towards the extra cover boundary. So 2 more added. The 100 is up now for Gloucestershire. 101 for 6. It's a milestone. It's a small milestone, but it's a milestone.
Yeah.
I'm sure the crowd acknowledged it, but silence everywhere. Coles to continue. There's a shortish mid-wicket as well. Bowls, and that's fielded by mid-wicket. And throwing back to Coles. And he'll continue with his spin. So spin from both ends. This is the plan from Simpson, the skipper behind the stumps. Coles again. Whips the ball down. And that ball manages to get through and is tidied up there by Simpson. So Gloucestershire 101 for 6 as we race through these overs. That's the 52nd over. And they were electric yesterday, Sussex, with that new ball. And perhaps the surface deteriorating a bit, just changing the face of the surface. And they dropped like flies, didn't they? 1-6. Went down quickly yesterday. And all sorts of problems, Gloucestershire. But surviving well this morning. Haven't lost a wicket today.
They are. Clive's been back in touch. He says that Warwickshire's opening 2 games of the season were both scheduled to be played at Edgbaston. So that told me. Thank you, Clive. And as you rightly say, Ariana Dowse, who has summarised for us before, did play for the Sunrisers on Saturday. She was opening the batting. Sadly, she was out for 5, but Sunrisers did win. They beat the Western Storm by 8 wickets in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. The museum is open today. If it's your first day down at Hove and you want to have a little wander around the museum, I can see it's open. I can see the volunteers are sitting out there at their trestle table with their wares. As in comes Carson bowls and Hammond is forward, plays into the hands of the silly mid-off, and there is no run. Finn Hudson-Prentice at silly mid-off, Tom Clark at slip, Tom Alsop under the helmet poised at short leg. Carson from the Cromwell Road end. Around the wicket, bowls, takes a step down the wicket, does Hammond, plays out into the offside, fielded by Coles, who, well, that's a terrific bit of fielding by James Coles. He picked it up, threw at the stumps, knocked the stump out of the ground. Fortunately for Sussex, it didn't go for any overthrows, but good, keen cricket from James Coles. Carson wanders back to his mark. He's in his 13th over. Someone's banging away. Can you hear that? Someone's got a hammer or something.
Rhythmical.
Yeah. Carson in again. Bowls. Hammond is forward. Plays into the offside. There is no run. There's some at the far end of the ground at the Cromwell Road Inn. There's a couple of houses got scaffolding up. So I don't know if there's some workmen up there who are banging away. In comes Carson. Bowls, Hammond drives to backward point. It's really good tight cricket this, isn't it? Carson making Hammond play at everything, giving anything away.
He's playing well, Hammond. He survived well for his 136 deliveries. He's been a bit of an anchor here for Gloucestershire, and they've needed one. Boy, have they needed one.
Comes Carson bowls, Hammond cuts and picks up a single through the covers. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary who is Chetishwar Bajara. Oh, what's happened to our microphone? Oh, that's not very good, is it? I wonder if our battery has gone.
Oh dear, it's gone a bit dead, isn't
It
it?
has. I will have to go and replace that. So what I'll do, I'll go and do some repairs, and I'll leave you with Ed and Izzy for a mo while I go and see if we can find a battery.
Off he goes, Adrian the engineer, to go and save the effects mic out there, the badger, the furry badger. 102 for 6, Carson, here he is, tall Carson, with his off breaks. He's coming around the wicket. Bowls, and that's left well alone there by Zafar. He just watches the ball fizz past him into the gloves of John Simpson. 102 for 6 now, the score. Gloucestershire hanging by a thread here with a lead of 40 runs. Slowly but surely these runs are stretching, but even so there's an enormous amount of work to be done as Ed Seaborn has joined us. We've lost the effects mic, but never mind, you can still hear Izzy and Ed. I'm Izzy Duncan.
I know what we should do. We should get a pencil and bang it on the desk, like, you know.
And for the sound of leather on
hitting.
willow,
yes,
you
exactly.
mean? It's not quite such a crack, is it? But it's a softer ball now.
It used to be just a little.
Coles bowls with his left arm, and that's defended there by Hammond. Immaculate forward defences from Hammond. He has been the pick of the batters, and it hasn't been difficult to be the pick of the batters so far for Gloucestershire, but he has stuck around and occupied the crease. Coles again, left arm, bowls to the left-handed Hammond, who tries to play that into the offside. Just finds the fielder there at extra cover for no run. So we've got the short leg and a slip in place. And third man is up on the single, and there is a deep point. Sorry, it's fine leg on the single. That's shortish, but still comes forward and defends from Hammond. And again, just being super cautious here. So I'm wondering what the chat would have been this morning. He's mended it. Well done, Adrian Hart.
Didn't actually even need a battery, he just breathed on it.
He's a hero, isn't he? So Coles is in again, and that's defended once more by Hammond. He's on 35 now for 141 deliveries.
That was weird, wasn't it? The battery just went like that.
God, no, I thought he might have come disconnected or something and fallen off, but no, it was the battery. Coles. Well, there's a bit of a swipe at that, and in fact it's a sweep shot. It's a reverse sweep shot, and that's gone down for 4 runs from Hammond. He does occasionally pull one out the bag. It gets to the pitch of the ball, and that is sweetly played as the ball sails down towards third man. 106 for 6 now, Gloucestershire, with a lead of 44.
That's the second time he's done that today. Very nicely played.
Coles, 30 on his back. And he's gone aerial. It's going to go all the way out towards the commentary box. Yes, it has. It's as straight as you like. Almost takes us out in the commentary box here because we're at quite a low level. And looks like Hammond is opening up all of a sudden. He goes on to 45 and 112 for 6. I wondered when this was going to happen. It had to happen at some point. And I just feel that Hammond is a little bit more comfortable now against the spinners.
Ollie Robinson is down there looking for the ball, which I think is more down here, actually. Yeah, Ollie's. Yeah, that's the sound of Ollie's boots.
Yeah. There we go. His big boots.
That's Ollie Robinson's boots. Well, I think from a Gloucestershire point of view, the first thing here is survival, but the second thing is that when the opportunity is there to score runs, they want to take it because clearly they're taking more time out of the game. I mean, it's what's the lead now? 50. Is that right? Yeah.
44. Is it? No, 50. You're right.
Yeah.
Scoreboard's
So it's
catching
still
up.
an absolute mountain for Gloucestershire to climb there, and Sussex will still expect to win this game. But Gloucestershire are not going to go down without a fight. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. You can tweet us, as I was saying earlier on, at Ed Cricket and the digit 6 at Fine Glance or at BBC Sussex Sport. We've got a change in bowling at the Cromwell Road end. Danny Lamb is coming into the attack. Batted really nicely yesterday, Danny Lamb, with his innings of 83. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump. Let go by Zafar through to John Simpson. And there is no run. There's a slip. Tom Alsop is now in deep conversation with John Simpson. A third man, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. a deep backward square and a fine leg. As Lamb is back to his mark, far end of the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground, here means he's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Hammond steers this into the covers, followed by Coles. And there is no run. So far in this over, we've had a noisy seagull, and now a noisy aeroplane.
Yes, we're getting bombarded with noise. Now that you've fixed the effects mic, we can hear everything.
We can.
Yeah.
But he's
Thank you, Adrian.
Must be going right above the ground. Lamb back to his mark. It's the ball back from Tom Haynes. They're a bit off. In comes Lamb again, ball hammered away by Hammond, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Too wide from Danny Lamb, and that's a really fine shot by Zafar. He was back and across and belted that away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 16. Gloucestershire to 116 for 6. And when the bad ball has come along this morning, Gloucestershire have made it count.
That's right. I mean, now's the time as well, isn't it? When it's no longer the new ball into the 55th over, and it's softened up a bit. And these two are looking a little bit more settled, which is exactly what John Simpson doesn't want. And I think that's why he's rotating his bowlers quite quickly.
Lamb in bowls, that's wide of the off stump, and a big grunt from Danny Lamb, and Hammond was thinking about playing a similar shot. There has been a change in the field in that James Coles, who was saving 1 at point, has now gone out to deep point. So Bajara down at third man, Coles at deep point, and then on the leg side Jaden Seals at fine leg. He gets Jack Carson over there at deep backward square, just the one slip in place as Lamb makes his way in again, down the hill, bowls, a well pitched up delivery that Zafar drives back to Danny Lamb, who fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. See if we've got any more emails come in. So, hi Adrian, says Aryan, he says, would it be slightly selfish if I said I'm hoping the match goes into the final session so I can race back from Crawley to catch the last hour? So he's at work today.
Oh, okay.
Comes Lamb, bowls and played into the offside by Zafar, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 17, end of the over, 117 for 6. Hammond on 45, and these two this morning have had what, 19 and 17, so 36. And in fairness, they've looked largely untroubled.
Absolutely, and I think Simpson is going to dig around for different bowlers, isn't he? Are we going to see more of Coles or not? He was hit for 6 off that last ball of his last over, so...
I think he's going to switch Carson to this end of the ground, to the C end of the ground.
Yeah, good thinking. There's a lot of juggling going on, and it's the right thing to do because they're starting to settle these two with this partnership. What's this partnership worth? 37, 38?
It's came together at 79, yeah.
So 37 runs it's worth now. So Carson, the tall off spinner, will bowl from the C end now. Adjustments to the field going on. There is a silly point. There's also a orthodox slip and a short leg in place, and pretty well peppered with fielders on the offside. A backward point, extra cover mid-off, and a deep extra cover just patrolling there on the boundary, and a mid-wicket. And also a fine leg up on the 45 as Carson is in and bowls, and that's defended there by Zafar. Zafar having scored 60 in the previous innings in that partnership with Akhtar, worth 86 for that 9th wicket partnership. So I want to repeat that if at all possible and get this lead, stretch this lead as he swirls in there, Carson, with 16 on his shirt, and that's defended once more by the Pakistani Zafar Gohar. Back into the clouds again here. The sun has popped behind the clouds. It's another fairly cold day here at Hove. Not quite as windy. Those clouds are looking a bit limp up there. I think they'll be relieved, the players, that the wind has died down. Carson again bowls, and that was floated up and is turned around the corner against the spin by Gohar to backward of square leg. They go through for a single, 18 for 6 as the scoreboard catches up. Zafar onto 18.
I'm not sure who threw that in. I think there must be a 12th man on the field. I'm just trying to see who was off. think.
It's usually a fast bowler, isn't it? Okay, is Ollie Robinson on the pitch?
Yeah, well, I think-
Seals is here.
I think Ollie Robinson may be off.
Carson, ball in hand, creeping up behind the umpire. Bowls and comes forward positively there, Hammond. 45 off his 144 deliveries. Very circumspect innings, but he is, as Adrian pointed out, if there's a loose, bad ball, it is put away, it is punished. And they're patient, these two. That's what they're waiting for. Carson bowls. And that is going to be drilled into the offside. They should get a single for it. As a man out there at deep extra cover hurls that back in. Is that Haynes out there at deep extra cover?
It is Tom
It
Haynes.
is John
Yep.
Haynes under the scoreboard. So one more to the total. And Hammond goes on to 46. Zafar now facing. Just twiddling his bat, waiting patiently in the crease. 119 for 6. Carson, a hop, skip and a jump. He's in and bowls. Whoa, and that's beaten the bat. And also the bails have been whipped off by Simpson. Just making his presence known there behind the stump, Simpson. And that's a genuine miss from Zafar. Getting a bit of bite and turn from the off spinner there, Carson.
I would say that's the first time this morning that the ball has really beaten the bat. Nick Davey has been in touch from Haywardsea. Hello, Nick. He said, I think yesterday's play shows that Sussex are a completely different side to a few years ago. Excellent with the bat and ball, and it also shows the importance of signing established county players in John Simpson and Danny Lamb. Let's hope my praise is justified and Sussex can get over the line today. Thank you, Nick, for your email. And David Harrison has been in touch as well. It's going to be Danny Lamb who's going to carry on. David in Hove says, good morning, Adrian and colleagues. Looking forward to a Sussex victory today, but wondering why Tom Haynes has not bowled in this match. Is he injured in some way? That's interesting, actually, as in comes Lamb, bowls, and forward comes Hammond, plays to the onside, and there is no run. Tom Haynes on the first bowling, in fact, in the first over of the match, was fielding at short leg, and he fielded a ball that looked like it struck his hand. Now, I don't know whether that has limited Tom's ability to bowl. He did bowl. Did he bowl last week at Leicester? Have a little look.
He's a medium pacer, isn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Bowled a little bit at Leicester last week. So that may be the reason. In comes Lamb, bowls, and forward comes Hammond, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 119 for 6. These two coming together when Tom Price was out, LBW to James Coles last night, and the score was 79 for 6. So a partnership of 40 between this pair. The sun has disappeared. It's got a little gloomy again. But as I say, the forecast is good in terms of keeping dry, certainly for the best part of the day. Lamb is in bowls, tucked nicely by Hammond, who's 46 off 148 balls. It's been a terrific innings from Miles Hammond in terms of concentration. If you want to get in touch, as I say, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Just the one slip still in place, that's Tom Alsop. Standing next to his skipper, John Simpson. And Lamb is already back at his mark at the far end of the ground. Around the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who's up on his toes to a short delivery that he plays onto the onside. And there is no run. Elsewhere around the county championship, still raining in Derby. Leicester will be mighty frustrated by that because Derbyshire are 224 for 6. Still needing 183 to make Leicestershire bat again. And still raining as well in Northampton, both of these games in Division 2. Glamorgan 104 for 3. Still trailing Northants by 230. So comes Lamb again, bowls, and forward comes Hammond, plays down the track. There is no run. So frustration there for both Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. One result yesterday, Middlesex beating Yorkshire. They go to the top of Division 2 of the County Championship, but Sussex will regain top spot. I think even if they draw this game, they've got 6 and 8 is 14. Yes, they would. But Sussex will be expecting to win this game today. Hammond and Zafar are resisting stoutly. In comes Lamb, bowls, and Hammond up on his toes, drives the ball back to Hammond. There is no run. It's a maiden over from Danny Lamb. He's bowled 6 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 25. Gloucestershire are 119 for 6. Take 62 off of that, and you get the lead, which is 57, I reckon.
You are very good at maths. You're that generation, you see. You don't need a calculator. Do it all in your head. It's the best way to be.
Let's just look at the scores in the First Division very briefly before Jack Carson bowls his next over. Looks like I'm heading for a draw down at the Aegeus. It's not the Aegeus anymore, is it? Warwickshire 102 for 2, leading Hampshire by 192. Kent 173 for 6, still trailing Surrey by 126.
Here is Carson, once again, the tall man, with his off breaks. He's just trying to work that around the corner. Pitching on about middle and leg there, and Zafar doesn't actually get any bat on it. It is fielded at fine leg on the 45 as Carson continues. It's just gone a little bit flat out there. So that ball's not doing an awful lot. Well, it's not doing an awful lot for the seamers. Let's see what the spinners can do. Carson again coming around and bowling, and that's a lovely defensive shot. Gets right down over the ball there. Zafar exaggerated. Silly point is there. A slip and a short leg. Helmets on, suited and booted, shin pads, well protected. Carson again, shirt untucked. More of that later. He's in and bowls and defended again by Zafar. Just drying his hands there in the dust. Carson. Just get the feeling that Simpson is going to play around with his bowlers. We haven't seen anything of Hudson Prentice yet today.
No, we haven't.
And as a listener pointed out earlier, we haven't seen anything of Haynes, but that may be something to do with his injured hand. Oh, it goes onto the back foot there, as that pops in a little bit, just short of a length from the off breaks of Carson. Oh, he's backed onto his stump, Zafar. Carson continues. He's so tall that his trousers look a little bit too short. He needs to let the hem down, I think. He's in and bowls and defended well again. A big stride forward there from Zafar, and puts the ball out of its misery. No run, 119 for 6. Very tidy over so far from Carson, containing Zafar. Carson again continues to come around the wicket. There will be a run. This will ruin the maiden, and in fact they're going to come back for 2 as it's fielded out there at mid-wicket, and they get 2 out of it. 121 for 6 now, and Zafar on to 20, and that now is a lead of 59, isn't it? That's 2 off the over.
Could put a fielding gap by Danny Lamb actually, because there was no one behind him and he had to move smartly to his left, but he prevented the boundary. But as you say, a couple of runs. The rain is now affecting games at Derby, Northampton and at Taunton as well. Nottinghamshire 440 for 2, leading Somerset by 179. So very much looks like that game's going to end in a draw. Also at Southampton, but the county champions look like they're closing in on victory over in Canterbury. Danny Lamb running in down the hill. Cromwell Road end comes into bowl to the left-handed Hammond, who drives firmly to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding by Carson, who fields and makes as if to shy at the stumps, but in the end decides to hang on to the ball, and lots of encouragement from the Sussex fielders. Come on, boys. But credit to these two. I mean, they've batted for an hour this morning. They've made sure the bad ball is dispatched for 4, and they've been extremely watchful. Here comes Lamb again, bowls and pulled way down towards fine leg. Jaden Sills can't stop it. I'm not entirely sure that Miles Hammond intended to go there, but nonetheless, it's a boundary that takes Miles Hammond through to his half-century, and a very fine half-century as well. It's coming off 153 balls. I think he was looking to pull that a little squarer. And also, so he under-edged it down to fine leg. Jaden Sills couldn't get there, and Hammond goes through to his half-century. This included 5 4s and a 6. Is coming 214 minutes. So what's that, 3.5 hours?
Wow.
It's been a fine effort by Miles Hammond. In comes Lamb. Rolls, and Hammond is forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no roll. And the longer this goes on with Gloucestershire not losing wickets, I mean, that'll give confidence to those as well, sitting up on the balcony for Gloucestershire, thinking, well, you know, maybe I can play a part here. And as we said, the last 4 wickets for Gloucestershire in the first innings added 150. So there's certainly people down the order who can bat. Zaman Akhtar came in at number 10 and most 45 not out.
Yeah, put on that partnership worth 86 with Zafar.
In comes Lamb, bowls. Hammond steers that to mid-wicket, fielded by Carson, and there is no run.
No, all is not lost here, Gloucestershire, and there must be no complacency from Sussex. There isn't, and they're doing everything they can to try and get a wicket, but there's not a lot of lateral movement with this ball. It's tiring. It's in middle age now, this ball, and for the seamers, so he's got to use his imagination here, Simpson.
In comes Danny Lamb. I'll make way for Ed at the end of the over. Bowls to Hammond. That's a play and a miss. Now that's a very loose shot from Miles Hammond, and it's something that he hasn't really done this morning, or indeed last night, wide of the off stump. Steve's been in touch. He says, I just wanted to drop you a quick note to say a thank you for another enjoyable weekend of Sussex cricket coverage. I'm currently on the 6 a.m. train on my Monday morning commute from Connecticut to the office in New York City, watching on the YouTube feed and once again enjoying the commentary. There's ever plenty of my fellow commuters wondering what on earth I'm watching. In comes Lamb, bowls to Hammond, who's forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Little do most of them know the T20 World Cup will be turning up here in just a few weeks' time. Very much hoping Sussex can get to a well-deserved victory today. Many thanks. Says Steve, what a lovely email. Imagine that being on your commute from Connecticut into New York City this morning.
Absolutely, and of course he has got that World Cup game. That just crossed my mind. So if you do live near New York, head along. It's in June, the T20 World Cup. I think we're going to have a little shuffle in the commentary box. I think I better go first and hand over my microphone. Carson, here he is again from the C end, skipping in, bowling, giving it plenty of flight, and comes forward there. Zafar gets his head over the ball and stifles the ball. So we still have a silly point and a slip and a short leg in place, crowding Zafar, just trying to give him a bit of intimidation, invading his personal space. 16 on his shirt as Carson tiptoes in and bowls, and this time plays off the back foot. And there is no run. 125 for 6 here, Gloucestershire, with a lead of 63 as the lead just sort of slowly creeps on. As Ed Seaborn has joined me. Hi, Ed.
Hello, Izzy. Morning, afternoon even.
It is the afternoon.
Yes.
Too right, thinking about lunch now.
Still the morning session.
Carson coming around the wicket and again off the back foot, trying to work it into the offside. But to no avail. Zafar on 20, Hammond on 50. And this partnership now, these two working well together, worth 46 between them. So they've been the most positive of the Gloucestershire second innings, gluing it together at the moment. Carson again bowls, and it's right on the money there from Carson on the stumps, but very watchful from Zafar. And again defensive off the back foot. The wind is up again a little bit, we can hear it in the effects mic. Now it's been fixed by our chief engineer here, Adrian Harms, multitasking. Carson, shirt untucked, bowls, and whoa, that's come off. Silly point. He's a little bit of a battering there as the ball is drilled into him, but remains unharmed. There's certainly a suit of armour on for... Who's that under the lid there at Silly Point?
That's Hudson Prentice, isn't it? Yeah.
Hudson Prentice, there he is. Who hasn't bowled yet today, Hudson Prentice. 125 for 6, Gloucestershire. Carson again. And a little grunt bowls that one, and that's defended by Zafar on 20. Tidy from Carson there. Look at his figures. 1 for 20 off 16 overs now. Very tidy from him.
I think it's the New Haven line. I think is at least certainly one of the routes, or routes as they seem to like to say over there, from Connecticut into NYC.
You're very well travelled, Ed
Grand
Seaborn.
Central Terminal, beautiful building.
Right, it is a beautiful building, I agree.
And I can remember having possibly the largest slice of cheesecake I've ever seen in Grand Central Terminal. I was in New York about what was it, 18 years ago.
Oh, was that your gap year?
Not that old. Here comes Lamb bowling to Hammond. It's just played defensively to mid-on. There's no run. No, I didn't have a gap year.
Actually, that would have been 12 years ago, your gap year, wouldn't it?
Straight to university. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the route, but anyway, it was the red line, I think, out of Grand Central. There's a red one, a blue one, and a green one.
God, well
I
remembered.
can't remember where I think the green one goes up north, up the Hudson River. I can't remember where the blue one goes. Lamb is in bowls. Hammond plays this one slightly awkwardly back to the bowler, sort of between front and back foot, so he just sort of played it with both feet facing the bowler. It's very impressive the way that Adrian fixed that microphone, wasn't it? I mean,
well, I think he changed the batteries.
Well,
He
didn't need to, though, you see, because it was like the Emperor in Star Wars, where he just shot electricity. Did you see it? He like shot electricity out of his hands and just powered it up again.
Powers as well.
Yes. Lamb runs in, he bowls to Hammond, who turns this one past short mid-wicket, but not past mid-on, so it doesn't pick up a run. Yes, you sort of think of him like the Emperor in Star Wars, if he were voiced by Chris Packham. I think that would be... That's effectively, that's Adrian Harms for you. If you need a sort of mental picture.
That is a compliment, Adrian.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't enjoy listening to Chris Packham? So, you know, I think if you don't enjoy listening to Chris Packham, then something's wrong with you. Here comes Danny Lamb round the wicket. Bowling Hammond drives. Another slightly loose shot as the ball squirts along the floor to mid-on. It's the shot that he's managed to shelve all of yesterday evening and up until he reached his 50, actually. And you just wonder, is this almost just a period that he really now has to fight himself through again now, having got to 50, been there for over an hour this morning. Just got to get through this somehow. Lamb is in bowls, and that's a more pleasant looking drive from Hammond. Be able to be quick there as that ball was spearing in towards the stumps, and it's fielded up at mid-off. He's very tall, whoever that is, up at mid-off. Oh, it is Robinson. Yes, he's back on the field, yes.
He's had his massage and his ice bath. I don't think they have ice baths anymore. I don't think they believe in them
I think
anymore,
they do. At least, yes,
they?
I've heard people who've been subjected to that after a day's play. In last year, Hammond drives through the offside, but not for runs as Coles fields at point. So a maiden from Lamb, 61 overs bowled. So even if Gloucestershire were to make it to lunch unscathed, they would have the prospect of having to face a second new ball not too long after. So even if Sussex can't make a breakthrough in the 50 minutes, which is rather a large if, then they've still got that to fall back on. 76 overs minimum left in the day. Of course, you take off 2 for the change of innings, but that is still an awful lot of time, as Gloucestershire's lead is only 63.
Yes, and we haven't seen much of Seals and Robinson so far. I just get the feeling that they're being saved up, possibly for that new ball, which is 19 overs away. But I'm sure we'll see them again before then. Carson will continue his spin. Here he is from the C end, and that ball just trickles down towards fine leg on the single. No run, 1-2-5 for 6. We haven't seen a run for a while. We've had lots of dots. I don't think that's going to bother Gloucestershire too much because they're still there. That's the main thing. Just waiting for that bad ball and playing in a very restrained manner as Carson bowls, and defended neatly by Zafar. He takes a little walk as well. It's not quite as pronounced as John Simpson's walk when he goes for a walk out in the bush, but he certainly goes for a little walk towards square leg every ball, Zafar. That's his routine. Carson tiptoeing in and bowling. Continuing to come around the wickets to the left-hander. That's just defended by Zafar.
He'll also sort of stand after he's done that walk, and he's going to do it again there. You see, he just takes that one step where his back foot is in position, but the front foot's open wide, as if he's going to face up like Shivnarine Chanderpaul, but then he doesn't.
Yeah, he's not so open, is he? And that's slapped away. Should only get 1 for it. It's a little bit short and a little bit wide, but the fielder out there, it's Haynes at deep extra cover, hurtles in and cuts that off. So one more to the total, 1-2-6 for 6, and Zaffa goes on to 21 as the dogs are barking. I'm going to go and look at a rescue dog on Wednesday.
Just look at it.
Well, we're going to go meet.
You might do
we're
a bit
meet.
more. Right.
Yes, have a meeting.
Meeting of mine.
As Carson's in and bowls. Defended off the back foot there by Hammond. The other left-hander out there. He's on exactly 50. That dog's going a bit berserk, isn't it? I wonder if it's in the ground, because they do allow doggies in the ground. I've seen a few dogs here.
Do they? Even for championship matches, they allow the dogs in?
Do you think it's only for championship matches?
No, I don't know.
I wonder. Carson swirls in and bowls, and that is played backward of point off the bat of Hammond for no run. 1-2-6 for 6, and Gloucestershire's lead 64 now. That's just a single off that Carson over, containing them well. I wonder what, something's upset that poor doggy.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't get onto the field of play. We've seen that happen before.
You see it happen around the world a lot, don't you?
Yes, well,
in India
it happened in the IPL. Yes,
it
I was
happens a
watching
lot.
the IPL before the county season started, and there was one game. I mean, if ever the IPL needed anything more to slow it down further, there was a dog on the field which caused about a 10-minute delay. It was amazing. The start of the I haven't been able to watch much of it recently, but it's the start of the IPL season. There was sort of floodlight failures. The screen was lighting up, you know, just in the wrong place, so nobody was happy to face. What else was? I mean, there was all sorts. Yeah, the dog on the field was one of them, and nobody can go anywhere near it either because of the danger of disease.
That's
You
right.
don't know where it's been.
Yeah.
Even more so than usual.
It probably it probably doesn't belong to anybody either. They've got a fair amount of stray dogs out there.
Change of bowling. Jaden Seals is back, so a brief opening burst from him, but Sussex have had enough of trying to buy a wicket to break this partnership. We're going to try and blast it out now with Seals. Over the wicket he comes to Zaffa, who's played this one very delicately to backward point, but perhaps he just couldn't quite play it delicately enough, because I think he was looking for the gap to the right of James Coles, who's fielding in the floppy.
I think
no
that's
run.
a correct bowling change there to get Seals back on down the hill. A little bit more threatening than Danny Lamb. Wasn't really rattling the cage. A couple of playing and missing from Hammond off Danny Lamb, but just didn't look like he was going to get a wicket.
Seals in over the wicket, bowling to Zaffa, who's he sort of left that, but again, for a moment I thought he was going to play that very sort of glancing defensive shot again, but I think he was just in two minds a little bit there, and he did just about have his bat out the way of the ball, but I'm not sure how much it was actually by design. He just dangled it there, and you could tell that he was wanting to just reset a little bit, as he not only did he walk off, but just a little bit of bouncing as well. Two slips, there's a short extra cover and a short mid wicket as Seals is in to bowl to Zaffa, who plays defensively with an angled bat into the onside. It's fielded by Danny Lamb at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
The dog's upset, isn't he? He or she's pretty upset. I mean, yapping away. But on Wednesday, I'm very much looking forward to meeting Blue, the staffy.
Okay.
And with the intention of adoption. It's a big deal.
Right. There's
Blue
presumably
is
quite
7 years old.
a long process you've got to go through.
Well, you
for
do. You
that,
have
is
to have a
there?
home
Just
check
visit,
and all that sort of
yes.
thing. And check out your fencing.
Make sure that it's destroyable. Seals bowls. Head over the ball from Zaffa and nurses this one to short extra cover. Yeah, so what are the sort of things I suppose they look at size and suitability? I don't know.
Yeah, have you got a garden? Do
visits?
you work from home? You know, you're not going to be out of the house for 9 hours a day. Have you got a bit of backup when you do go out? That sort of thing. Experience. Because my last dog died in November. She was another rescue. She was a bit of a handful. Smiley. She's not the John le Carré character.
Yes.
She genuinely smiled. Curl her lips up.
George Smiley. Seals runs in bowls very full, and Zaffa is leaning forward in exaggerated fashion and keeps this out as it's played to mid-off. Yeah, it's a world which is completely alien to
No,
me.
you're not. So dogs are alien to you.
Not a pet person,
Ooh.
really. I have enough difficulty taking care of myself without trying to take care of anything else.
They bring you so much joy, though, and unconditional love.
Yes, it's the other
And
things that they
therapy,
bring you as
wonderful
well, which is
therapy.
Yes, it's true. Yes, they're supposed to have a real calming effect.
Oh, they
aren't
do.
they?
It's been proven.
Last ball of the over, Seals bowls on leg stump, turned through the onside by Zafar. It's not hit very firmly, so even though it's that shortest of short boundaries out there, it is not going to go. And it's fielded in sliding fashion by Lamb, a couple of feet from the boundary. So 2 runs to Zafar. That takes his score to 23, Gloucestershire's to 128 for 6, and the lead is 66. Not exactly powering along, but that doesn't matter. Time as much as runs is important.
Yeah, and look at this partnership as well, on the precipice of a 50 partnership. I think it's worth 49, isn't it, between these two? Zafar and Hammond. And Hammond, the one who's very much has been the anchor for his 50, 165 deliveries that he's faced. And he's been very restrained. He's been holding back. He's an elegant left-hander. We know he can open up his shoulders and play his shots, but he's doing the job out there in an attritional style. 128 for 6. And Carson will continue. Carson into his 18th over now. 1 for 21, 5 maidens. Very tidy from him. Going at 1.23 economy. Same field in place as Carson is in and bowls, and ball has come off. Silly Point is taking a battering. I'm wondering if he's wearing even a chest guard. It's Hudson Prentice, isn't it? I think, Ed, you pointed out. Under the lid and the shin pads there. Doesn't seem to mind. A bit like Brian Close, but then Brian Close didn't actually wear any protection. As once again Carson bowls and comes forward there, Hammond. Defends. There's a short leg and a slip in place, and fine leg on the 45. Backward point. Extra cover mid-off, and also a fielder down there at the extra cover boundary, patrolling mid-on, and there's a big hole on the on-side. There's no square leg and there's no mid-wicket because we have a short leg. That is whipped exactly through that gap. Will it go for 4? I don't think it will. The chase is on, and it's Ollie Robinson who's on the chase. He's lumbering along, long strides, as they come back for the second. Is that 2 they've taken?
3.
Or 3. They took 3 in the end.
Agreed 3 in the end.
I was so fixated in watching Ollie Robinson running. Not very
Well, it
fast.
was-
Not
yes,
very fast.
it was-
131 for 6 following that.
It wasn't quite sort of hippopotamus chasing a mouse, but it was a pursuit which I think was well judged, but not exactly sprightly.
I think he always knew they were going to take 3, and he measured it well. As Carson bowls, and that's floated up, defended by Zafar. So Hammond now on 53, 131 for 6 here, 20 past 12. Gloucestershire surviving well, and the 50 partnership will have gone up with those 3 runs between those two, Zafar and Hammond. So Carson, 16 on his back, bowls, and very much on the money here. Very accurate, Carson. Not really giving anything away. But Wickets don't look particularly likely at the moment. There's nothing threatening. Even Seals in that previous over. Carson. Defended again. It's gone around the corner down to fine leg on the single. No run. 131 for 6. 3 off that over. As Gloucestershire continue to survive and survive well.
Yes. Not exactly thriving, but at the same time, there haven't been so far many great alarms, and when there have been, it's been just the occasional lapse in concentration, more so than the ball really doing a huge amount. Carson did get one really to turn past the edge of, I think it was Zafar. It was one which didn't fall into that category. But other than that, it's just been the very occasional deliveries, and particularly was saying earlier, more so since Hammond's reached half century, that he's just had occasional flaps outside the off stump. He's certainly going to have to be on his guard here with Seals lining him up. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 16. He bowls at a good pace, but it's a really controllable pace. You know, he's gonna trouble particularly domestic batters by being quick enough, but he's not absolute express, which means that he loses control. Seals bowls now, and Hammond is forward playing 2 extra cover. There's no run. You can tell Seals is also hoping for some reverse swing here, because as he's running in, he's hiding the ball. So whether he's going to get any is another question. If anything, you almost wonder whether it just puts it in the batter's minds that he might get a little bit of movement. Just a bit of mind games from Seals, and you can see the subtle change in his action as well from previous spells. I mean, he's showing it now, but then just as he gets to the crease, he hides the ball as Hammond turns to mid-wicket, and Tom Clark does the fielding. Just the one slip. Alsop, who's got sizable shin pads on there. I mean, they almost look about as big as Simpson's keeping pads standing next to him.
Yeah, very well protected, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it does make him look as if he's been to the gym, but he's only worked on the lower legs. He hasn't done the sort of upper leg exercises.
Going on. Yeah.
Here comes Jaden Seals. Over the wicket he bowls to Hammond. That's a leg stump half volley. It's clipped for a single to deep square leg. And again, just a controlled shot from Hammond, which is what you like to see. It's those flashing shots where he looks to try and hit the ball really hard that so often get him in trouble. And if he's just content to do similar to what I suppose Pujara was doing, just picking gaps, finding singles. There are plenty of singles out there, because Sussex have had at least 3 fielders on the boundary pretty much the whole morning. Tick that score along. Lead is 70, Hammond to 54. Seals runs in now, he bowls to Zaffer, bowls him a bouncer. Not the most threatening bouncer you've ever seen. And part of that is because the ball is in the 65th over now. It just doesn't have a great deal of get up and go about it.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a flat period in the game, isn't it? And you can see it from the body language of the Sussex players as well. Obviously, they were hoping for earlier wickets on the back of how they performed yesterday, but of course the ball being older, but they seared through the top 6 yesterday like lightning.
I suppose it's only added to the frustration of that, whatever it was, half hour, 40 minutes. Seals bowls, that's a more dangerous looking bumper, but once again Zaffer's got well underneath it and seen it early, and it flies through to Simpson.
2 for the over.
Oh, that's the second one for the over, is it? He's used up his allocation.
We're all watching Neil Bainton. He's quite exaggerated the way he does that, and tapping his shoulder with 2 fingers and then popping 2 fingers like this sort of Churchill victory sign in the air. I think that's the allocation, isn't it? Two per over of bumpers, but bouncers.
Actually, I mean, I know we're talking too much about the IPL, so people get upset, but that is one thing in this year's IPL which I really do like. Last ball of the over, Seals to Zaffer, who's opening the face, looking to pick up a single, fine on the offside, but Coles fields at backward point, and so just the 1 run from the over, and Gloucestershire 132 for 6, a lead of 70. They are now allowed in the IPL to bowl 2 bouncers and over. Will still be the case, I think, in just about every other T20 league in the world, where it's only 1, so same thing in the Blast, only allowed 1 bouncer per over. But that is just something, it feels, that does just even that battle maybe a little bit, although clearly not borne out by the score, so maybe it's almost a bad thing actually. Perhaps they're getting actually overexcited and bowling too many bouncers, I don't know, but you do feel that maybe only 1 bumper, and especially you feel like you can't use it early in the over either, because then you've used it up, and then they know that you've then got a bowl full, so they're just setting themselves to whack every delivery out the ground. If there's 2 up your sleeve, then you can spread them out a bit more. I don't know. It's a change I think I'd quite like to see in T20 cricket.
Yeah, I think bowlers need all the help that they can get, because it's such an imbalanced game anyway. It's all about the bat. Those big chunky bats, with massive edges, and you can hit a 6. You shouldn't be able to hit a 6 off an edge, should you?
No, the toe end of the bat.
The toe, exactly. Yeah, great big wedges. Hudson Prentice. I was wondering when we'd see Hudson Prentice. Here he is from the sea end as he storms in and bowls. He pops in a little bouncer. And saw that nice and early, Hammond, and delicately ducks out of the way. 132 for 6 now. Gloucestershire with a lead of 70 runs. Just frustrating Sussex out there, these two. Hammond and Gohart. Their 50 partnership up now.
It may not be quick, Hudson Prentice, but the field is set for short pitch bowling, and sometimes if the pitch is a little too paced, then you can still get yourself in difficulties.
Hudson Prentice, he's popped in a short one, and that has been pulled, rolls the wrists over. It's gone along the carpet by Hammond, and it's fielded there at backward square. Oh, the dog's set off again.
Oh dear.
It's probably been left home alone on one of those balconies. Can't see any dogs in the ground.
Barking at mid-air.
You can't take a barky dog to a cricket match, this is the thing, because it's just too much of a distraction.
Well, they call it in America when they do this, in baseball, they call it bark in the park.
Barking.
So they probably don't mind them barking there.
Hudson Prentice, here he is. It's a better length ball, and that's played late, backward of point by Zaffer. That was a lovely subtle shot. Use of the wrist has opened the blade. Zaffer goes on to 24 and the score 134 for 6. I just feel like I want to go and cuddle this dog because it's obviously distressed wherever it is. It hasn't been left alone for too long.
Can't say cuddling was the first thing that came to my mind, but
Oh yes, lots of cuddling with doggies.
I particularly want to
Hudson
go
Prentice.
near an angry dog, actually.
Might just be distressed rather than angry. There we are. Right arm over. And it's gone for the hook shot there. And again, very controlled by Hammond. Rolling the wrists once more. And the ball shoots down towards fine leg on the boundary. They get a single for it. Hammond on to 56 now on the scoreboard. Clicks on to 135 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad enough if the dog doesn't like you, but it's worse if they really do.
If they really like you.
Yeah.
They're all over
End up with
you.
hair all over yourself.
Yeah.
No,
Get a short-haired dog,
thanks.
it's much easier. Hudson Prentice pops in a mini, she's got it a mini bouncer, because it hasn't reared above the head, but it's about shoulder height. There's a signal there from Mark Newell on the bouncer front. The wind again.
Oh, that's
Muffling
not,
the effects,
That's
Mike.
not very nice, is it? Might need to get Adrian to bring out his electric hands again.
Yes. Massage it.
Up on the roof, commanding the wind.
Hudson
He's got
Prentice
serious power here at Hove.
bowls, it's full. And actually it's played on the full toss. There's going to be a shy at the stumps. And it's hit. It's a direct hit, but he's safely in. I think it was it Zaffer running? No, it wasn't. It was Hammond running to the danger end, but grounds his bat. It's a good throw. Now, who threw that? I think it was
James
Coles.
Coles,
It was
yes.
James Coles with the floppy hat, who had a good shy at the stumps and has uprooted the stump. It's just being resettled into place. Put the bails back on Neil Bainton. He's doing just that at the moment, but a good piece of fielding, but he was safely in his ground. Hammond at the danger end. Is that the over?
It is.
It is
Yes.
the over as well.
I mean, a thoroughly pointless exercise because Hammond was probably past the stumps by the time that throw had hit. But never mind, it was exciting, and we like to see exciting cricket. And actually, speaking of potential law changes, there's another one which has been debated.
I am here just to let the studio know in Brighton. Thank you.
Was debated quite a lot in terms of should it be dead ball if the stumps are taken by a throw. Sort of.
So I'm just going to do this update. Sorry, Ed. Well, so far so good for Gloucestershire, but real frustration here for Sussex because the visitors haven't lost a wicket so far this morning. They're now 136 for 6 with Zafar on 25, Hammond on 56. So that means the lead is now extended by Gloucestershire to 72. So these two have certainly done a good job for Gloucestershire this morning, and more frustration for Sussex. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent are 189 for 6 in their second innings. They still trail Surrey by 110, 4 wickets there for Dan Worrell. That affects microphone, it's only got 3
It's
down.
the second time it's done that in the last couple of overs.
Here comes Seals and Bowles, and ducking underneath that is Zafar. I think these two have done an excellent job for Gloucestershire this morning. I mean, they've come out this morning, playing every ball on its merits. And the great thing about this is that this is the way county championship cricket should be. They're not going to give this up, and why should they?
Yeah. Yes, they've shown real application. They've shown some
that's the
grit
word I
and
was looking for.
determination, and it's. I mean, I think you put it very well, and it at least might help things going into the next match.
Totally. In comes Seals down the hill. Bowles up on his toes. Zafar plays it into the offside. There is no run. What it will be doing is just causing a bit of frustration for Sussex. I mean, Sussex will be thinking, well, there's a new ball available in 13 overs, is that right? After this one, 14 over. Yeah, 13 after this one. Robinson and Seals with the new ball are a handful. But it's just, I mean, look at the field now. Sussex have got no one in close at all. There's a third man, deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, then 3 men back on the leg side. So it's a very strange field.
They really are deciding that they're going to bang this in short, ball after ball now.
Seals is in, Bowles, with that he bowls a Yorker, which is very well played by Zafar onto the onside. He's on 25, Hammond on 56. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio. Sussex, Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team for this match. We've had some more emails in which I will get to as we go through the next half hour or so on the lead up to lunch. And thank you again, everybody. It's just great to get the interaction. It really is. Seals back to his mark. Down the hill, Bowles and ducks underneath that to Zafar. It wasn't far. It wasn't that short actually. And it just whizzed over the top of his helmet, and there is no run. So we had the note through from Steve, who was on his commute from Connecticut into New York City, who was listening to us. He then got back to us actually. I don't know whether you and Izzy were talking about that. And he says, many thanks for the call out. You're absolutely right about the New Haven line on Metro North.
Yes.
And indeed it is the red line. I'm just arriving in Grand Central now, but maybe a little too early for cheesecake for breakfast, even in America. Many thanks again, says Steve. That's a wonderful railway station, isn't it, Grand Central? In comes Seals, Bowles, and Zafar clips the ball, pitching around leg stump to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over, 136 for 6. Zafar 25, Hammond on 56.
And all the tracks, not platforms, tracks, are underground, aren't they?
It's a wonderful
But the
station.
concourse is just an amazing piece of architecture, and it's on 42nd Street, isn't it? So you've got Times Square on one side, you've got the Chrysler Building a bit further down 42nd Street. It is. I'd love to go back to New York.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone can get me out there for the World Cup, then. But no, what an experience that would be to go out and see that.
I wonder what the Americans will make of T20 cricket.
Yes, I mean, I think that will be particularly interesting to see what sort of support the American side gets for their home matches. Here's Hudson Prentice bowling. It's a short ball, helped in the air round the corner. It's running away fine, diving effort from fine leg, and he's managed just about to stop the ball. I wonder if it was going to trickle back onto the rope, but it hasn't. And that is 2 runs.
Not sure who that is all the way out there. It's a long way in the distance, but it was a good stop. It was a slower ball, I thought, from Hudson Prentice. It almost seemed to sort of balloon up a little bit like a tennis ball.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was a definitive slower ball bouncer or whether it did just trampoline off the surface. Oh, the food vouchers have arrived. But I shouldn't get so excited, actually, because it's not as though there's much of a choice as to what exactly you can get. So I was excited and then I've tempered it. No slips, Hudson Prentice bowls full, driven by Hammond. Just a flowing drive, but not really a forceful one. And that's come off the bottom part of the bat as well, because he's examining it now, as I think batters do. He's fielded a cover.
See the 12th man out there. I think that might be... maybe it is an Archie Lennon, because Archie Lennon had his number 41 on his back yesterday. So we've got, perhaps the guys could let me know from the club who's the Sussex 12th man.
Whoever it is doesn't look very old.
No.
Hudson Prentice is in back of a length to Hammond, who rises tall to keep that one from danger.
If the guys are listening, that'd be great. Certainly not Bertie Foreman.
No, I was going to say, I remembered him from last year doing a bit of substitute fielding.
Yeah, Bertie has been out in Australia for the winter playing at Manly.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty certain he's back. What a great place to play cricket that is.
Yes. Round the wicket goes Hudson Prentice again, dug in back of a length, not really a genuine short delivery. And once more, Hammond has to be onto his toes to play that one down into the ground, into the offside. Which is it? Is it Aussie rules or is it rugby league that Manly's
Oh, I don't know.
famous for? They've got a team in one of those.
So
So I'm very bad on those.
It's a
those
lovely,
things.
beautiful place to live, though.
I think, is that right? Has it got a, maybe not. Maybe I do just know it from cricket. Here goes Hudson Prentice bowls a filthy
Shot.
full toss, and that's driven for 4, as it should have been. Between mid-off and extra cover, possibly trying the Yorker there, Hudson Prentice, having been bowling short, but way over-pitched. And put away by Hammond, who moves to 62. And Gloucestershire 142 for 6, so the lead is now 80. Yeah, no, perhaps I'm making that up.
These two have, the bad ball has been dispatched, and that's a poor delivery and cracked away.
Last ball of the over, Hudson Prentice bowls a short ball. Hammond has tried to swing that one away, and he's got a bottom edge onto his pad or boot. And there's just that little moment that Sussex are hoping for. Just buy a wicket here with this old ball, open things up, get the new ball going against the lower order / tail, and then polish this off. Hammond's got to be careful with what he's doing there with that short ball, because the trap is very much set, and it's fine to take it on, but he's got to make sure that he keeps the ball down if he's going to go after it. He's got 62. He's faced, I'm not going to do it, 180 deliveries, and it's 142 for 6.
Just to say, Sussex 2s are at Guildford for a 4-day game. Archie Lennon, Bertie Foreman and co are all there, I'm told. Thank you very much for letting me know that. So I'm slightly unsure who the 12th man is. We'll try and find out. But it's going to be another over from Jaden Seals. A couple of emails come in. Phil Pennicott has been in. He lives in London E18. Okay. London E18, or somewhere obviously in East London. As in comes Seals, running him down the hill. Bowls, and that's very well played by Zafar. It was short from Seals, and Zafar waited until the last moment, pulled his head out of the way. The ball goes through to Simpson. There is no run.
South Woodford.
Thank you.
Says the Oracle.
Adrian, Ed and Izzy, says Finn, enjoying the stream. I was present on day 2 Saturday. Well swaddled up against the wind, mind you. Yeah, it was freezing. I felt sorry for Jack Carson, having bowled a double bounce no ball and then getting a first baller. The day and Adrian's repair of the effects microphone reminded me of how irritating it became of every ball being bowled being celebrated as nearly having taken a wicket. In comes Seals bowls, and Zafar again plays that well through to Simpson, no run. This included when Cheteshwar Pujara was middling everything. I'm all in favour of supporting the hard-working bowlers, but do you agree that this oral currency is being debased slightly? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair comment, isn't it? If someone plays a lovely cover drive.
Yes, I think what usually happens is it's incredibly annoying when it's the opposition, but you don't really notice it when it's your team doing it.
Totally, yeah, that's a fair point. Changing the field, John Simpson has brought Tom Alsop up from third man back into first slip. I mean, Sussex still need wicket. Well, they clearly need wickets. I think it makes sense to have some close catches in. Maybe Simpson's seen something. He thinks it warrants bringing Alsop in from third man. In comes Seals bowl, short again. Just ducked underneath it by Safa. And there is no run. Rowan's been in touch, Rowan Grove, and he says, thank you for the coverage. I wondered your thoughts on the Sussex lineup. They're going for an essentially 6-bowler lineup, plus Haynes as an adequate 7 option if fit. It's lovely to have twin spin options, but it feels like we're expecting a lot of runs from Danny Lamb and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Now, the choice of ball favours the seamers again in a potential risk as we start to play the best sides in the division. In comes, let's come back to that in a moment. In comes Seals and Bowles, and right up in the block hole, and Zaffa squirts that one out through mid-wicket. And there is no run, 143 for 6, Zaffa to 26. I think basically what Rowan is saying there is that now we're into the Duke's ball, that it ought to be more difficult for, or easier for bowlers to take wickets, more difficult for batters to score runs. And I think he's making the point there that, you know, we're relying on the all-rounders to score the runs. But at 7 and 8, in Hudson-Prentice, you've got somebody who scored the best part of 900 championship runs last year. And
yeah, he was very consistent.
Yes, he was very consistent. In comes Seals down the hill. Bowles right in behind that is Miles Hammond, plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. If you're just joining us this morning and you were sort of expecting to think, oh, Sussex will have this wrapped up by lunchtime, well, not so, because Zafar Gohar and Miles Hammond, 62 and 26 respectively, have batted really well this morning. Gloucestershire haven't lost a wicket. They're battling away. There are still 68 overs left in the day, and another 11 after this until a new ball will be available. But the lead has been extended now to 81. Is that right? In comes Seals. Down the hill, Bowles, up his toes is Hammond. Wow, real frustration for Sussex. It climbed on Miles Hammond, who was right in behind it, but the ball ballooned in the air towards extra cover. It didn't carry as far as Tom Haynes. And another over drifts by. Jaden Seals has bowled 16 overs. 7 maidens, that's taken 2 for 18. He hasn't taken a wicket so far today. 143 for 6. Takes 62 off of that. Yes, that's right. 81 is the Gloucestershire lead. And these two coming together when the score was 79 for 6. As they've added, 64 for this wicket. And they've batted, shows you great concentration. They've let the good balls go or played defensively. And it's been a fine effort.
There's also been a really fine effort from Jaden Seals. He has bowled fantastically, the big Trinidadian, as Hudson-Prentice bowls a bouncer, which Zafar this time elects to have nothing to do with. I mean, he's exhibited basically everything you'd want from a seam bowler. It seems
totally.
He's shown a nasty bouncer there. He had a Yorker that nearly got through. He's bowled line and length. There's barely been a bad ball in his 16 overs, and he's not bowled them slowly in terms of speed either out of the hand. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and this is played late by Zafar, just running the ball through what is a completely vacant backwater square on the offside in terms of fielders saving the single, and he will collect one more. 27 to him, and Gloucestershire 144 for 6. At least the temporary finish line of lunch is in sight, but to lose one here would be cataclysmic. Short ball helped round the corner by Hammond along the ground, in control despite the hands being launched to the head of, I assume that's Robinson at backward square leg. And Hammond takes one more, 63 to him now, 145 for 6. I was doing a little survey actually around the field to see how many have at least their outer shirts tucked in, because it really is that the majority of cricketers now that don't tuck them in. I think Zafar's one of the few on the field that has theirs tucked in. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls. This is dug out into the onside for no run. I was thinking about Coles because he was the one that started all this off. The wrong name came out.
Early lunch at Derby.
Right.
And still raining.
Well, they can't afford much more rain there, can they,
No,
really,
they
given the
can't.
state of their
I agree.
outfield a couple of weeks ago? That's got to be a little bit concerning, I'd have thought, for Leicestershire, because, you know, that that water can't all have disappeared. Hudson Prentice runs in over the wicket and bowls on the hip of Zafar, who flicks this one to mid-wicket. Coles is in very quickly again with the athletic piece of fielding, but there's nobody on the planet that's going to save a single there with that particular field position. Just sort of 40 yards from the bat, maybe. 146 for 6. So it seems as though Kent have also managed to arrest the slide, at least for now. There's sort of similar partnership to what's going on here between Joey Everson and Matt Parkinson. Those two have been together for a while. Hudson Prentice runs in, he bowls a short ball, it's thumped by Hammond for what will be 4 runs. Pujara's not catching that, through wide long on. And that's the problem when you're bowling short at that pace. You've got so much time, most of the time, to line it up. As long as you just wait for it and don't go through with the shot too early, you can really bash it a long way in front of square, away from the field. And that's exactly what Hammond's done there. He is on to 67. And at the end of that over, Gloucestershire's lead is 88.
Well, Sussex need to stay patient here. There is going to be a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end, and it is going to be Tom Haynes who's going to come into the attack. Vincent's been back in touch again. He's back in Paris, no more in Metz, M-E-S-S, that's how it's pronounced, not Metz. I just came back from my lunch 30 minutes before yours. It was great to follow the game with the three of you and with Ollie Shooksmith, who was here on Saturday this weekend. I couldn't follow Gloucestershire's second innings yesterday, so obviously that's when they collapsed. Today I'm following the game at work, on and off on YouTube. It obviously felt very good to see Goodman and Tom Bryce bowl for the first time this season, with the almost iconic red soles from Tom Bryce's shoes, which were very visible on the stream. It goes on to say a victory would be far-fetched now, but there's a very small possibility of Gloucestershire clinging on to a draw as they're digging in right now. If not, it would be a deserved victory for Sussex, who had a tremendous task ahead of them and have so far been up to the task. Congrats on them anyway, whatever the final results. And best regards to the three of you. That's rather nice.
Okay.
From Vincent over in Paris, which will be hosting the Olympics, won't he, in less than 100 days' time.
What a festival of sport this summer will be.
It is.
T20 World Cup, Euros.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Olympics.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Is it me or you?
I think it's me, isn't it? Oh, no, it is you, sorry.
And it's Tom Haynes. In fact, someone got in touch earlier on, I think it was David, who wondered why Tom Haynes hadn't bowled, and we were speculating maybe he certainly hurt his hand on the first day, but he's okay to bowl. I would compare Tom Haynes, I don't know if you remember Greg Chappell back in the day for Australia, was always somebody who seemed to be brought on to try and get a wicket. He had that habit of doing it. And Tom Haynes similarly, he's in and bowls, and forward comes Zafar, plays to a very straight, short mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, Gloucestershire do seem to have a real knack also of getting out to these sorts of bowlers. I'm thinking back to last week with Adam Lyth coming on and buying the wicket of James Bracey just before tea in Gloucestershire's first innings, having looked in good touch.
He's just one of these bowlers, Tom Haynes. He's always there or thereabouts, making life difficult for the batsman. In comes Haynes, bowls, and clipped away by Zafar down to deep backward square. Jaden Seals races in off the boundary, saves anything more than a single. Total goes to 151 for 6. Zafar to 29. Miles Hammond on 67. New ball available in 9 overs after this, so Sussex won't be panicking just yet, but they'll just be getting a bit edgy. Still a long way to go. There's another 66 overs after this. Haynes in, bowls, Hammond is forward and plays back down the track. Haynes fills off his own bowling, and there is no run.
And I think, again, I'll reiterate what I said, maybe even sort of near first thing, in terms of the way that these two have batted here has just added to the frustration of losing so many wickets.
Yes, totally. That's a very good point.
Even if it had just been the wickets that were down to sort of minor misjudgment or a fantastic piece of bowling that got rid of Ollie Price, you just only 4 down overnight, and that's exactly what they were down against Yorkshire.
Haynes in, bowls, clipped away off about middle and leg by Hammond. He picks up a single. Again, it's Jaden Seals who comes into field. He goes to 68. The interesting field here, Ed, that Sussex have always got an arc of fielders.
Yeah, it's almost like the umbrella field, isn't it?
Yes.
They were talking about in the Ashes last year
Yes.
that was employed.
And there is 5 of them there in a semicircle
I think it's pretty much the umbrella, actually, isn't it?
in front of Zafar, who waits. Haynes is in, bowls, and Zafar is steadfastly forward. Players out into the offside. There is no run. Another over drifts by. 152 for 6. Hammond on 68. Zafar on 29. These two coming together when the score was 79. So they've added 21 plus 52 is 73 for the Gloucestershire 7th wicket. And the lead is now 90, is that right? Yes.
It should be, I think, yes.
Yeah. So, Sussex still very much in the ascendancy here. Effectively, Gloucestershire 90 for 6 with 66 overs remaining in the day. But these two are really battled away well, and you just never know. Jack Carson's coming back into the attack. 18 overs, 5 maidens. He's taken 1 for 24. In the next over, or at the end of the over, Jack, I will play this audio from Georgia Adams. We've been talking about Sussex not getting one of the 8 women's teams, and it'd be interesting to hear what Georgia said when she spoke to the BBC.
Yep, very much so. And as you say, Gloucestershire also not selected as one of those 8 teams, nor selected for one of the 2 teams that will be joining in a couple of years' time after it starts next year. Carson bowls, Hammond leans forward to defend. Also rather noticeable that almost half the Western Storm side 2 days ago were Gloucestershire products, and Gloucestershire's women thrashing Cricket Wales yesterday. The commitment doesn't stop, even if... As there's a shot for leg before wicket, but I'm sure there was an inside edge there. I could see the inside edge even from here.
Yeah,
Big,
totally.
thick one onto the pad, and it was a strangled shout. I mean, it's the first actual shout for anything
No, I
Sussex
agree.
have had this morning.
I agree.
But, yeah, massive inside edge. It certainly looked like that from here anyway. Here's Carson. Bowling. Hammond. Oh, he's beaten. That's a beautiful
Yes, it is a
piece of
beauty.
bowling. Lovely flight, dip, little bit of grip and turn, perfect line and length, drawing Hammond forward. Understandably felt he had to play at it, but then the turn past the outside edge and through to Simpson. That's another one of those. Just tip your cap to a good piece of bowling.
No, totally.
Deliveries. I've been really impressed with Carson here. He bowls now, and Hammond this time does get back to ball, runs it into a gap between backward point and cover, sets off for a single, which he'll make easily. And he's on to 69, 153 for 6. And be glad to be up the other end after those last couple of deliveries. Beaten pretty much on the inside edge. Would have been plumb if he hadn't got the edge to it, I suspect. And then the one that turned after that to beat the outside edge. His length has been great, Carson, in his spell of bowling here. He's on there again. Zafar leans forward to defend. I don't think he hasn't bowled too full. So often you see, you think, oh well, yes, you want to get them driving, but he hasn't overpitched to allow many drives, but he's also not been pulled or cut at all. Carson bowls, that one probably could have been pulled actually, but Zafar seemingly, you'd think, in the frame of mind to get through to lunch with just over 5 minutes left, so we'll probably get one more over of Carson before that lunch break. That's Gloucestershire 153 for 6, lead is 91. And the other bit of really good news, at least from this morning session for Sussex, even if they've not taken a wicket yet, is the over rate is now +2.
Yeah.
They've rattled through these overs, partly because they want to make sure they get all their overs in, and we will have had exactly 32 overs. In fact, we might get an extra over in, might we?
Well,
we might get an extra over in this morning, so they've rattled through them to that extent, and that then means that in the afternoon they will be able to have Robinson and Seals bowling as much as they want.
Yes, they will. What have we got left in the day? 65 overs left in the day. The field, there's just the one slip in place. Again, we've got this sort of umbrella effect, which Ed was describing, with 4 men in a semicircle in front of Miles Hammond, who's 69 not out. Haynes is in, bowls. Hammond is forward, plays into the offside. This is a danger time now for Gloucestershire, isn't it? There's 5 minutes to go to lunch. These two have battled through lunch.
Yeah.
You don't want to, you just don't want to make a mistake, having done so much hard work. These two go in without a wicket having gone down today. The other guys on the balcony probably think, well, if I could do my bit, if I could hang around for 5-6 overs when it comes to my turn. Haynes around the wicket, bowls. Hammond stretches forward. He's faced 193 balls, Miles. It's been a tremendous effort. Great effort of concentration.
And it's also so important Hammond is still there. As much as Zafar's wicket is obviously enormous, if Hammond is there, potentially sort of, last wicket partnership, then Hammond has the ability to tee off and start trying to go for some extra runs if that's needed.
Haynes in again, bowls. Hammond is forward, plays it down the onside of the track. They've taken one, and they'll settle for a single. Hammond goes to 70, 154 for 6. I will play at the end of this over. I'll just play this audio from George Ravens. I've been promising it for the last 5 minutes or so it's probably frustrating for our listeners that I haven't done yet. Zafar on strike. Simpson, as you would expect, standing up to the stumps. It all suddenly feels quite tense here at Hove. Haynes in again, bowls, and Zafar stretches forward, plays out into... Who's that? Is that Ollie Robinson? No, it's not. It's Tom Clark. He fields the ball at mid-off. There is no run. We will get another over in before lunch. The digital clock showing 12:57. Jaden Sills is being dispatched out to the deep mid-wicket boundary by Tom Haynes. I need to get a move on here because I don't want to miss out on another over. 2 balls left in this, the 73rd over. Zafar just waits, and in comes Haynes around the wicket and balls. Oh, dug out. Good delivery by Tom Haynes. I can't believe that hasn't gone through Zafar's defences. He did well just to get the bat down that and squirt it out onto the onside.
It's such a theme, both sides in this match, with the inside edges all missing. We haven't had a single played on yet, but we could have had about 5 or 6, it feels like, combined.
154 for 6. The lead is 92 for Gloucester. And now another change in the field. James Coles is going out to a deeper mid-wicket, not all the way back to the boundary, but about 2/3 of the way, and a more orthodox mid-wicket going in place. This is all delaying things, Sussex need to just get a move on here. They don't want to miss out on bowling another over.
They'll be fine.
They should be fine. The clock's ticked over to 12:58. It's the last ball of the over. And Haynes is coming in to bowl to Zafar. He's in and bowls, and Zafar's up on his toes. Plays it onto the onside. It's just a single. No, it's not a single. 154 for 6. Let me just play this audio, which George Adams had to say about the women's game. If I can get it to play. Oh, it's frustrating. It's just loading up. I should have had it ready to play.
We could.
Oh, here we go.
I think it's quite difficult for counties like Sussex and Kent, obviously, who have been quite prolific in the women's game, and they got a lot of things right in the very early days when other clubs weren't that interested in women's cricket. They were there and they were providing a lot of support for women's cricket. So it is tough to take for those counties, and obviously as the Sussex captain, I do feel for them because I know how much they've given.
We'll just break off. We'll play it again just when we go off for lunch, I think.
Carson to Hammond. This is driven through the covers. Controlled shot again from Hammond to pick him up another run. 71 he has, lead of 93. I think you feel just that little bit more calm as a Gloucestershire supporter with Hammond leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end in this over. Sussex also quite happy to bowl at Zafar because they feel that that's where the wicket is more likely to come for them. But equally, if Sussex can get Hammond out, then it really changes everything. Not just because of what I was saying the previous over, but it's so much easier for a lower order stroke tail ender to bat with a top order player. Carson bowls to Zafar, who plays an immaculate looking forward defensive shot. 4 balls to go until the lunch interval. Sussex with no obligation to hurry through this over. Carson can take as much time as he likes, really draw it out. Silly point, 2 slips, short leg. Carson bowls, bit shorter. That's easier for Zafar to play. He's got plenty of time to read that one off the pitch, whether it's going to be the occasional one that just grips, and it really has only been the odd one. Most of these deliveries are just going on. But you've just got to watch for the one that does turn. Carson round the wicket, bowls, and Zafar is forward over the ball. Another solid looking block with 2 deliveries to go until the break. Clouds getting darker. Not really looking like they're bearing rain yet, but it has got gradually darker through the morning session. Carson bowls now to Zafar. That's shorter, allowing Zafar to cut. Doesn't really hammer it, as he knows there's that sweeper at deep point anyway. Pujara wins the race actually from extra cover, and they add a single. So Zafar has 30. He's only scored 29 runs in this morning session, but goodness me, are those 29 runs valuable. Last ball before lunch. Hammond to face, Carson to bowl, driven by Hammond, and it's driven into Hudson Prentice at silly point. I'm not sure whether that bounced before it got to Hudson Prentice, or whether it could have looped up off his boot or shin pad to somewhere else, but it deflects the other way, and there's no run. And that is the end of a wicketless morning session for Sussex. Gloucestershire have moved from 81 for 6 to 155 for 6. Hove for the final afternoon session of this County Championship match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire will resume on 156 for 6 with Miles Hammond and Zafar Gohar having blunted the Sussex attack in the morning session, but arguably things are about to get tougher for them because they'll have to fight through 6 overs with this old ball, and then the new one will be available, and Messrs Robinson and Seals, I'm sure, will be lining up, licking their lips for that second new ball to come, and that might be Sussex's time to strike. Hammond has 71. He's faced 195 deliveries between last night and this morning's session, and Zafar Gohar 30 from 109 deliveries. And you rather suspect, as Sussex have got through 7 bowlers in that morning session, you suspect that they are going to try and rattle through these overs as quickly as they can to get to that second new ball, because they want to be buying themselves as much time as possible to knock off the runs that they will have to knock off, as the lead sits at 94. And of all the bowlers I expected to be opening the bowling in the afternoon session, Tom Alsop was not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, even 8th choice.
It's a surprise bowler, and I think that's good thinking from the skipper there, Simpson.
Why not?
They're not expecting that after lunch, are they, for Alsop to come on?
And I'm afraid to say I have no idea what he bowls, because I didn't expect him to be bowling. It looks like, oh gosh, it's very round arm slingy stuff, whatever it is, and he's bowling over the wicket to Zafar Gohar. Oh, that was tight, that second run. I think Zafar was probably just home, but he ran a bizarre route there, did Zafar. He was running on one side of the pitch, and then he suddenly swooped over to the other side and ran about 5 yards further than he had to, which suddenly made that an awful lot closer than it needed to be. Dear me.
This is what happens when you get a surprise, the gimmick bowler, who's actually a wicket-keeper.
On 58 for 6, Alsop bowls, drags one down the leg side. There's a chap for caught behind here, but not out. Might just have clipped the pad. And there's hands to faces, but Alsop has turned on his heel and walked back to his mark. So I think he knew that that wasn't out. Gosh. Well, it is working, clearly. Everything's suddenly kicking off out there. Alsop moves in, he bowls, and a forward defence from Zafar back to the bowler. I wonder if even this online system has got something down. I mean, to be honest, we're watching through the bowler. I'm not sure if he's bowling medium paces or if he's trying to put some turn on this. He's in now and it bowls, and once again it's on the pads of Zafar. This time he does make contact with it and it's clipped to mid-wicket. There's no run. He does have 3 first-class wickets, does Tom Alsop. But in his 93 first-class matches, I don't think he's bowled in many of them. Alsop is in, bowls tucked off the pads again by Zafar to mid-wicket. Repeat performance of the previous delivery. 9 times in 92 games prior to this he's bowled. He does have 3 wickets and an average of 37. Alsop bowls, really slingy flat delivery which Zafar plays back to the bowler. 2 from the over. Zafar's rehearsing a cart into the flats, which is really what he would like to do, I think, to Tom Alsop's bowling, but he knows he mustn't. And it's 158 for 6, 2 runs from the over, and the lead is 96.
Well, the thing is, they've never, Gohar or Hammond, I doubt they've ever faced the arm of Alsop, the slow left arm slingy action of Alsop. There's a little bit of spin on it. There was the arm ball as well at the end there, wasn't there? That was flung down a little bit quicker. But I wonder how long it's going to take them to get used to Alsop's bowling. It won't take too long, but anyway, we've only got 5 more overs before the new ball is taken. So John Simpson is trying to use up these overs in the most imaginative way possible. And Carson is coming back on, and Simpson is just rearranging his field at the moment, moving his soldiers around the battlefield. So that silly point is still there, the slip and the short leg, and Fielder coming across from the leg side to, looks like the backward point position on the single. In fact, I think that is Alsop over there at backward point. After his 1 over, went for 2 off that. Now here's Carson, who is Definitely a spinner we've seen before. Here he is, bounding in, bowling, and that's defended by Hammond, who's now on 71. And this partnership should be worth, I think, is it 80 now? I think it is worth 80 between these two. Great rear guard action from Hammond and Zaffer, particularly Hammond, who's been out there for over 4 hours. That's played into the offside, finds the fielder. It's Pujara at extra cover, who picks that up in the ring. No run. Carson continues, busily polishing this old worn-out ball in its 76th over. Quite a blustery wind as Carson comes in and bowls, goes onto the back foot, and that's elegantly played. There's going to be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, at the bowler's end, but he misses. I think that was Allsop, wasn't it? He's got a good flat arm, and he was certainly safely home. Hammond, he's running to the danger end. It's going to be Zaffer who's facing. He's on 32, and these two doing remarkably well. Really frustrating Sussex here, who are eager beavers for that new ball, that's for sure. It's just on the horizon. So 2 slips now. The silly point has been taken out for Zaffer, but that short leg is still in there. Carson up onto his toes now. Just saunters in and bowls. Defended, played late, gets the bat down on it late, Zaffer, but keeps it out. There is a deep extra cover, almost really a deep point rather than extra cover, in front of the scoreboard there. But as far as I can see, nobody else on the boundary. Carson. In he comes, gives it an extra twirl. Hasn't beaten the bat. It wasn't that close to the stumps, was it?
No.
You've got a better view than me.
No,
There's a bit of theatre going on out there.
Yes, I mean, it was close enough that, having gone on with the arm, Sussex are trying to get him to play at that ball. They want him playing it, bringing those 2 slips in play.
Just finding a bit of rough out there. Carson, again pitching it up as a big shout for LBW, but Mark Newell is unmoved. That was a full-blooded yell, tribal yell from the Sussex team, but to no avail. We might have a look at a replay in a second when it comes up. Here we are. Ed's got it up on the screen. Let's have a good look at this from Carson. It is the end of the over anyway, 159 for 6. Here's the replay with Carson coming in again.
Just probably hasn't straightened enough. That was my initial thought when I saw it first. And it hasn't really straightened, has it? It's struck him probably middle and leg. He's got a big stride forward, and it's off spin from round the wicket. I would be surprised if that were hitting, to be honest. Certainly worth a shout, though. You might have got it on another day. Don't ask, don't get. Allsop starts his second over with his unorthodox left armers, and he's not pitched that one, and Hammond drives the full toss to mid-off. Perhaps in another situation again, Hammond would have been looking for something a little bit more expansive. Robinson doing some loosening at mid-on. This is just fired in by Allsop, and it's pushed to point by Hammond. He'll take a single, and plaudits for Cheteshwar Pujara off the deep backward point boundary. He's managed to stop them from coming back for a second run there. Hammond moves on to 73. That was his 200th ball faced. 160 for 6. A wren in the background. Allsop bowls. This is defended into the onside by Zaffer. He was a wren.
Ren, are you a bit of a twitcher as well, Ed?
Actually, yes, I do. I do quite like seeing the different species. I'm not going to be travelling halfway across the country to go and see a lesser yellowlegs or something. This is steered away by Zaffer, a sort of late cut down to Pujara at deep backward point, and he takes another single. Lead ticks up to 99. I apologise for this prodigious wind noise. It's sort of a trade-off between having the loud noise of the wind versus having no noise from the middle. Hammond drives this next delivery into the covers. They will probably get 2 this time. Pujara picks up and throws. Non-striker's end is his target. Oh, gosh. Gosh, that would have been close to Zaffer being level with the stumps as he passed. A 2 taken, 163 for 6. As Hammond has 75 now. Just exploiting the gaps in the field. The lead is over 100. for Gloucestershire. Allsop to Hammond, punched off the back foot. There'd probably be another 2 here, although this might be a bit, no, in fact it's going to be more comfortable even than the last one. Right between Pajara round from deep backward point and Lamb at extra cover, and so that over has cost 6 runs from Allsop. He will have possibly 1 more before the second new ball. Gloucestershire 165 for 6, the lead is 103, 60 overs left, so you take 2 off plus the 1 in progress, so at the moment Sussex have 57 overs with which to play with to chase whatever Gloucestershire can set them.
Yes, you get the feeling there's a little bit of anxiety seeping into the Sussex camp down there. We've also got to think about the light. I know that Adrian mentioned it earlier, that there's a certain amount of gloomy weather approaching, possibly a bit of rain around 3 o'clock, 40% chance according to Ed's app. But we're not using the lights as well, so
yes,
if it does get gloomy, I know there's a light meter reading taken, isn't there, at the beginning of the game, or the beginning of the day. Carson, here he is once more. C-end, 16 on his back. Here he is, bowls. And defended there by Zaffer on 33. Gloucestershire 165 for 6.
The one good thing from Sussex's perspective is that they have stayed out in quite gloomy conditions in the first 3 days, so that needs to be consistent, of course, throughout the match.
2 slips, Carson on his toes, bowls, and that's played into the offside. Nice looking shot off the back foot, just rocks onto the back foot. That goes out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and 1 run is taken. So Zaffer on to 34. Hammond now facing.
Definitely was a wren.
A wren,
Right.
you're good at spotting them.
The most common breeding bird in the UK, I think, a wren.
Mm-hmm.
Not the pigeon.
Or the chicken.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yes.
We talked a lot about chickens yesterday.
I think possibly referring to the
Roast
wild, but yeah,
chicken.
that's true. Aren't there supposed to be more chickens than humans or something on the planet?
Really? Carson, he's coming over the wicket this time. I like to see that. It's pitched on leg stump. Trying to work that into the onside. Finds the fielder, Hammond, no run. He just needs to experiment a bit here, doesn't he? Because they're not making the breakthrough. Still the old ball. 3 overs away from that new bright red shiny cherry on the horizon. Hammond just composing himself here. Short leg. Silly points back in place. That's Carson bowls. Whoa! And that has been given. Yes, it has. Now, was that a caught behind? I wonder if that got a little nibble. That was difficult to tell. We're going to have a look at the replay, whether that just caught an edge. Might well have been that. We'll see what the replay comes up with. Let's have a look where he's caught. Has he got a little tickle on this? This is Hammond. Carson bowling. This is the replay I'm commentating on. He's in and bowls. Whoa.
He's giving him
He's
LBW.
giving him LBW, yep. That was quite difficult to tell whether he got any bat on it, but that looks like an LBW shout. So that's the end of that partnership, and a huge sigh of relief around the ground here for the Sussex fans and the team, as that partnership was moving on in leaps and bounds. 87 between those two off 226 balls. That's the partnership between Zaffer and Hammond. Done a bit of damage this morning. It will be, I think, is it Actor to come in next, or was it Goodman?
Goodman.
Actually, it
I
is Goodman. The
suspect,
Hulk of
yes.
Goodman has walked onto the outfield. So that was a wicket down. They haven't changed the scoreboard yet. And that was Hammond out for 77.
77.
Yeah, off 203 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6.
Bitter blow for Gloucestershire, and probably, if not the final blow, certainly a huge way towards winning this now for Sussex, because, as I say, the runs factor, the ability to build this total up to 150, 160, that was, a lot of that was relying on Hammond, because he is the top order bat, and he's somebody who can just change to trying to find boundaries quickly. Now it's, you know, lower order and lower order, whereas you had top order and lower order. And yeah, I mean, the LBW shout, I mean, again, you know, totally different story with the referral system, but it was certainly close enough.
So Goodman comes forward, meets the pitch of the ball there, all 6'6" of him, the giraffe towering over that ball. And Carson looking for another here. He's 2 for 29 off nearly 22 overs with 5 maidens. Figures there for Carson, very tidy, economical. Right arm over comes Carson to the right hand. There's another big shout for LBW. Yes, it's been given. Absolutely, that looked pretty straight. LBW, Goodman is out. PDQ, pretty darn quick. He's only faced 2 deliveries and they've got rid of him. Yeah, chaos out there now for Gloucestershire, having broken up that partnership between Hammond and Zaffer. And it is all crumbling around them now.
So that is the 6th LBW of the innings. Now, all the wickets, apart from Charlesworth, scored at points and Price's bowled. LBW, I don't think there was any doubt about that one. I think there was significant doubt about Hammond's, potentially. But Goodman's there, and that just looked absolutely straight. I mean, they're showing the Hammond's on the big screen. I think, you know, you'd question whether it pitched in line, and you'd probably also question whether it maybe turned a bit as well. But there's only one person's opinion that matters, and who's got a better view than I have. But I don't think there was any doubt about Tom Goodman's one. The instant that hit the pad, my finger was going up. So 8 down, and it's amazing, isn't it? Just a break for lunch. Haven't even got to that second new ball, and we've seen it several times, particularly from Gloucestershire in the match, where one wicket's been followed pretty quickly by another. If you can just break a partnership, so often another follows, whether it's both set batters or somebody who's been really nervously wandering around the dressing room, in Goodman's case, waiting to get in. Unfortunately, although he's bowled very well, he's probably the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, actually, 3 for 79, but he has bagged a pair with the bat. And out comes Zaman Akhtar. So this is the partnership that was really useful for Gloucestershire in the first innings. They put on 86, and they're going to need to do something similar here if Gloucestershire are going to have some sort of hope, something to bowl at, or potentially hoping the weather comes into play. And this will be the last over from the Cromwell Road end before the second new ball, and the ball has been whipped out of Tom Alsop's hand. Thank you very much, but James Coles is going to get the bowling. Carson will then definitely have one more. You wonder whether he's bought himself another over or two, having taken those 2 wickets. 3 for 29 from 22 overs from Carson. Figures were looking great even before that over with the 2 wickets in, but they look superb now. Coles bowling to Zaffer. This is cut firmly in front of square. Work to do for Pujara around the boundary. He will get there, but Zaffer will come back for a second run as Pujara has to throw across his body. Coles has taken the stumps very smartly. It was a good, accurate throw from Pujara, but Zaman Akhtar was well home at the non-striker's end. So 2 runs to Zafar Gohar. He moves to 36. Lead up to 106. I wonder whether Zaffar's thoughts have changed at all. He now feels, actually, I can't just continue striking at kind of 20, well, it's 28 at the moment. It's a late cut again from Zafar. He will pick up a single out to Pujara once again at deep point. And that's 37 now to Zafar.
I don't think he'll mind exposing Akhtar either.
No.
I mean, we know Akhtar can bat. We saw him in the first innings, and it was these 2 that worked well together, communicated well together, and put on that partnership. I think it was the 9th wicket partnership, wasn't it, in that first innings, worth 86. So these 2 have a great relationship out in the middle. That's the only hope, really, for Gloucestershire here, just to try and stretch this lead, nibble away at it. 106 now, Gloucestershire.
So Akhtar on strike for the first time. Does tend to like to play his shots, so is he just going to be able to play his natural game here? Coles bowls to Akhtar, who flicks this one confidently to square leg. Pujara is the only one seemingly allowed to do any fielding at the moment, and there's no run. Everybody up now, so very much tempting Akhtar to have a go at this. There's 2 slips, there's a short leg and there's a leg slip as Akhtar goes back into his crease and plays this back to the bowler. 45 not out, which was a career best for him in the first innings. To go with his 5 wicket haul last week, been an excellent start to the season for him. Coles is in, and this is worked fine past the leg slip, and I think that's going to have enough legs on it to go to the boundary. It does. Pajara, of course, it is Pajara in pursuit. And it's 4 runs. How close was that to that leg slip in place for just such a shot? 173 for 8. Lead is 1-1-1. See whether I can see whether that was in the air as it passed. Leg slip. I mean, it was probably short and also wide of him. He's managed to flick it into the right place. I think there's another helmet coming out here. Yeah, Jack Carson is going under the helmet. So that's interesting. Does that mean that he's not going to bowl the next over? Are we going to have another delay as shin pads and helmets are removed
I
again?
don't think he's putting shin pads on though, is he? He's
no,
not wearing
that's true.
shin
It's
pads.
just the helmet.
It's just the helmet. Which I think he will get the next over.
Oh, here we go. We've got 5 round the bat now. 2 slips, leg slip, leg gully, short leg, but they've sent 2 back on the boundary trying to give Akhtar the single. Coles bowls and Akhtar doesn't oblige because he's just defended the ball towards mid-on, who is still allowing the dot ball, as it were, as 7 runs have come from the over, and Gloucestershire 173 for 8. 1 over left till that new ball.
Well, Ollie Robinson's had a bit of a rest this morning. We haven't seen too much of him this morning, so he'll be geared up if they require the new ball.
Not even get that far.
He'll have a bit of steam to release. Ollie Robinson. He likes to come down the hill, doesn't he? That's his favourite end at the Cromwell Road end. But Carson will take this possible last over with the old ball. He's picking up wickets. He's got very tasty figures. Carson 3 for 29. There's 2 LBWs previously in his last over. Hammond out for 77. Here is Carson, right arm over to go hard. They will take a single. They won't mind that, Sussex. That's what they want. And that brings Akhtar, the new batter, to the danger end of things. He's currently on 4, having hit 1 boundary. He's just taking his guard. So Sussex will want to demolish, get these last 2 wickets as quickly as possible, and get out there and knock off the runs. But still an obstacle or 2, because Akhtar can bat, and these 2 know how to bat together. 174 for 8. The lead now 112 runs as Carson continues, and there's a big crowd around that bat, crowding the bat. Short leg and a leg slip, 2 slips. And a silly point, that's whipped into the leg side using his wrists there, Akhtar, for an easy single. They just go through. In fact, there were 5 around the bat. The field will adjust for Gohar, who's taking guard again. 175 for 8 now, and Akhtar on to 5. Gloucestershire leading by 113. Field spreading somewhat as Carson leaps into action and bowls his off breaks, comes forward, meets the pitch, the ball, defends. Zafar on 38, and very much a rearguard action from him as well, off 126 deliveries. Very circumspect innings, needed to be. The state that they were in last night, Gloucestershire. Again defends, you can hear the thud of the ball on the bat. Sussex trying extremely hard here to get this wicket. So we've got 2 slips. A silly point has been taken out. We've got 2 men on the boundary on the offside, backward of point and extra cover. And mid on and mid off have come back a little bit, just to give the single. Eased off a little bit. It's Carson. It's in again, and there will be a single here. Plenty of singles to be had. And Gohar snatches the single. He goes on to 39 now. 176 for 8. Akhtar now facing. It takes quite a while to rearrange the field with 2 batters at different tempos. And a right-hand, left-hand combination as well, of course. The over rate's +1 because we've seen an awful lot of spin. So they've got that in the bank, Sussex. Carson bowls, and there's a nervous push at that. It gets a thick edge. Look at least 2 for this. So Akhtar turns for the second and comes back. So 2 to Akhtar. He goes on to 7 now. 178 for 8, Gloucestershire. These are all much needed runs here, Gloucestershire, just to get this lead up. 115 now. Plenty of overs left in the day, 57 remaining in the day. You just feel that the only thing that could possibly save them is bad light. We do have some gloomy weather approaching. We talked about the possibility of rain at 3 o'clock, perhaps a small shower. Right.
New ball taken, yes. You probably just about heard that round the PA system, so it is no more that nasty old Duke's ball is going to be sent off for use in the nets in disgrace. Zaffar's got 39, Axe's got 7, and it will be Zafar Gohar to face Ollie Robinson, who's been handed the new ball and will bowl from the Cromwell Road end. 3 slips, mid-off and a mid-on, and everybody else is back on the boundary. They're not particularly interested in bowling it. Zafar. Robinson in and bowls, and a forward defence from Zafar. He's played it very straight so that there's not going to be a run, despite the fact that, I'm not sure who that is at mid-on. It's just, I think it might be Hudson Prentice at mid-on. It's just sort of escorted the ball halfway towards the boundary as if to say, well, you know, I would have let you have one there, actually. It's a bit surprising, really. Zaffar's batted very well in this match, but you've got a new ball, and I don't know, I mean, just think if you get Zafar here, then, well, actually, I suppose you can get either of them, but, you know, why would you sort of limit yourself to just getting one of them out? But you feel they'll get there in the end, Sussex, either way. Robinson bowls, harrow drive from Zafar Gohar down to fine leg. Yet another inside edge has beaten the stumps. Incredible number in this match. Zafar's got 40. He gets off strike, but not in particularly convincing fashion.
Now, why is it called a harrow drive?
Do you know?
No, do you know?
I'm guessing you know.
Well, no,
you're totally
no.
asking me that.
I think someone explained it to me a long time ago, but I've forgotten. We'll have to look it up.
No, I don't know why it's called that.
Let me do the research.
I mean, you know, we're still allowed to say that rather than the particular type of cut, I think.
Rather than what? The Winchester
well, actually,
cut?
I think you can still say a French cut, can't you? Because that's probably okay. You still have a French cut.
I don't think the French are going to be too insulted.
No.
I mean, they play French cricket, let's face it. It's not the best sport in the world.
Short leg in as well for Zaman Akhtar. Robinson in bowls to the tall right-hander. This is driven gorgeously by Zaman Akhtar through mid-off, timed to perfection, and to the boundary it goes. A shot of defiance from Zaman Akhtar. He moves to 11, and Gloucestershire 183 for 8. Lead is 121. So that shot especially certainly seems to answer the question as to how Akhtar's going to play this. He's not just going to bed in and try and survive some deliveries. Possibly he feels, I'm actually gaining myself some runs to bowl at. Perhaps that's the better way of going about things. Robinson runs in, bowls, and this is tapped away towards backward point. Zafar wants a single, and Akhtar says get back. As he returns to the non-striker's end. It's slightly unpleasant, really, that noise. I'm just going to turn that off for a few moments until it dies down. No, it's still there. I have no idea what it wasn't doing this the last few days, and it's actually not as windy as it was a couple of days ago. I must be going from exactly the wrong direction. It's subsided a bit now. Robinson runs in bowls to Akhtar, who tries to tuck this one through the onside, but the ball will just almost apologetically dribble to mid-on.
Yes, a quick explanation of the harrow. You call it the harrow drive, or the Chinese cut, Surrey cut, the French cut, the inside
Surrey
edge.
cut? I don't think
the
I've heard
Surrey
that one
cut.
before.
These are all coming up here on. It's not Wikipedia, it's something else. Synonyms denoting in cricket the batsman's strike on the ball when the edge of the bat touches the ball and directs it to the leg side of the field.
Last ball of the over. Field moves back, allowing the single, and they're going to get it, as mid-on was not particularly quick to move off his mark, but then perhaps it was in the back of his mind that they wanted to allow the single anyway. So despite the fact that the ball barely made it off the pitch, Akhtar's through for 1. He'll keep the strike. He's on 12. Gloucestershire 184 for 8. Lead of 122. Yeah, certain amount of reviewing going on by those presumably able to see the pictures for the Hammond LBW. I think it's fair to say that I wasn't alone in my slight surprise that Hammond was given out, but there we go. You put yourself, I suppose, in a situation where, you know, you can't afford to lose one wicket. You missed the ball, and there we go. But yeah, anyway, there we go. It's happened.
So Carson just turning his arm over there. He's back. So is Carson with the new ball. That's I think a bit of a surprise as well, perhaps for the batters out there. Not expecting it, although Carson does gets a bit of extra bounce if he hits the seam with his rippers. He bowls and there's a sweep shot, good looking sweep shot, and it should be 4 runs. Yes, it is. From Akhtar. He's not going to hang around. Why would you hang around in this situation of 188 for 8? Akhtar goes on to 16 of 11 deliveries.
I was just pointing out, we should do a change at the end of the over, the old double headset swap. Izzy will stay on, and then I will nip
the end of the over. Yes, what is the time? I'm getting all confused.
10 past, so we've done half an hour.
Half an hour, you're right. Carson, here he is. Hop, skip and a jump, and he's bowling. Oh, genuine play and a miss there. Just a bit of fencing from Akhtar. And Carson all over him there. Getting a little bit more grip and turn. Just using that prominent seam. Biting into the pitch. It is day 4. You'd expect it to be doing something. Akhtar on 16, Carson in again. Comes forward, another play and a miss. Yeah, just coming forward and making contact. Sort of half-hearted, really.
Another good call from Simpson this so far to give the new ball to Carson. Not just think, go straight to Seals. Carson is making an awful lot happen.
Because he's done this before, hasn't he, of course, in the first innings. Carson bowled with that new ball as well. Here he is, Carson, continuing. Right arm. Oh, and that's whipped into the leg side. Oh, there's a shot at the stumps, but easily home there as he makes it to the other end, the danger end. Akhtar. That's another run, 189 for 8. And the lead, 127 now, Gloucestershire. As the field readjusts once more, so we've got the left-handed Zafar. All right, getting into their positions, all the fielders out there. And Carson also trying to redirect Bajara. He said he wants, no, I want you on the offside, Bajara. So he's jogging over, probably into the extra cover, just going to plug that hole out there, the extra cover region, on the single. Seals creeps in, make sure he's on the single as well, and Carson floats it, wow! There was a majestic shot, but it didn't make contact. Everything was thrown at that. The kitchen sink, the toaster, the whole lot. The dishwasher.
That ball was getting wet if he made contact with that. That was going into the sea.
He was aiming for deep mid-wicket. Well, he was aiming for over the pavilion into the next county somewhere. 189 for 8. Carson. Floating it up again. And that has been slapped out towards the boundary where it will be fielded. A deep extra cover. He got hold of it that time, and a run is taken. So a single, 190 for 8, and Akhtar goes on to 17.
Right, so I think, as it's the end of the over, I shall keep talking for just a few seconds and allow enough time for a little swap of headsets. I can tell you before now that Kent are 8 down now against Surrey, so Surrey are moving in for the kill, with Cameron Steele having taken another wicket and Joey Everson removed by Tom Laws.
We might soon be the only game playing, you know. We're still playing at the Aegeus Bowl. Ollie Robinson. So the lead, as you were saying, is he 128? And the point is here, isn't it, that Zafar's probably thinking, we know, quick 20, 30, these are all runs that Sussex have got to get, which will take time out of the game. Robinson running down the hill, bowls to Zafar, who turns us onto the onside. Well, he's quite happy to get back to the strike, isn't he? One more to the total, 191 for 8. 54 overs left after this one. Sussex will lose 2 for the change of innings, if and when that happens. I mean, you know, if it was I'm not entirely sure where the weather's coming from. It is clouding up, and I think Ed was saying there's a chance of a shower. They're saying at 3 o'clock. Oh, crumbs. This will be very nail-biting.
Yeah, it's
It
getting
has
a bit
got
gloomy.
quite. No, it is. No, it definitely is. 3 slips go down. Ollie Robinson coming into bowl. That's Actor, he's in and bowled, and that's hammered out. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Jaden Seals saw that at backward point. Often it's very difficult to pick up the ball when you're fielding, at least when you're batting, when the light isn't great, you know where the ball's coming from. And I think Jaden Seals didn't even see it. I didn't either, actually. I just saw Seals running back.
Yeah. Well, at least when you're batting, you've got sight screens, but
Well,
when you're fielding,
totally.
you've
Yeah,
got the
yeah.
background of the dark grass.
Yeah.
And the black clouds at the moment looming over us.
Actor goes to 21, 195 for 8. Take 62 off of that, you get the lead, which is now, what, 132? In comes Robinson. But, he beats Actor outside the offside. How did that not hit the stumps? What am I talking about? Yeah, 195, take off 62. Come on, Adrian, you're better than that. 133, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Well, Sussex have been very patient today, but they'll... And if the weather was going to be fine, you'd still think Sussex are in with it. And no one says it's going to hose it down with rain, but it just will be at the back of their minds. I
Yeah,
think.
certainly the light, that's for sure.
Robinson in bowls, a waft outside the off stump by Actor through to Simpson, and there is no run.
Because we haven't seen much of Robinson today, because I think was it 12 overs he bowled yesterday? I think it was 12. So he's only into his 17th. So he's
Yeah.
been well rested today. You think he'd be pretty fired up coming down the hill.
It's raining in Southampton.
Oh, no.
I think that's where they sort of, and they rained off for the day at Taunton, but I think the rain is kind of going east to west. So the only games still going at the moment are Kent against Surrey as Robinson in towards us. Bowls. Actor is beaten, all ends up outside the off stump with the play and a miss taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Still showing us delayed at Northampton, though, but they finished at Derby. That game's been called off because of rain.
Well, it looks like, according to this app that Ed's showing me right now on the screen, that we're right on the edge, Brighton, of a sort of band of rain.
Yes.
But we're getting away with it just. We've got a little bit of gloominess.
Only just, though, aren't we?
Just on the edge of it.
Yes, here in Canterbury. Robinson. Over the wicket. Oh, okay. It's the third time in the overall Robinson beats. There's a man Actor outside of the off stump. Another over goes by. Robinson 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 43.
Well, this is exactly when you do use Ollie Robinson. And a good piece of captaincy again from Simpson. I think just storing him up to prey on the... I say tail-enders, they're not really, are they? I mean, they're very capable batters. I mean, tail-enders don't really exist anymore. The occasional number 11. But everybody else seems to be quite capable. Actor already on to 21 off 19 deliveries.
Must be quite tempting to bowl Seals, though, at the moment,
Yes.
is he? He's bowled so well. Not that Carson hasn't.
Carson again coming around, bowling to Gohar, who has a go at that, and that has gone through that gap. There's permanently been a gap there towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Ollie Robinson not able to catch up with the ball. So 4 more to the total. Gloucestershire goes on to 199 for 8 now, and Zafar on 46 will be keen to get his own milestone. 4 off his 50, and a lead now of 137. Right, Carson to continue. Untucked shirt. As he comes in on his tiptoes. He's coming around the wicket, and there's a pull down on one knee from Gohar, and again into the onside, finding the gaps easily here. Zafar Gohar. Then he goes through for a single. He goes on to 47. 200 is up for Gloucestershire now. 200 for 8 in this 84th over. This ball shiny and new. Carson just trying to land the ball on the seam. Perhaps get a bit of extra bounce out of it as well. See if he can find some grip on the 4th day on this pitch. We haven't seen an awful lot of deterioration. Right arm over comes Carson to Actor, who backs away from that, but keeps it out.
Lead, what, 138? Well, it's going to,
Right, that's 2 slips and a short leg here for Actor, as Carson is in and bowls and defended well. by Actor. Just drying his hands out there. The spinner Carson, that man from Northern Ireland. Warringstown. Been in Sussex a long time, plying his trade here. Here he is again, and bowls, and it's played with the spin into the onside, but finds the hands of Pajara. Busily polishes that. Trying to keep that ball as shiny as possible. Make the most out of it, and mop up the last 2 wickets, Sussex. They want to get on with it as quickly as possible. And then knock off those runs at the moment, 138. Ahead as Carson again is in and bowls, and no, there won't be a single. This has gone backward of square, again playing with the spin Actor. End of the over, racing through these overs. So let's have a look at Carson's figures. 3 for 45 off 25, with a lead of 138 here, Gloucestershire.
And that's a point about the over 8 that Clive Jacobs made. Clive, thank you for your email and summarising the morning's action. But he says John Simpson's offers experience, and it shows he's keeping an eye on the over 8 on field, and the on-field discipline seems to have improved a lot this year. Credit the visitors for digging in and for making Sussex work hard for their wickets. I hope rain or bad light do not curtail play. But at the minute we're okay, Clive, but Ed's got his weather app out, and it's raining in Southampton, sort of a big broad band, and it's just this southeastern corner which has so far avoided the rain, and let's hope that remains the case. The light isn't great, you know. Robinson in, bowls to Acto, who ducks under 2. Zafar, who ducks underneath it through to Simpson, and there is no run.
I suppose the danger is here for Sussex with the new balls. The umpires decide it's too gloomy, and the quicks are taken off.
Well, that could happen.
And the spinners come on with a new ball. It's sort of wasting the new ball, isn't it? But it hasn't happened, but that might be in the back of their minds.
My sort of light meter reading I can see on the garages at the far end, where the groundsmen keep their equipment. There's a light on there. I always think if I can see that light, then the light doesn't mean to say it's going off bad, but it's sort of deteriorating. Robinson in, bowls. Zafar clips this one away onto the leg side. There's more runs here for Zafar, who's playing a really good hand here. And it's a half century, his second half century of the match. And it's been a wonderful effort by Zafar. He picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. He scored 60 in the first innings, 51 in the second. And who knows, he could just be leading Gloucestershire towards a draw in this game. 51 in 137 balls, 172 minutes, nearly 3 hours he's been batting. It's a great effort. You know, whatever. Clearly I'd like Sussex to win, but you have to acknowledge when someone's battling as hard as they are. And Zafar has certainly done that. Well batted. In comes Robinson. Bowls, Zafar up on his toes, plays with a straight bat on the offside of the track. He wants something brought out, does Zafar? I think his bat's broken. And he just sends a signal to the dressing room.
Yeah, quite a vigil. Particularly that partnership. You know, Hammond actually was there for more than 4 hours, wasn't he? And Hammond and Gohar, partnership of 87, have kept Gloucestershire alive today.
Well, we did say, Izzy, first thing this morning we said that the last 4 Gloucestershire wickets yesterday in the first innings added 150. And they were 79 for 6 in this innings. So they've added, what, 121... 125 so far for these last 6 wickets. So we said if they could get a lead of around 150, it gives them, not saying that they're going to win the game, but it gives them something to bowl at. I mean, Sussex might have to get their skates on, because 52 overs remaining after this. If Gloucestershire were bowled out now, Sussex would have 50 overs, so that's plenty. That's plenty. But you've got the equation of overs coming down, runs going up.
That's right.
And always the possibility of a bit of bad light around.
Yeah, or the occasional rain shower, but I think we're still skirting the rain here at Brighton. We're actually remarkably lucky when you look at the rest of the country and the band of rain across it. We're getting away with it down on the south coast.
Zafar is taking a long time here to get his back. In fact, he walked all the way to the pavilion. This will be frustrating, Sussex. Zafar makes his way back to the middle.
Zafar on 51. He had quite an array of bats to choose from as well.
He did.
I mean, they're all sponsored, aren't they? And they'll have their favourite bit of wood.
Yeah.
And it's always the feel, isn't it? It's always the pickup when you're going to buy a new bat. You pick it up. So does that feel right? I like the weight of it. So he's got his new bat in hand now, Zafar, at last.
Yeah, it's taken
Get
a
on
while.
with it.
Yeah, yes, I was waiting for that cry, actually. Get on with it cry.
You'd have heard it in Yorkshire.
Zafar waits. Robinson at the end of his run comes in. 3 slips go down. Robinson in. Bowls. Zafar plays this firmly with his new bat out to the fielder in the covers. 1 more to the total. That's Danny Lamb all the way out there. Zafar goes to 52. 205 for 8. Well, many people were thinking that, should I come along after lunch today? We had an email, didn't we? Say, is it worth me coming down after lunch? Well, most certainly is, and it could be an exciting end to this game.
I think somebody else emailed in and said, should they come after work?
Yes, that's right.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Robinson in, bowls to some actor. I think that's the 4th ball in a row in which he's played and missed outside the off stump. I think as a number 10, you're allowed to do that against a Test match bowler, but he's been beaten comprehensively.
Yeah, well, Ollie Robinson is certainly bowling to the right man as far as he's concerned, because he's certainly struggling with this. Actor versus Robinson.
Yes. Robinson back to his mark. Actor on 21 of just 24 balls. Waits as Robinson is in. Bowls. Actor is beaten again outside the off stump. Taken by John Simpson. Zafar is going off again. I think he's going to change his bat again, but he's running on this occasion. Robinson's figures: 18 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 48. Gloucestershire 205 for 8. So the lead now of 142 for Gloucester. I wonder what's of more value here. This is an interesting question. Is there more value to Actor and Zafar saying, we're just going to go for broke here, a quick 40? I guess they want to use up a few more overs, don't they? Because if Sussex was set 180 in 40 overs, you still fancy Sussex to do that. Think it's raining? Oh, I see. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to keep an eye on. There's no silent. Oh, in fact, having said that, the ground staff are down here below us, which is always slightly worrying. I think this is a good move by John Simpson. John Simpson's done brilliant in this game, but I just have been a little surprised that Seals hasn't bowled a little more with the new ball. He's going to now. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 18, and that certainly met with the approval from those in the pavilion.
Yeah, so fire from both ends now as Seals makes his comeback here. Seals' figures 2 for 18 off 16. So he hasn't bowled a great deal this morning. So he's plenty of energy, but I wonder if he had some cottage pie for lunch. He's in and bowls, and that's going to be out. Yes, it is. That was drilled straight into the hands of the man there. It's Carson, isn't it? Yes, the tall off spinner who takes that catch at extra cover. Almost catching practice again. Straight to the fielder. Doesn't get his weight over the ball, Zafar, and that was an easy catch in the end there for Carson. And they're 9 down now, Gloucestershire, 205 for 9, with a lead of 143 runs.
Well,
and only Singdale to come in.
Well, we said, didn't we, that everything John Simpson seems to have done bowling-wise seems to have come off in this match. He brings back Jaden Seals, and what do you know, he gets a wicket with his very first ball that he bowls, and a good round of applause from this Sussex crowd here, who recognise what a good effort that's been from Zafar. What if he wishes he hadn't changed his bat?
Well, he changed it twice, didn't he?
Yes.
He was getting a bit sort of finicky about it, a bit of a distraction as well. But anyway, he was out for 52, faced 140 deliveries with 4 fours, and was there for roughly 3 hours.
I just say, I don't like the look of this cloud that's drifting over behind the players' pavilion. That doesn't look great to me. Sussex will be hoping to be right on the edge of this front of rain. Anyway, Seals picks up the wicket. He's 3rd of the innings. Well done, Jaden Seals. He's bowled very well throughout. And he's now picked up 5 in the match.
So the new ball is following the script now. That's the old ball that took, in those last few overs, took the wicket of Hammond and Goodman. Both Carson, LBW. But now the new ball needs to do some talking here, get some movement.
I wonder whether Actor might just decide that now's the time to try and bash a quick 20 or so.
Here he comes. Seals is in and he's caught straight away. It's a golden duck there for Singh. Singdale, that's caught niftily at third slip, and it was Coles whose big hands, big basket, swatted that ball, gobbled that ball up. So that's the end of the Gloucestershire innings. So a quick finish in the end for those last 2 wickets, 205 for 10. The lead being 143 here for Sussex to knock off. Plenty of overs left, so we've got 51.4 minus 2, so 49 overs. They'll have in order to do that if the light or the rain doesn't get in the way of a Sussex, a probable Sussex victory here.
Well, we did say we thought that Jaden Seals were a bit surprised that he hadn't bowled, and he picks up the wicket of Zafar, who plays a loose shot and is caught in the covers. And the next ball, good catch by James Coles in the slips. So well done, Jaden Seals. He ought to be leading Sussex off, really, having picked up those 4 wickets, and he gets good applause from the Spenkarma Pavilion, people standing up and applauding as he makes his way off. So well done, Jaden Seals. Sussex will be desperate now that it doesn't rain. Well, they'll be desperate for that all down. I'm just sort of looking here. I was just looking over the back of the Players' Pavilion, where it just looks as if it might be a little bit of murky weather on the way. Anyway, we shall see. We've no control over that. So that all ended rather rapidly, didn't it?
It did.
Sussex picking up those 4 wickets after lunch. I've got an update to do. In fact, they've picked up 4 for 28 since lunch. Is that right? No, sorry. I'm not talking about rubbish. Lunch was at 156.
That's right. What are we?
So they've picked up 4 for 51 since lunch. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those last 2 wickets going bang bang pretty quick, and that was Seals being brought back on with the new ball. It was Carson who took the new ball previously, which was a bit puzzling.
Yeah. So we'll have a little breather, but we will have an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So I'll keep listening across, and Izzy, Ed and myself will be back in about 5 minutes' time. No, unless they go to the IPL.
No, there's no IPL coverage during.
Oh, that's. I think it's raining now.
Latest travel news now in Sylvie.
144 to win, is that right?
Cricket update. Right, latest from the cricket now. Adrian Harms is watching the final day of Sussex's game with Gloucestershire at home.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Adam. After a frustrating morning for Sussex, at which they didn't take a wicket, they've since taken 4 wickets, and Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 205. It means that Sussex need 144 to win this match and go to the top of the second division. 4 wickets for Jayden Seales, in fact 4 for 18, 3 for Jack Carson, the main wicket takers. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey on the brink of defeating Kent in their second innings are 253 for 9. They still trail Surrey by 46, but with just 1 wicket remaining. Well, welcome back to Hove. And if you're a Sussex supporter who isn't at the ground, we were speculating that maybe there could be a bit of rain around, and I'm not sure that's we're totally out of the woods with that. But actually, it's brighter now than it's been for the last half hour or so, and indeed there's a bit of sunshine across the ground. The Gloucestershire fielders are making their way out, followed by Tom Haynes and Tom Clark, who will be opening the batting for Sussex. So Gloucestershire bowled out for 205. They went to lunch at 156 for 6. So after lunch they added another 51 runs. And the introduction of Jayden Seales brought a very quick end to the innings, with Zafar Gohar caught by Jack Carson in the covers for 52. In the very next ball, Ajit Dale was caught by James Coles in the slips. He was out first ball, the second and first baller of the match, actually. Poor old Dom Goodman got a first baller in the first innings. In fact, he got a pair. Not a king pair, but he got a pair. So, Sussex with 49 overs in which to score these 144 runs needed to win. Tom Clark opening the batting with Tom Haynes. It is going to be
Zaman Akhtar.
Who's going to open the bowling? Singh Dale opened the bowling, didn't he?
Yes, I'm just looking to see whether he's actually on the field.
Well, that'll be a blow to Gloucester if he isn't.
Certain that he is on the field. Tom Price is at mid-off, so I'm guessing that he'll get the new ball from this end. but as of yet I've not managed to locate Ajit Singh Dale. I think that might be Jack Taylor at extra cover, so that is a worry.
A bowler down on Gloucester, we think. We'll see if we can get confirmation of that, as in comes Actor down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Tom Clark, who turns that ball down to deep backward square and picks up a single, fielded in there by Goodman, who gets in the throw. And Sussex are on their way, one without loss, in pursuit of this 144 to win. Sussex were to win, they would take 22 points from the match and they would go back to the top of the table. I think even with a draw they would actually go back to the top, but from here Sussex will have all eyes on a victory. But there's still work to be done, as in comes Actor round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes clips this back to the square. Repeat shot really from Tom Clark's for the first run of the innings, and Sussex go to 2 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, again, if this ball were to swing about a little bit, then you might be thinking of a few early wickets with the seamers, but to be honest, I mean, the ball's not really done a huge amount through the area, and when Sussex bowled this morning, it just seemed to go kind of flat again.
In comes Actor around the wicket, bowls, Clark up on his toes, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, I don't like to go on and on about the weather, but I think we are right on the edge of this rain. I'm looking at the guys down to our left-hand side, the ground staff, who are in their chairs by the covers, just in case. They're looking at phones. I mean, they may be looking at anything for all I know, but there might be some checking of weather apps going on. Play rained off in 2 or 3 games today already. In comes Actor, bowls, Clark up on his toes, plays that back down the track, and there is no run. So play was called off a little while ago now at Derby, where it's been raining all morning, and the outfield very wet, as Ed knows. Gloucestershire were up there for the first game of the season, didn't get on the park at all. So that's been called off for the day. Called off for the day at Taunton as well. And haven't played so far today at Northampton. In comes Actor, bowls to Clark, who is up to his toes and plays that onto the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second there. So let's go to 3 without loss. You've been very disciplined, Ed. I noticed you've had a cookie that you got at lunchtime that you haven't eaten.
No,
that's
well,
very impressive.
There was quite a decent portion of
Yes.
the sort of cottage pie that we had.
It was very nice, wasn't it?
Which was delicious, but I am trying to hold off until tea time with this cookie. I don't know if I'll quite make it, but well, mind you, I'm on air until tea now, aren't I? So I've missed my opportunity.
You have. I might have to eat it for you. In comes Actor over the wicket, bowls, and Haynes cuts away, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a favourite shot of Tom Haynes, wide outside the off stump, and he just caressed the ball through backward point for 4 runs. So a good start for Sussex, 7 without loss, in pursuit of this 144 to win. The lady who was serving up the lunch, I said, can I have a cookie? And she said yes. And I said, oh, could I have 2? And she said, oh, go on then. So,
well, there you go. Pays to be the big face, right?
Well, I don't think it does. I don't think she had a clue who I was, to be perfectly honest. But I've eaten them both, which is a bit. And it's interesting. Zaffar's going to open the bowling.
I wondered whether something like this might happen, because you saw that first over, and I don't think a ball moved off the straight. Maybe looking for a bit of turn out of the foot mark. Zaffar bowling, tickled round the corner by Clark. Fielder herring off in pursuit. His Actor has just bowled the over. Isn't ideal. They will take 2. Sliding effort from Actor to get the throw in quickly, all in one motion. And 2 runs taken, 9 without loss. Sussex looking to be positive. I don't think they've really gone too hard at this in terms of aggression. The other thing I've just noticed, Gloucestershire's over rate -3. This is turned towards backward square. There's no run. So to be honest, they probably had to bowl Zaffar, even if they
yes, that's a very good point.
I'm not sure where the over rates got to -3 from, because Zaffar bowled an awful lot in that first innings. It's a little bit baffling, actually. Zaffar is in and bowls, leaning forward as Clark to defend into the onside.
Now Ben Gibson, the head groundsman, is making his way around the outfield. Is that Ben or is it Ben sitting now? I think. Yes, here comes Ben. So he seems to be checking his phone.
Zaffa over the wicket, bowl sweep shot, connected with well by Clark behind square, and the fielder won't get there. Round the boundary, 4 more to Tom Clark. 8 from 8 balls, Sussex 13 without loss. Understandably, they want to get this done as quickly as they can. You know, as I say, they've not had to take any massive risks so far, but with 10 wickets and a small target, you can afford to go hard early, runs on the board, and then make things easy for the rest of it, as Gloucestershire lose belief that they can defend it at all. Pushed in defence off the front foot into the covers by Clark.
Who's this fielding down here?
Yes, that is Jack Taylor.
Is it? And it's just, I don't know if he was chatting away to the ground staff here and just saying, oh, I think it's going to rain. Well poised, but so far so good for Sussex.
Last ball of the over, Zaffa over the wicket, bowls, and inside edged by Clark. He doesn't know where the ball has gone,
No,
and Haynes has to tell him to get back because it's gone to short, fine leg. 6 runs from the over, Gloucestershire sprinting from over to over. Wasn't at -3 when the first innings finished, was it? I thought it was at level. How can it go from level to -3?
Yes,
Very odd.
But -3 is definitely in points deduction territory.
Well, that's
isn't it?
3 points lost.
You know?
That's, you lose those 3 points.
I mean, I know the umpires do have a little bit of leeway, but if it's up there as -3, then anyway, Zaman Akhtar is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. Just the one slip in place. He's bowling to Tom Haynes, who's 5 not out. Sussex 13 without loss. Akhtar is in. Down the hill, bowled. Oh, that's wild down the leg side. Brilliant take by Bracey. Very good indeed. Way down the leg side. That would have been a wide in one-day cricket.
Far off being a wide in first-class cricket, to be honest.
The wind gets up again.
Yeah, I mean, it's still. It looks as though all this is missing to the west.
Well, just about. I mean, I think I think it's almost raining over. You know,
I think it's that.
I reckon a couple of miles from
there,
here it's raining. Yeah. In comes Akhtar, bowls to Haynes with a flick of the wrist, plays that down to fine leg where it's fielded by
Zaffa. Sorry, down there.
Yes. Picks up a single as Haynes. He goes to 6, 14 without loss. Yeah, and the other place I say there is no play at the moment is at Southampton. So there's only play at Canterbury and here at the minute.
Yes, with Kent trying to at least avoid an innings defeat against Surrey.
Akhtar in again. Bowls. Clark is forward, played into the gully, and there is no run.
Hopefully, the fact Ajit Singh Dale isn't out on the field is just a precaution. I would have been very surprised if he would have played next week, because I think they're trying to rest and rotate a little bit, trying to keep some of these quicker bowlers fit throughout the season. And he's played 2 games in a row now, has Singh Dale. So hopefully it is just a case of managing his overs.
Akhtar in bowls. Oh, he beats Clark outside the off zone. That was a good delivery. Moved away from Tom Clark. The ball rattles through into the gloves of James Bracey. And there is no run. I mean, he has got an action, and Izzy picked up on this earlier in the match. It's a very busy action, isn't it? And he must put a lot of stress through his body the way that he bowls. I mean, he's absolutely 110%. But he's a young bowler, and you know you want to protect young bowlers.
Yeah, as I say, you know, you potentially using up your bullets in defence of a target that you're not going to defend.
Akhtar in bowls. Clark is forward, plays to mid on. And there is no run.
Maybe it's that. You just hope it isn't something more serious than that, because he is a bowler who I think, as we've even just seen from this match, I think he bowled an awful lot better than his figures. What did he end up with? 1 for 60.
Oh, definitely.
Something.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 for 79 in the end. I mean,
Some of his
I don't know what else he could have done.
Well, some of his deliveries were seriously quick as well.
Just not rewarded for bowling quick on a lot of these English pitches, unfortunately.
Akhtar in bowls to Clark, who works this one down to deep backward square and picks up a single. The hardy volunteers from the museum are out selling their wares. At the end of the over, Clark is 9, Haynes is 6, Sussex 15 without loss. They need another 129 to win. They've got another 46 overs to get them in, so there's no hurry for Sussex, apart from, as we keep saying, the threat maybe of a shower, which at the moment all looking good for Sussex.
And that was not me having a go at the ground stuff, by the way, if you're deciding to take umbrage at what I've just said. But it's April, it's soft pitches, it's our country. We just don't produce quick pitches in our country. I don't know what you can, what you can do about it. Zaffa starting a new over down the leg side, hasn't touched anything. Bracey takes the second attempt.
Just to say, we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra here to Hove, with Sussex 15 without loss in their second innings, needing 144 to win.
Here's Zaffa Gohar, the slow left armer bowling. It's down the leg side again, and runs here, at least a couple, as Akhtar is off in pursuit, and it is runs off the bat to move Clark to 11. So a low chase here for Sussex after Gloucestershire battled desperately this morning. They were 6 down overnight. A typical kind of example of how you can lose a game in half an hour in the county championship last night, as Zaffa bowls back foot, and he's caught at short leg. Yes, he is. So it's an early wicket for Gloucestershire. Zaffa Gohar has got one. Tom Clark looking to flick the ball into the onside off the back foot, and it's just looped up into the air, and Bancroft diving forward at short leg as the ball ballooned towards him has taken the catch. And, well, writing the game off if you're Gloucestershire, but not yet possibly. 127 runs still needed, and they've got rid of Tom Clark for 11.
Well, it was a good catch by Cameron Bancroft, wasn't it? Diving forward, provided the rain stays away. And just for the benefit of our listeners, we seem to be right on the edge of this rain band here at Hove. So far we've had no interruptions. The light isn't the greatest, but Sussex will be desperately hoping that the rain does stay away. A win for Sussex takes them back to the top of Division 2 of the county championship. It's been a wonderful performance though by Gloucestershire today. I mean, they didn't lose a wicket in that morning session. Ed, great innings from Miles Hammond making 77 and Zaffa making 52. And it looked for a while as if they may be resisting this afternoon as well, but 2 wickets for Carson, and then Jaden Seals picking up 2 in consecutive balls wrapped up the innings. Seals finishing with 4 wickets, Carson 3, and leaving Sussex 144 to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, you go back to the start of what we've seen. Gloucestershire put in on the first day against Ollie Robinson, Jaden Seals, the West Indian Test cricketer, and managing to make 417 in the first innings. As I spoke to Ben Charlesworth, who made 62 in Gloucestershire's first innings at the end of the first day. Gloucestershire were 319 for 8 at that stage, and he said they were absolutely, well, chuffed was the word he used with the way that they'd batted on that first day. The ball was doing a fair bit, and then adding nearly 100 runs themselves in that morning session to get up to that 400 mark. But whether it was just a case of Sussex's bowlers getting a bit more out of the pitch, or whether it did just flatten out a little bit, that did seem to be, I don't want to put words in Tom Alsop's mouth, but it did seem as though he felt that the pitch, maybe whilst it was a little bit too paced, I think he might have said, it did seem to suggest maybe that the ball hadn't done quite as much on day 2 as it did on day 1, but Sussex with steady contributions all the way down. I mean, there were 5 half-centurions in there, 479. Gloucestershire just couldn't get a flow of wickets going. Here's Zaffa bowling to Tom Alsop, his reverse sweeping first ball. So again, that shows the positive frame of mind that Sussex want to go about this chase with. And he's picking up 2 runs straight away down towards deep third. And Sussex to 19 for 1 with 125 more runs required. It was what felt like it might have been a big moment in Sussex's innings, though. It wasn't inevitable that they would get up and pass Gloucestershire's first innings total by any means. Zaffa bowls short, pulled by Alsop. Not really timed it, though, but he'll take 1 to deep backward square. Sussex to 20 for 1. They were 2, 6, 7 for 5 going into the third day, so still, what, 140 40 odd behind, and with a second new ball available for Gloucestershire, but they blunted that. Pujara being at the centre of things as so often, as he's whipped through the onside, but again, I don't know if that's ricocheted off Bancroft. I think it must have done it, obscured by the non-striker. He's getting a pat on the back from James Bracey, so I think that's been deflected by short leg to Tom Price at mid-wicket, so there's no run, and Sussex 20 for 1 at the end of the over. Pujara run out in quite extraordinary fashion, going back for a third run. About an over after I think we'd said it's the only way that Pujara is not going to get 100 here is with a run out, and that's exactly what happened. He was run out for 86. But a record partnership for the 8th wicket for Sussex against Gloucestershire by John Simpson and Danny Lamb, combined with the fact that Gloucestershire came out and looked a mixture of jittery, loose, and also a spectacular delivery from Jaden Seals to get Rivoli Price. They subsided to 55 for 3.
In comes Zaman Akhtar, bowls to Tom Alsop. He's back on his stumps, plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. Sussex are 20 for 1, needing 144 to win here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio. Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaboard and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team here at Hove. And in fact, this is the only game which is currently going on in the County Championship. Bad weather around has meant no play today in the game between Derbyshire and Leicester in the 2nd division, as in comes Akhtar, bowls to Alsop, the left-handed Alsop, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. They haven't got on the field yet at Wantage Road either, the game between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan, if they do get on, 104 for 3, still trailing by 230. In the 1st division, no further play today down at Taunton, where Notts 440 for 2 in their 2nd innings before the rain came. In comes Akhtar around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop lets that go. An extravagant leave by the left-handed Alsop, taken by Bracey behind the stumps, and there is no run. Surrey have beaten Kent by an innings and 37 runs down at Canterbury. Kent bowled out for 262 in their 2nd innings. 4 wickets there for Dan Worrell, 3 for the leg spin of Cameron Steele. And it's raining at the minute in Southampton, which isn't a million miles from here, but far enough west, we think, to avoid the problems here at Hove. In comes Akhtar, bowls to Alsop, works it onto the onside. There is no run. Down at Edgbaston at Hampshire, 205 for 4 are Warwickshire, leading by 295.
And you rather suspected that in that game, because you really, I guess, trust that you're going to have enough time to bowl Hampshire out the 2nd time, and would you really want to risk them chasing a target down anyway?
Akhtar in, bowls to Alsop, is up on his toes and punches that into the offside, and there is no run. So 20 for 1 are Sussex. Alsop on 3, Haynes on 6, the man out, Tom Clark, who was caught at short leg by Cameron Bancroft off the bowling of Zafar for just 11. The scoreboard shows we've got 44 overs left to be bowled. The light is better than it was. It's still not great, and Sussex have just made the decision not to use floodlights here this season, so they'll be keen to get this done. In comes Akhtar, bowls and pulled by Tom Alsop down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Zafar. That is the end of the over. Sussex are 21 for 1. Haynes on 6, Alsop on 4. Akhtar 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. Sussex needing another 123 to win, at which time if they do reach that target, they'll take 22 points out of the game and move back to the top of Division 2 of the County Championship. A couple of emails have come in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Jane has enjoyed the commentary down at Shoreham by Sea, where she says it's not raining, so that's good news. A couple more have come on, which I'll read after this overhead.
Bancroft dons helmet at short leg as Zafar bowls, and it's worked around that front pad by the left-handed Alsop as far as mid-wicket, where Hammond is fielding. So slip and a leg slip and that short leg. Zafar trying to access what footmarks there might be from over the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. He goes back and it's a turn and bounce there, but it's done too much and it's beaten everybody. Running down towards the boundary, it's going to just trickle over it, and it's going to be 4 byes, but very little chance for Bracey whatsoever. That really has gone out of the footholes, and Zaffa walks back with arms by his sides and then does the double teapot as he walks back. I mean, it's to say, well, how can I be expected to budget for that much turn and bounce? But that's why they've got the leg slip in, but beat everybody. So 25 for 1, 119 more required. Leg slip's taken a step finer. Zaffa bowls to Alsop, who prods forward in defence. Into the onside it goes. So controlled aggression has been the mantra for Sussex. Got the window in the weather now, make the most of it. Zaffa bowls, reverse sweep, it's gone to leg slip as well, but not out, says the umpire on both counts.
Well, that looked very tight, didn't it? Umpire Newell deciding that wasn't out, but it must have been mighty close.
It's turning, isn't it? I suppose that's probably in umpire Newell's mind. I mean, Gloucestershire will probably have had a chance to see that Hammond LBW decision, which it's fair to say several people have felt was not out, which opened the door. Whether Gloucestershire would have said anything, probably not. Forward goes Alsop and defends to short leg. You certainly hope they haven't, because that's the last thing that you'd want from this. But Zaffa was pleading with Mark Newell to give that one. I mean, I don't think you could. I think you really give that. Looking at the replay, he's tried to reverse sweep. Let's hit him on the pad. Might have struck him in line, but it's doing an awful lot. Zaffa bowls on the back foot this time. This looks much closer. Out. LBW. Zaffa has got his man at the second time of asking, and he was back on his stumps. There was Alsop. There was turn, but that one didn't seem to have very far to go, and Zaffa has struck again. This is really encouraging, at least from a future point of view, if nothing else, for Gloucestershire to have Zaffa Gohar in this kind of form. He's had probably his best game overall with the bat in his Gloucestershire career. He's played some vital innings in the past, but a couple of half-centuries, 3 wickets in the first innings, and now he's trapped Alsop in front. I mean, it has turned a lot, that delivery. I don't know. I'm looking at that again. Actually, I'm not as convinced as I was to start with. It's 25 for 2 anyway. Alsop out for 4. That is the end of the 6th over, and Sussex need 119 more.
Well, Zaffa's taken 2 for 11 in his 3 overs. Tom Alsop looked disappointed by the decision, but you would be. He makes his way up the pavilion steps at the far end of the ground, and out comes Cheteshwar Pujara. A man for a crisis patch for Sussex. He made 86 in the first innings before he was run out in a mix-up with John Simpson. In terms of the weather, it looks a little brighter towards the downs in the distance from where we're commentating here at Hove. We're looking up the ground. For those of you who don't know the county ground here at Hove, there's a slope going from the sea, which is behind us, up the hill to the Cromwell Road, a drop of about 10 feet on the ground. Sussex here 25 for 2, needing 144 to win. Very good afternoon if you're joining us for the first time today on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucestershire and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn watching as Zemanak is in, around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Tom Haynes is right in behind that, punches it into the offside, and there is no run. There are 2 slips and a third man. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg just down below us.
We should probably point out also for those listeners, Gloucestershire have not won on this ground since the year 2000. They've not beaten Sussex full stop since 2004.
Except in T20.
Yes, in the Championship, of course. I should have qualified that.
In comes Actor bowls to Haynes, a good delivery that was pitching around about middle and off. We also need to say, Ed, that Gloucester's strike bowler, Ajit Singh Dal, isn't on the field at the moment.
Yes, I mean, you have to wonder whether... I mean, he did go out to bat at least, but there was nothing obvious. You know, if he's done something, then he's done it, I guess, in a warm-up or something, because he bowled in the first innings, and then, you know, he was able to go out and bat, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him in that first innings, so that is a concern. As I say, he probably would have sat out next week anyway.
Actor in bowls to Haynes down the leg side. That's a fine take by James Bracey. Diving away, took the ball cleanly. It was swinging away down the edge. Why are you laughing?
I was laughing because then Bracey shoveled the ball onto Ollie Price at first slip and it hit him in the knee. And a rather sort of comical reaction from Ollie there as he raised his leg up in the air.
Great bit of keeping. I've had an email in from Paul Bryce, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you, Paul. I'll read your email out in a moment. As in comes Hector bowls and Haynes punches this into the covers. Again, straight to a fielder. And there is no run. Paul says, Paul Bryce here, blind broadcaster and sports journalist. I just wanted to answer Ed's query from earlier. Manly is famous for rugby league, not Aussie rules.
Rugby league, isn't
Yeah,
it?
we were talking about Manly because Bertie Foreman, the young Sussex off-spinner, has spent his winter out in Manly, and we were speculating as to whether it was rugby league or Aussie rules. So thank you for letting us know, Paul. I'll finish your email in a moment as Akhtar is running in down the hill. Bowls, and Haynes can't time this, looks to play it away on the offside, and there is no run. The light is better now than it has been in the last half hour, which will be a relief to Sussex. It's a breezy day here. The flags are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard. Paul goes on to say, incidentally, I did my first ever game for the BBC on Radio Bristol back in 1999. I came on as the third voice when Gloucestershire played Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens in the quarter-finals of whatever the one-day trophy was called in those days. Happy memories. Where did the time go? Thank you, Paul, for getting in touch. In comes Akhtar, bowls to Haynes, and the ball balloons. If there'd been a gully in place, Haynes would have been gone. The ball, bit of extra lift from Akhtar. He's bowling a good spell here from the Cromwell Road end. Haynes not in control of the shot. Outside edge, and the ball balloons over the slip cordon down to third man. This game is far from over. Sussex on 26 for 2. Pujara yet to score. Haynes on 7. I'm going to take leave of absence for the next 25 minutes. I'm going to leave you with Ed Seaborn and with Izzy Duncan.
Thanks very much to Adrian Harms. Should be back in, well, probably after tea now, actually. But for now, it'll be myself and Izzy. And if there were one man that you would want out there from a Sussex point of view in this situation, it'd be the man standing at the non-striker's end at the moment after that ball just looped over what would have been a gully region. It's Cheteshwar Pujara at the non-striker's end. Here is Zafar Gohar bowling as this turns backward of square by Haynes. He will take a single, so that will get Pujara on strike straight away as Akhtar does the mopping up at deep backward square. 27 for 2. Sussex still 117 more needed. The Manly Warringah Sea Eagles. Just found that in the National Rugby League, NRL, so it's the main.
Oh, turn me up. Thank you very much, Ed.
Yeah. Glad you didn't say anything else.
So is that Manly Beach? Is that near
Yes,
Manly Beach? I've
I
been to
guess so.
Manly Beach.
I've never been to Australia, unfortunately. Zafar round the wicket to Pujara. This is cut, and they're taking a single here. This is a quick single. Pujara's running to the non-strikers and he makes it, but not without some hustle. It was not far off being the second run out of the match, for Pujara. He's off the mark first ball, but there seem to be some jitters out there for Sussex.
They seem to be in a hurry. I'm not sure why, because they've
Yeah.
got 41 overs remaining in the day. It might be something to do with the weather and the gloom.
To guess it must be the weather. Zafar bowls. Down the pitch is Haynes clipping wide of mid-wicket, and another run added. So ticking the board along this over with singles. Sussex to 29 for 2.
Yes, there's certainly intent out there from Sussex to knock off these runs. 144 to win, and what have we got remaining here? 115 now that they need to knock off.
Zafar round the wicket bowling. Again, it's short and wide to Pujara, allowing him to rock onto the back foot and stroke the ball to deep cover where Tom Price fields. And still a run off every ball this over, 30 for 2.
Yeah, he's had a cracking game of it, Gohar, hasn't he? And you think with the bat, 60, and he's just, and 52 in the previous innings.
Yeah.
See if he can pick up some more wickets.
Zafar bowls on the back foot, looking to whip into the onside as Haynes. He's missed it and it's ricocheted off pad. I don't think there was any bat involved there. It didn't go anywhere near a fielder anyway. I just wonder whether they've got to get another fielder in close here. Have a real sort of in-out field. They've got a long on, sort of wide long off. Backward points pretty deep and 2 more fielders back on the leg side. Zafar bowls and it's turned round the pad again by Haynes to mid-wicket. So 4 from the over, handy from Sussex's perspective. They've seen off another Zafar Gohar over who looks really to be the man for Gloucestershire if they're going to have any hopes of a miracle. You think Zaffa's going to have to take, what, 6-7 wickets, something like that. I don't think they're going to get the ball out of his hand.
Yeah, well, he's absolutely in form as an all-rounder. A great asset, 3 for 139 in that first innings. And he's getting grip and turn. It is day 4. It's the afternoon on day 4. And that pitch is behaving a little bit more like a day 4 pitch now, for the spinners anyway, at least. Pujara, the Indian maestro there, is busy taking guard and scratching away. As it's going to be Akhtar to continue. 0 for 11 are his figures of 4 overs.
You have to count how many times Pujara takes guard in this innings, actually, don't we? We should meant to keep a tally on that at the start.
Well, it's all part of his routine. All these great batters have their routines, don't they? One slip in a gully as Akhtar hurtles in and bowls, and that's turned around the corner, down towards fine leg. Will it be cut off? No, it won't. That's really tickled fine by Pujara, and 4 more runs added to the total here, taking it to 34 for 2 now for Sussex. Just needing 110 to win.
Sorry, is he? Ajit Singh Dale is on the field.
Ah,
so whether
interesting.
this is just because a couple of wickets have fallen and all of a sudden there might need to be a burst from him. He's doing some stretching down at fine leg.
Here is Akhtar, tidy run up, bowls, plays that off the back foot, and that's firmly placed just in front of point. Bisecting the 2 fielders, goes through, scampers through for a single Pujara. He knows where the gaps are, he's always finding the gaps. He's an irritating batter if you're on the fielding side. Just keeps that scoreboard ticking over. It's great to see that Singh Dale is back. I talked about him a fair bit when he was bowling in that first innings. And you just worry about the strain on his young body, because he just flings himself, throws everything into it. Akhtar coming around the wicket now, right arm around. That's slapped away, but finding the fielder, Haynes, at cover point and no run. 2 slips in place. A point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. That's Van Buren down there, the skipper, who is the chief polisher. Big red streak down his trousers. As Akhtar just stalks back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end. And it's not that gloomy now. It's got a little bit brighter. Sussex praying they don't get any rain. We're right on the edge of it here. As Akhtar hurtles in and bowls and bobs out of the way of that one, does Haynes. Pops in the bouncer. That's quite chirpy out there. That's the Sussex fan club being quite vocal. The effects mic picking it up. We had a yapping dog earlier. It's better than the yapping dog, I think, hearing the crowd geeing on Sussex.
And the screaming gull.
Oh, the screaming gull building a nest. Yes, there was a lot of that going on. So, here we have left-handed Haynes. Akhtar steaming in. Bowling. Struck him high on the pads. Will that go for leg byes? It's certainly gone for 4 runs. Yes, it will go for leg byes. As Neil Bainton lifts his leg up. Signals 4. 39 for 2 now. Sussex.
Oh, Ollie Price has got the short straw of having to vault the boundary fence down there. And it was sort of, 4 runs that you probably can't afford in a low chase like this. Everything's kind of got to go Gloucestershire's way, and it just ricocheted off that pad, bounced in front of first slip. A really horrible one to try and stop. But it will count. 2 sets of 4 leg byes this over.
Right, again, Akhtar pumping his arms, bowling wide of the crease, and that's a lovely drive, a beautiful drive, crisply driven. Will it go for 4? It's a very long boundary out there. I think it will be dragged in. Yes, it will, but they should come back for the 3rd, and they will take that 3rd run just out in front of the players' pavilion. That's deep extra cover. That was a fairly exquisite drive there from Haynes. Actually, it's the end of the over, isn't it? Yes, it is. So Sussex 42 for 2, and Zaffa's figures now 2 for, let's have a look, 15. The other end, Akhtar 0 for 15 off 5 overs.
It's going to be a tricky call for Van Buren, I think, here, in terms of, well, first of all, how long does he keep Akhtar going, but also, given the fact that Zaffa's been the main threat with the spinning ball, does he throw the ball to his young spinner Ollie Price, who might not have the control of Zaffa, and then you maybe risk giving runs away? Here is Zafar Gohar then to start a new over, bowling to Haynes, who's firmly behind that one, playing back to the Pakistani international. One test and one ODI for Zafar, but he's been over here for quite some time now. Started his Gloucestershire career back in the end of the 2021 season. Bowls now on the back foot, flicked by Haynes to deep square for a single. 43 for 2, 101 more needed. I think he was playing club cricket for Stone in Staffordshire when Gloucestershire called him up, and sort of end of the 2021 season it was a conference system. Gloucestershire were in Division 2 of that, so they didn't have a chance of winning the county championship, and there was kind of a question as to whether Gloucestershire were going to sign somebody or not. And then Zafar came in, and after his first game he then had a stretch where he took, and back to that, Zafar bowls, leaning forward to defend his Cheteshwar Pujara. Into the onside it goes, and there's no run. He ended up with 20 wickets in 4 matches, but I think 2 of those were in the first one. So 18 wickets in his last 3 games.
Wow.
An average of about 12. This has been late cut by Pujara. That's a shot of real quality. He's just used the pace, and it's heading down towards the boundary. It won't get there, and good work from Zaman Akhtar to get that throw in the air to stop them from coming back for a third. But those 2 runs mean that Sussex require less than 100 now. 99 required, with Pujara on 5. Ball back in Zafar's hands quickly. They've got to be a bit quick between these overs here. Gloucestershire. Pujara leans forward, defends, ball trickles to short leg, and there's no run. He bowled Gloucestershire to victory at Glamorgan at the end of that season, and then against Durham as well, and then, you know, you could hardly not have him back after that. Made such an impression. Zafar round the wicket, flight to delivery. It's driven firmly to mid-off, who's set deep enough to allow the single, even though it was hit firmly. Singh Dale, the fielder there. Pujara takes a single. They'll have the strike for the next over. Sussex 46 for 2, needing 98 more to win. But it was a really tough season for Zafar last year. He was in and out of the one-day sides a bit. When they needed a spinner, they'd play him, but wouldn't necessarily play him if they didn't need the extra spin option. He was the leading wicket taker in the championship, but they came at quite a cost, and only the 1/2 century with the bat in the whole season. He made 2 in this match. You know, especially as the season wears on, as the pitches start to turn more, Gloucestershire, who've still not won a championship match since the back end of 2022, might think, okay, we've still got a force to be reckoned with here.
Here's Akhtar down the hill, and that's driven off the back foot. Will it go for 4? Yes, it will. It's beaten cover point, and that ball has raced away towards the scoreboard. Lovely looking shot from Pujara. He goes on to 10, and 50-2 is the score now. The 50 up for Sussex, 94 now to win. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the field. We've got 1 slip and a gully, and it looks like we're going to have a silly point. He's a brave man there under the lid. Who is that,
the
Ed? Silliest
of silly points. I think it's Bancroft.
Is it Bancroft under there? Because he's usually short leg, isn't it? It is Bancroft, you're right. As Akhtar steaming in, bowling. It's outside the off stump, left well alone there by Pujara. Perhaps they're just trying to intimidate Pujara. Very difficult man to intimidate. He's in his bubble, isn't he? Exactly. He's only looking at the gaps. He's not looking at the fielders.
I mean, that previous shot is just a shot that sinks the hearts of Gloucestershire fielders. A shot of such utter control and calmness that you just feel this man is under absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Not even really looking at the scoreboard, just going out there and batting.
Akhtar again, bowling tight to the stumps, and he leaves it well alone there. An exaggerated shoulder arms from Pujara. Does his mini walk out towards square leg, has his routine going on.
And we discussed in the first innings with Pujara in terms of where his mentality might be now, having been left out of the India side. He played in the World Test Championship final last year, but hasn't played since then, was left out of India's squad for the West Indies. Not too far off that. You know, does he feel he can get back in, or is he just focused on domestic run scoring?
Akhtar again, darting in. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. It will be 4 runs. They're leaking again here, Gloucestershire. As pretty wayward from Akhtar, and James Bracey didn't really have much of a chance of cutting that one off. So Sussex zoom on to 54 for 2 with that, and the extras column now up to 12.
Has that been given runs?
So that's, yes, it has been given as runs.
Yeah,
There's
so-
a little tickle, a little kiss off the bat. That was very subtle. It came off the bat of Pujara.
The
Now that-
fine glance again.
They're still trying to find the ball. It's disappeared under the covers, under our noses here, under the commentary box. And it looks like it's Dale Singh who's having a bit of trouble trying to dig that ball out. He's going to ask the groundsman for help. Oh, he's found it now. He's found it. You could probably hear it in the effects mic. There's a bit of chat. He's just clamouring over the advertising boards, and we're back to business as usual as the ball is hurled back towards the bowler Akhtar. But these are runs that Gloucestershire cannot afford to leak. That extras column, 12 runs in it. Slip in place as Akhtar comes in. Ooh, thinks about having a little go at that. Pujara, there was certainly a big bounce on that. That was growing on him outside of the off stump. Late withdrawal of the bat. I think he did withdraw the bat at the last minute, but was certainly tempted.
Yes, apologies for the Kenneth Williams reaction, but it really popped off the surface, didn't it? And it wasn't that slow trampolining bounce. That really did have a bit of life. I mean, this has been, especially all things considered, the amount of rain there's been over the winter, has been a really good pitch, I think.
Akhtar again, really bending his back here. It's on the stumps. That's played with an open blade down towards third man. It's a fantastic stop down here. Now, who's that who stopped that? That's Zafar, the man of the moment, the hero, Zafar for Gloucestershire. Cuts that off with a full dive and a roll. So they go through for a single. Pujara goes up to 15 and the score 55 for 2. Akhtar's figures hasn't picked up a wicket yet, 0 for 24 off 6 overs. They only require now 89 runs to win here, Sussex on day 4 down at Hove.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a one week to the next for Zaman Akhtar with the ball. The wickets very much coming last week, maiden 5-wicket haul, including the dismissals of Joe Root twice. Zafar bowls, that's very short and very wide, and Pujara's actually decided to leave it.
Quite a lot of turn though,
Nothing
wasn't
to do
there?
with it, yeah.
Quite a lot of grip and turn.
Turn and bounce, but unfortunately not from a particularly dangerous area. Pujara clearly felt he might have been in a bit of trouble if he tried to slap it away. Zafar bowls short, wide, again cut to backward point. Pujara's sending back Haynes, even though it's Haynes' call, but actually Haynes puts the thumbs up to say, yeah, you're right, it shouldn't have gone there. With Akhtar in action at backward point. You wonder who's got the call next from that Cromwell Road end. The skies are getting darker in the distance as well, as leaning forward to poke this one away is Pujara. It's definitely darker where the weather's coming from compared with what we've got at the moment. I'm not saying it's definitely looking like rain, but it is noticeably darker. Sussex won't be able to score these runs before tea. Zafar bowls, again it's too short and wide. He just can't get his line and length really right against the right-handers. He's bowling much better as the left-handers. Pujara cuts another single to deep point. 56 for 2 with 88 more runs required.
So tea is fixed, isn't it, on the last day? Is it 340
Yes.
tea? Yes, it is.
Zafar to the left-handed Haynes. Bowling off the back foot, whipped away. Bancroft one-handed dive to his right at short leg, but you could hear from the thump, probably even in the mic, wherever you're listening from, that was just off the thigh pad. It was a spectacular dive from Bancroft, though. 9.5 from the Russian judge. Here comes Zafar to Haynes, who's once again playing off the back foot, just nudging it towards mid-on. Hammond across the field. Just the one run from the over, but Zafar through 6 overs now, 2 for 20, and so often actually the ball, especially with Zafar, he likes to bowl with the new ball. He's very happy bowling with it, and you do find that as the ball gets that bit older, even just now into its, well, we've had 12 overs with it, the turn just goes a little bit, and it's not quite as quick either because the ball gets just that bit softer. And actually you almost find with Zafar especially, he'd be more dangerous with a new ball than he might be as things go on, and that's often the case. So 56 for 2 and 88 more runs required. Voices of Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan here on 5 Sports Extra and via the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game available, but unfortunately we're the only ones available at the moment because we're the only ones playing.
We are. We're in the spotlight here down at Hove for the only game. We've avoided the rain remarkably, and the rest of the country has been plunged into rain today. 56 for 2, Sussex. We've got a change of bowling. It's Tom Price, the older of the two brothers. Ollie Price also on the field. He's just busy rearranging his field at the moment, Tom Price. So we've got one slip and a point, who's on the single. There's a third man down there. That's Gohar. He's just warming up his arm there, Tom Price. And it's getting a little bit gloomy. The lights won't be used. Sussex have made the decision not to use the lights during the championship as Tom Price gallops in and bowls, and that's a rearing bounce, and he just bobs out of the way of that. Pujara on 16.
Is there another moment of Tom Price magic? Potentially, I feel there's going to need to be something like that. A year ago, a couple of days now, when Tom Price made first-class history by scoring 100 and taking a hat-trick on the same day against Worcestershire.
Here he is again, right arm over Price. And that is slapped away beautifully by Pujara. Exquisitely timed. Goes onto the back foot, cuts it away, just backward of point. Point to come up onto the single was pretty square. And he's placed that extremely well. He gets 4 runs, 20 off 20 deliveries for Pujara. The score 60 for 2. Disheartening here for Gloucestershire. If they can't dislodge Pujara, they're going to be in all sorts of trouble here. So 84 only required now to win for Sussex, and plenty of time as well, with 36 overs remaining in today's play. One slip. Tom Price sails in from that Cromwell Road end and bowls, and that's hit straight to the fielder this time at extra cover. Good piece of fielding by the giraffe height of Goodman.
I mean, you don't really think of Pujara necessarily as a quick scorer, but 20 from 21, and when you see him play in one-day cricket, this is what he'll do. He'll put the bad ball to the boundary, and then he'll just hit the good balls for singles.
That's all you need to do. Pujara calmly in the crease as Price comes in and bowls, and that's gone to point this time. He's finding the fielders in the last couple of balls, but that won't trouble him. He's got all the time in the world at the moment. Pujara, he always looks really relaxed, doing a bit of gardening at the moment. He's got his trowel out. Yeah, so the ground here, the Sussex fans are chirpy, so they should be. Sort of shouting here and there, geeing on the team. Here is Price again, running towards us to Pujara. He plays a defensive shot there and keeps that ball out, gets everything behind it. So 60 for 2. Haynes at the other end on 13. Pujara stealing most of the strike.
It's more the line and length, I think, from Tom Price. I mean, he's a bit lucky not to have gone for 2 boundaries in this over so far. A couple of short wide ones. First one was put away, second one wasn't. But you've got to be targeting those stumps, I think.
Price again in the wind, comes in and bowls, and nice defensive shot. Big positive stride forward there from Pujara. End of another over, Tom Price. 0 for 4 off his first over from that Cromwell Road end. 60 for 2, Sussex. Pujara on 20 and Haynes for 13. The 2 wickets to have fallen for Sussex. Clark 11, Alsop 4. A little bit hurried, those two, in thinking, oh, we'd better get on with it, get these runs, but in case a bit of rain arrives. But all is calm now for Sussex.
I think we might have to have a quick change, because Adrian has a 3:30 to do, so I'll keep babbling away, and Adrian Harms will be back for that update to Sussex listeners. Shout for lead before wicket, but this is not convincing whatsoever as Zafar starts the new over to Haynes. He was forward and getting a good stride in. There might have been some inside edge involved anyway with the front pad. Did appear to be outside the line of off stump as well. A full start from Zafar, hunting a 3rd wicket, trying to open the door here. He's down the pitch, he's stumped, is he? He is.
He's a mile
He's stumped. Haynes has gone charging down the pitch. Sound the bugle. The cavalry charge was on, and Zafar has his man as the swipe from Haynes missed. Bracey removes the bails, and there is the 3rd wicket. 3 for 20 now for Zafar Gohar. Sussex need 84 more to win, and Haynes is out for 13.
Well, I don't think he'll be very pleased with that shot, Tom Haynes. And I was just looking at the weather here, Ed. I mean, there is some darker clouds over the downs to the north of the ground. We know there is rain around, and you can understand that Sussex are in such a strong position in this game. They won't want the rain to intervene, but what are we, 10 minutes before tea? And I guess if he comes running down the pitch and cracks the ball over long on for 6, we say what a great shot, but he was miles out of his ground. And Sussex will be very pleased here that they've got the very calming influence of Cheteshwar Pujara out there, because as you say, they still need another 84 to win. There's plenty of overs to go, 35 overs left, but they will have one eye on the weather. And elsewhere around the country there has been quite a lot of bad weather today. No play at all in the game between Derbyshire and Leicestershire in Division 2 that was drawn. They're still off the field at Wantage Road, still delayed. If they get underway, Glamorgan 104 for 3, but that looks very much like that's going to end in a draw. They are off the field. Oh, in fact, they seem to be playing again down at Southampton, Warwickshire, 205 for 4.
I think it's T.
Yeah, leading by 295, but it very much looks like that's heading for a draw. The big result of the day has come at Canterbury, where Surrey have won by an innings and 37 runs. They go second in the county championship behind the early season leaders Essex. But Zaffa's bowling really well here. I mean, he's picked up all 3 wickets, 3 for 20 to add to 60 in the first innings, 52 in the second innings. He picked up 3 in the first innings as well. It's been a terrific effort by Zaffa.
Yeah, I mean, you're now at a point where you just think, goodness me, if only for 50 more runs. I really didn't think, I will hold my hands up, and I'm sure everyone who was listening before Sports Extra joined us, that I did not think 140 odd was going to be anywhere close to enough, but maybe it would have been close. Here's James Coles, the new man, and he's working the ball softly into the onside as Bancroft leaps out from short leg to pounce upon the ball. So 2 right-handers now. This might make life a bit more difficult for Zaffa, because there's turn out of the footmarks to the lefties, but to the righties, not so sure. Coles turns round to mid-wicket. This next delivery to get off the mark. Takes a single, 61 for 3, 83 more required. This kind of odd thing, you've got slow left armour bowling, but actually you'd almost rather he were bowling at the left-handers. You see it so often now with the turn coming out of the footmarks, but they're not being a huge amount off the straight. Pujara on 20, Zaffa bowls to him, Pujara leans forward and defends, and then athletically hops across the pitch to make sure that he's not encroaching on that danger area. Skies do continue to gather.
They do.
In the distance. We've got 9 minutes to go until the tea break. Last ball of the over, Zaffa bowls to Pujara, who's forward defending into the offside. So 1 run and 1 wicket off the over. 3 for 21 for Zaffa from 7 overs, all 3 wickets to him. And he is really recovering the form of 2022 and towards the back end of 2021 as well in this game is Zaffa Gohart. And really, from a Gloucestershire perspective, I think for the most part, although yes, things did go a little bit flat again in the field towards the back end of that Sussex innings, but I said it before, that half hour, you really can potentially lose a game in a half hour, but haven't lost it yet.
Tom Price is going to come into bowl from the Cromwell Road, and if you're just joining us, the story of the day was that Gloucestershire resumed this morning on 81 for 6. They had a lead of just 19. They didn't lose a wicket in the morning session, as in comes Price down the hill from the Cromwell Road end in the gloom, bowls to Coles, who punches into the covers, but it was in the air for a while, and Coles' heart would have been in his mouth for a while. There is no run. The total remains 61 for 3, still 83 needed for Sussex to win. But after lunch, Sussex got in amongst the wickets. 3 for Jack Carson in the innings, and then 4 for the West Indian Jaden Seals, who remarkable figures: 16 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 18. He picked up the last 2 wickets in 2 balls as Price is in over the wicket bowls. Coles is forward very correctly, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Miles Hammond top scoring for Gloucestershire with 77. And Zaffa Gohart making 52. Those two sharing a partnership of 87 for the 7th wicket. Eventually dismissed for 205, setting Sussex 144 to win. But Sussex have lost Clark for 11, Haynes for 13 and Allsop for 4. Pujara, the steady influence, is still there. He's on 20. In comes Price. Bowls to Coles, who is forward. Clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There's just the one slip in place. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square. A third man just down below us. Not a big crowd in, as you would expect. People sitting in the blue and white deck chairs at the far end are wrapped up against the elements because it's a breezy day down here on the south coast. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard are buffeting away as in comes Price and bowls, and Coles again very correctly forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. The light isn't great at the moment, and there's the cloud looks heavier than it has done for much of the day, to be honest. I can't really work out where it's coming from. 1 minute I think it's coming from the west, next minute it's coming over the downs, but there is certainly rain around.
I think it's roughly coming from the north and maybe a little bit east, and we've looked at the radar and it's basically been raining everywhere west of Brighton.
It has. In comes Price down the hill, bowls, and Coles drives. That's a lovely shot, gorgeous shot by James Coles. Down the ground, through long on. Such a difficult shot for the right-hander to play, but he's played that beautifully. The ball sped away to the boundary. He goes to 5, and Sussex to 65 for 3, brings the runs required down to 79. It'll be tea in about 5 minutes' time. Here at Hove, Sussex will just want to keep going. Always keep an eye on the ground staff here because they're a good guide as to whether it is going to rain. They're poised by the covers, but they're sitting down, which may be good news.
Is it like cows? You know, if they're sitting down, it's going to rain.
Yeah, I think it is.
Insult the ground staff there.
In comes Price, bowls, and Coles runs that away into the offside through backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 6. It's the end of the over. 66 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Ed Seaborn, Adrian Harms and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team here at Hove, where Sussex need another 78 to win. They've got plenty of overs in which to get them, 34 overs remaining. The big question mark is whether we will avoid some of the bad weather that's been around the country so far today.
So one more from Zaffer and then one more from Tom Price, and then you suspect that will be the tea break after that. Here is Zaffer bowling, bit of turn but played watchfully by Coles on the back foot, springing out from second slip to the fielding. That is Ollie Price under the helmet there. As round the wicket goes Zaffer bowling down the leg side, turned away. That should be 4 runs, I think. Yeah, Dom Goodman gives up the chase round the boundary from deep mid wicket, just straying onto the pads a bit, Zaffer, but it's tricky again because he's got to bowl on a leg stump line in order to try and get that grip and turn. But the problem is if it doesn't turn, then it's easy pickings. And Coles, another boundary. He's on to 10 from 10. Sussex 70 for 3. Ball already back in the hands of number 77, Zafar Gohar, who whirls in again round the wicket, bowling to Coles, leaning forward, edge, and he caught a second slip. Surely that carry, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, he's been given
out. The square leg umpire, Neil Bainton. The only question was whether it carried or not. And every time in this game, Ed, when you just suddenly think that Sussex are heading towards victory, look at Zafar's figures, 4 for 25, and Sussex still need another 74 to win.
Ben Charlesworth with a catch down low, but I mean even from here it looked as though that was one that wasn't even a sort of a one that had scraped along the floor. So Coles out, and that is probably Zafar's best bit of bowling of the 4 wickets so far, because he had less to work with than against those 3 left-handed toms that he's removed until now.
Well, we're leaving the field for tea. In fact, the ground staff are walking on. We're not coming off because it's raining. We're coming off because it is tea with Sussex 70 for 4. Cheshire Pajama is on 20. James Coles out on the stroke of tea. But there will be a few jitters in the Sussex dressing room as they make their way in for tea. So thanks for joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester, Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn. Izzy Duncan will be back with you after tea for what could be a very exciting They've got plenty of overs in which to get them, 33.3. However, they are 70 for 4, with Zafar Gohar has taken all 4 wickets, 4 for 25 in 7.3 overs. And what makes it even more intriguing is there's been rain, a lot of rain around the country today. We've avoided all of that so far down here at Hove. But it is very grey and gloomy and some heavy cloud, particularly to the north of the ground. So there's lots of jeopardy here. I'm Adrian Harms. Izzy Duncan is sitting next to me. I just wonder if there's a sting in the tail here, Izzy, because Zafar is certainly getting the ball to turn.
He is, isn't he? I mean, it is day 4 in the afternoon, but great captaincy to have pace from one end. Akhtar, we haven't got Singhdale, not yet anyway, because I think he was suffering a little bit from his previous exertions. And then we've got spin from the C end, so it's a great contrast between the two, particularly when it comes to speed. But Zafar, the man of the moment for Gloucestershire, with his 4 for 25 off 7.3 overs. Batters struggling against him. He's getting grip and turn. It's getting a little bit dusty out there. We're praying the rain doesn't hit us. It's hit
No,
most
I
of the
agree.
country.
That will be a great shame. The Gloucestershire fielders are in a huddle on the side of the outfield, and the 2 most experienced players in the Sussex side, and Sussex will be mighty pleased that they are there. Cheteshwar Pujara, the great Indian batsman, is 20 not out, and John Simpson, the Sussex skipper, will be coming out to join him in a few moments' time. The 2 umpires are striding out towards the wicket. That's Neil Bainton and Mark Newell, and Pujara and Simpson are on the boundary edge. They make their way towards the middle as well. A very good afternoon to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra, those on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucestershire and Bristol. Just a quick summary of what's happened here during the day today. Gloucestershire resuming on 81 for 6. They batted through the entire morning session and didn't lose a wicket. They took their lead from 19 up to 94 at lunch. After lunch, they did lose the remaining 4 wickets. Miles Hammond top scoring with 77, and Zafar, who's having a terrific game, made 52 to add to the 60 he made.
A little bit nervous, jingly-jangly with the nerves. And also, if they lose another wicket, if they lose Pujara, they'll be thinking this is not plain sailing. They've got 74 runs to knock off to win this game, but wickets have been falling regularly. They just can't handle the left-arm spin of Gohar, who's getting quite a lot of turn and bite into this pitch, this 4-day-old pitch. It's going to be Gohar to continue, of course.
It is from the C end of the ground, and John Simpson made a very good 78 in the first innings. Is about to face his first ball. He's got a slipper, leg slip and a short leg as company. As in comes Zafar over the wicket, bowls and cut away by Simpson, and he's straight away off the mark. Sussex go to 71 for 4. The runs required down to 73. Just to keep you up to date with everything going on around the country as well. So a lot of rain which has affected games today. In the second division, there was no play at all in the game at Derby between Derbyshire and Leicester. That game ends as a draw. They've been off the field all day at Wantage Road, almost certain that will end in a draw, as in comes Zafar around the wicket to Pujara, who's forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Glamorgan, if they do get on, are 104 for 3, still trailing by 230, but there's enough time probably there to be any sort of a result. In the first division, Surrey have beaten Kent by an innings and 37 runs. Zafar in bowls. Pujara cuts away through backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 21, 72 for 4. Just 3 balls in that over because Zafar picked up a wicket with the last ball before tea. 72 for 4. Pujara on 21. Simpson is on 1. So Surrey beating Kent by an innings and 37 runs, a victory that takes them second in the county championship before the behind the early season pace setters who are Essex. Not much play done at Taunton today. The game between Somerset and Nottinghamshire was drawn, and there's still a for rain down at Southampton, which is not a million miles from here, which will tell you how localised all the rain is. Warwickshire 205 for 4, leading by 295. Live cricket here, BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. And Izzy Duncan is going to guide you through the next over from Singdale, who perhaps surprisingly hasn't bowled so far in this innings.
No, but he was off the pitch for a while, wasn't he?
Was.
At the beginning of this innings, we were a little bit worried about him with the exertions, because he throws himself into his bowling. He gives it absolutely everything. Here he is, a streak of lightning from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and that's flicked away into the onside off the bat of Pajara. There's not a run there. There are 2 men in on the single, one at mid-wicket and at mid-on. 3 on the boundary. There's a 3rd man down there with his hands in his pockets. That is Gohar, who's picked up 4 wickets. There's also a fine leg and a deep square leg just backward of square. Plenty of chirping out there from Gloucestershire, because they've got Singdale back into the attack. He's raw and he's pacey, plenty of potential. He's young. Here he is again, right arm over the wicket and goes onto the back foot. One of his favourite shots there, playing the ball on the up from Pajara, and the ball races away backward a point. All right, it's thrown back in by Gohar, who follows up with a bit of stretching. He's a bit worn out over there, Gohar.
That was a terrific bit of fielding, you know. I mean, he raced around the boundary edge, and that looked for all the world like it was going to be 2 runs. I think he might have strained his arm there, you know, where he threw the ball in. He's just sort of holding the top of his arm around the bicep. But he's had a terrific match. If there were a man of the match, he would be right up there.
Does the man of the match have to be on the winning side?
No, absolutely
Doesn't
not.
have to be.
No.
It's absolutely. There's no rules for that. 73 for 4 as Singdale will come around the wicket, this time bowling to Simpson, who is the new man at the crease. John Simpson was in the runs in the first innings. Here he is. Singdale flings himself down, and that was on leg stump. Is round the corner. It should be cut off. Yes, it will be. I think that's Akhtar who cuts it off and throws it back in and gets a single out of it. Simpson, he goes on to 2, and that means that Sussex requires 70 more runs to win. They're 74 for 4 with the loss of 4 early wickets. A little bit of trouble early on. It hasn't been plain sailing for Sussex. It's not been a walk in the park here, as we thought it might be. But Gohar had other ideas with his left arm spin. But now it's Singdale's turn. Here he is again, swooping in and bowling. It's on the stumps and forces a defensive shot out of the right-hander, Pajara.
The voice of Izzy Duncan here on BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. On what is now a really gloomy afternoon at home. Rain threatening. Sussex 74 for 4, still needing another 70 to win. And it's very tense, Izzy. We didn't think we were going to get this far today. We've had no rain, but it's been a thoroughly absorbing day of cricket.
No, it's a proper contest now. Singdale, here he is, sweeping in and bowling, and that's
Shot.
driven well. It upsets 3 pigeons who take off. Should be for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot from Pajara. There was a gap there between extra cover and mid-off. He finds the gap. He's good at finding the gap. Pajara keeps that scoreboard ticking over. He goes on to 26 off 32 deliveries. 78 for 4 now, 66 required to win for Sussex here on day 4. And plenty of overs left in the bank as well, 32 of them.
Yes, I mean, the run rate isn't a problem for Sussex. The problem is more the weather, and Sussex will just have everything crossed that the weather doesn't intervene, as it has so much around the country today.
Well, there's the shortest extra cover in place now for Pajara as Singh hurtles in, bowls, and defended there on the off stump by Pajara. Gets everything behind it. No run. End of the over. That was Singh's first over. And the score 78 for 4 now. Pajara on 26, Simpson on 2.
Let's just confirm what's happening around the country. The answer is not much at the moment. The game at Southampton, which isn't a million miles from here along the south coast, has ended in a draw. Warwickshire 205 for 4. They've been on and off for rain there throughout the afternoon. A result in the first division, and the county champions Surrey moving up to 2nd place in the table after an innings and 37-run win at Canterbury. 4 wickets for Dan Worrell, 3 for Cameron Steele. Here at Hove, it is going to be Zafar. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 27. Comes in and bowls to Simpson. And Simpson with a play and a miss outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Bracey, and there is no run. Sussex needing 66 to win. Elsewhere in the first division, rain at Taunton today. They did get a bit of play, but not enough to make any difference. Nottinghamshire finishing 440 for 2. So a draw down in the West Country. Zafar again with a slip and a short leg and a leg slip. He's in and bowls. Simpson attempts to sweep. He gets beaten outside the off stump, taken by Bracey, who whips off the off bail. But Simpson made sure his back foot was firmly rooted. And there is no run. In the second division, no play at all today at Derby in the game between Derbyshire and Leicester. And no play suffer at Wantage Road, where Glamorgan are 104 for 3. Still trailing by 230. Zafar is in. Bowls. Simpson is back and across. It's a dangerous game. You don't want to go back on this pitch. That did seem to keep quite low. David has been in touch via email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and says, all results possible at tea on the last day. Can't ask for much more. Well, I completely agree with that. It's been a terrific game. And it's not over yet. In comes Zafar, comes in and bowls. And Simpson is caught, is he? No, he's not. Zafar was absolutely convinced he'd had him caught at short leg. Hands on heads. But it isn't given. Well, clearly the Gloucestershire players, particularly Zafar, thought that was out. And they cannot believe umpire Newell is completely unmoved. Simpson survives. Well, did it sort of roll up the arm? Did it flick the glove? John Simpson wasn't going anywhere, but then he wouldn't, would he? Because you're waiting for the umpire to make the decision. That could have been absolutely vital. If Simpson had gone and Sussex were 5 down, there really would have been some jitters in the Sussex dressing room, which is quite an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. As in comes Zafar, bowls. Simpson is forward, solidly forward, plays out into the offside. And there is no run. Well, it was an almighty appeal, is he?
Oh, it was. It was a full scream. But having looked at the replay, it looks like it might have come off the thigh pad. Having seen that, thank you, Ed Seaborn, who's given me a slow-mo effect here. Yeah, I think that might have come off the thigh pad, possibly.
Just do this update as in comes Zafar bowls. And Simpson is caught this time. No, he isn't. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Adam, and it's really exciting here in the gathering gloom at Hove. Sussex needing 144 to win when they started their second innings, having bowled out Gloucester for 205. Jayden Seals, the West Indian, took 4 for 18, Jack Carson 3 for 45, but Sussex are making hard work of scoring these 144 runs. They're 78 for 4. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 26. John Simpson is on 2. Sussex still needing another 66 to win. The big question is, can they beat the rain? Meanwhile, down in Canterbury, a good win for Surrey. They've beaten Kent by an innings and 37 runs at the St Lawrence ground. Surrey up to second place in the table after 4 wickets for Dan Worrell and 3 for Cameron Steele.
So here we are, back to the raw pace of Singdale here at Hove from the Cromwell Road end. Here he is, zipping in and bowling, getting a bit of extra bounce up into the ribs there of Pujara, but nothing seems to rattle Pujara. He just goes onto the back foot and plays it under his eyes.
Well, interesting you say that, because that's what David was saying, who's been in touch via email. He says, well done to Zafar, hats off to him, but I think as long as Pujara is there, Sussex should win. I would agree with that. Pujara's the key wicket here.
Yeah, well, Pujara and Simpson, who's been in amongst the runs as well, 78 in that first innings, and a double century last week as well, didn't he, Simpson? So Pujara waits patiently here as Singh is in. Singdale, that's very well fielded as a shortish extra cover who cuts that off. Some of these boys have got their long sleeve sweaters on. I think that might be Hammond at shortish extra cover with his hands in his pockets. 78 for 4, Pujara on 26, Simpson on 2. Dale continues, and only his second over because he was off the pitch at the beginning of this innings. We're not sure what was wrong, just resting up probably. Singdale again, swooping into action, arms pumping. Up to the crease and bowls, pops in the bouncer. And Pujara just bobs out of the way there.
John Malone has been in touch and he says, rain was on the windscreen as I was driving past the Amex 15 minutes ago. Now, the Amex is, I don't know, about 5 miles down the A27 from here. So there is definitely spits and spots of rain around, and it is gloomier here. Just to reiterate for those who perhaps don't know, floodlights cannot be used at Hove this year. This has a decision been made by the club.
Yeah, well, they're expensive as well, aren't they?
They are.
Singdale hurtles in and bowls and comes forward to that Pujara this time. again, pretty much unruffled out there. Just replays the shot. Takes his guard a lot as well, doesn't he, Pujara? It's one of his sort of quirks. But he has his routine going. He's in his bubble. You can see that nobody's going to invade Pujara's bubble. 78 for 4, 66 still required here to win at Sussex. They'll be a little bit worried about the light, which is fading.
It is.
Dark clouds are looming, possibly rain around. Certainly, we managed to skirt the rain. Exceptionally lucky today. Singh is in.
Shot.
And that is a lovely shot. Crisply played with a check drive through the covers. It may well be dragged in. Has it? Yes, it has. Just been dragged in. That's a great piece of fielding by the skipper. I think it looks like it was Van Buren, who had a long way to run out towards the scoreboard there, a deep extra cover. And they take 2, I think, from that.
Yes, they did take
only 2. Yeah, because I think it's because he hit it hard, but it was dragged in. So Pujara goes on to 28, and the score 80 for 4 now. Sussex 64 needed to win. We're not worried about the overs. There are plenty of overs here for Sussex to get these runs, but they are 4 down, and the light is not great. And they've got the quick on now. Singdale. He streaks in and that kept low. That kept low. It was a good take from James Bracey with the gloves down by his ankles. I think that stung the fingers of James Bracey. He was wringing his hands out. End of an over, so the end of the second over from Singdale. His figure's 0 for 8. Still wicketless. It's all up to the spinner here. Zafar Gohar, is he going to save the day and do something remarkable here at Hove today? You never know with Gohar the way that he's going.
More news from around the country. No play at Wantage Road today. The game between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan has finished in a draw to add to the game between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. That'll be frustrating for both Leicestershire and Northants, who were well placed in those games had there been play. And just mindful of people joining us all the time on 5 Sports Extra. Just keeping up to date with events here, as Izzy Duncan was saying, Sussex needing 64 to win. They've still got 30 overs in which to get the runs in, but it's more a question of the light and the rain that is around the country today. Zafar Gohar is going to come into bowl. Figures of 4 for 27. He's in and bowls. That turns away from John Simpson, and he helps it on his way down to deep backward square and picks up a single. He goes to 3. Sussex to 81 for 4. 63 needed to win.
Adrian, have you noticed something with the flags? There's a flag missing.
Yes, the
Gloucestershire
Gloucester flag is,
sign.
and this is blown away. You could probably hear the wind in our effects microphone. I'm amazed, and full credit to the crowd here today. It's a really cold day down on the south coast, but people just absorbed in the cricket. In comes Zafar, bowls to Pujara, who's forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Ben Wood has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I woke this morning feeling positive that Sussex will breeze to a win. What on earth has happened? In comes Zafar, bowls to Pujara, who clips through mid-wicket and picks up another single. Pujara goes to 29, Sussex to 82 for 4, needing 62 to win. Well, it was all about some terrific resistance by Gloucestershire this morning, Ben. Miles Hammond and Zafar Gohar, who's had a wonderful game, batting through the morning session, and eventually Gloucestershire dismissed for 205 with a lead of 144. Zafar in again, bowl swept by Simpson. That's a good shot by John Simpson. Swept away through mid-wicket, and that's raced away for 4 runs. Simpson goes to 7, and Sussex to 86 for 4. And I mean, Sussex has spoken a lot about experience over the last couple of seasons, and this is why John Simpson, Sussex needed him at the club, just this steadying head.
Yeah, well, he's feeling a bit more confident now because he was all tied up in that last over against Gohar. Attempted that shot in the last over, didn't pull it off, but this time it came out the middle of the bat. I think he's using his feet a bit more.
Zafar in again, bowls, and Simpson forces off the back foot to deep extra cover where Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, comes in and fields. One more to Simpson, who survived a huge appeal in the last over of a Zafar, but he's now on 8 of 11 deliveries. John Simpson, Sussex needing 57 to win with 6 wickets in hand, 29 overs remaining. The overs aren't the issue. Gloucestershire need the wickets. Zafar coming around the wicket to the right-handed Pujara with a slip and a short leg, and Pujara pads the ball away and inquires of umpire Newell as to whether that is out, which was an optimistic appeal. End of the over. Zafar 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 34, Sussex 87 for 4. Pujara on 29. Simpson on 8. Another 57 needed for Sussex to win, a win that would take them back to the top of Division 2 of the County Championship.
Yeah, it certainly isn't a breeze here for Sussex with 4 wickets down, and Gahar is making their life pretty difficult out there, even with Pujara, but I suspect that Gloucestershire will feel a lot more confident and optimistic if they do get the wicket of Pujara, but he's mightily hard to get out.
Well, it was out in the first innings, a calamitous run. Do you remember between these two when he was out for 86? These two found themselves stranded in the middle of the pitch, and Pujara had to go.
So Singdale, here he is. He's going to come around the wicket, right arm around, and it's on the stumps, and that's
Shot.
driven crisply. It's in the V, nice and straight. It's up the hill, and Van Buren gives up the chase in the end, chasing it up the hill. It was struck sweetly there by Simpson. He's looking in quite good nick now as he follows up with a bit of gardening.
Well, he made his career best score last week at Leicester, where he made 205 not out. Followed that up with 78 here in the first innings, so he really is in good form. But his heart would have been in his mouth with that loud appeal. I mean, he walked away, but he probably daren't look at umpire Newell. But since then, 2 boundaries. He's on to 12.
Yeah, he's got his composure back. As Singdale again, like lightning, is in and bowls, and a similar sort of shot, check drive, but hasn't got the pace on it this time, and is fielded by Van Buren. Gives it a jolly good polish. So 53 now required Sussex, with Bupara very much established on his 29 or 42. Simpson at the business end of things on 12. And Sussex looking to wrap this up as quickly as they can. But life is not easy, particularly against the bowling of Zafar Gohar. And right now it's Singdale. Here he is, open-chested, and bowls a thickish inside edge into the onside, but they will scamper through for 1. So Simpson goes on to 13. And 92 for 4 is the score, brings Pujara to the crease.
So those results in the County Championship today. In the First Division, Essex still top. They won yesterday. They're on 57 points after 3 games. The County Champions, Surrey, just 8 points behind on 49. Somerset on 41. Warwickshire on 41. Durham 38. Hampshire 30. Worcestershire 30. Notts 28. Kent 26. Lancashire bottom with 24.
Singdale, down the hill he comes. And again, head over the ball there from Pujara. Thou will not pass my bat. The Great Wall of China from Pujara. He was run out in the previous innings, and Ed Seaborn felt it was the only way you were going to get Gloucestershire were going to get Pujara out, and they managed it. There was a complete kerfuffle. I think he was batting at the time with Simpson.
He was.
And they were looking rather greedily for that 3rd run that wasn't there. So Singdale, Cromwell Road end, in the gloom. He's going to run towards us. A sweatband on his left wrist. He's in and bowls, really flings himself into it. The exertion from Singdale is exceptional. Defended again by Pujara. 92 for 5 now. 28 overs remaining here for Sussex. Plenty of time. They're certainly biding their time. Life is not easy with the bat out there.
Looks a little brighter in the distance.
Plenty of geeing up from the crowd. Come on, lads. Wanting a win here, the Sussex crowd, of course they are. They can almost taste it. 92 for 4. Singdale bowling tightly to those stumps. But that follow-through, he almost falls over on the follow-through, but manages to stay upright in the end. It's the end of another over, and Pujara just defends that one again. 92 for 4, 52 required to win. At Hove for Sussex. Simpson on 13, Pujara 29.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio, Sussex, Bristol and Gloucester. Every ball of every game right through the season here on the BBC. We had a bit of a cliffhanger here in the last game against Northamptonshire that ended in a draw. We're specialising in them at Hove this season. As Izzy Duncan says, 52 needed to win for Sussex. Zafar is going to bowl his 11th over, figures of 4 for 34 from this, the C end. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Zafar is in bowl. Simpson sweeps and he gets a single out to deep mid wicket. He goes to 14. Sussex to 93 for 4. 51 needed to win. And the field changes over for the right-handed Cheteshwar Pujara. He's 29 not out. He's faced 45 deliveries, but Sussex will just be pleased that he's there. Zafar in bowls, and Pujara pads up. The ball passes by outside the off stump, and there is no run. There's a slip and a short leg, and a short extra cover. As Pujara waits at the far end, John Simpson at the non-strikers end. The Sussex skipper is on 14. Zafar again around the wicket, bowls, and Pujara is using his feet, drives down the ground. There's a good stop in there, it's short extra cover, but it can't prevent the single, and Pujara goes through to 30. Sussex to 94 for 4, needing another 50 to win. As Izzy Duncan was saying, no problem with the overs, still 27 overs left in the match. And the skies are certainly brighter now to the downs to the north of the ground here at Hove. If you're not familiar, we're looking up the hill from the sea end towards the downs. As in comes Zafar, bowl swept away by Simpson, who is caught. No, he's not. I thought for a minute. I completely lost track of where that had gone, Izzy.
Well, it's the gloom, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's difficult to pick it out.
Very difficult to pick it up.
Yeah.
Simpson picks up a single. I thought for a moment he'd been caught at deep mid-wicket. It's Dom Goodman out there. But it bounced short. There was a cry of catch, which you probably heard in the effects microphone.
Well, it was certainly airborne to begin
was.
with. And there was a bounce or two before it got to Goodman, the big tall man, 6'6" of him.
95 for 4, 49 needed to win. Zafar in bowls to Pujara. That turned away from Pujara, who let it go through to James Bracey. And there is no run. So 3 singles off the over so far.
You just get the feeling that Gohar prefer to be bowling to the left-hander, to Simpson. He's finding
Yes.
the rough there and tying Simpson up at times.
In comes Zafar again, bowls, and again Pujara uses his feet and plays the ball without timing to mid-off. Nonetheless, he picks up another single. It's the end of another over. Zafar 11 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 38. Sussex on 96 for 4. Pujara on 31. Simpson is on 15. Sussex needing 48 to win. We've given you the Division 1 table, Division 2 table. Middle Sussex will go top provided they don't lose this match. If they draw the game, they'll go a point clear of Middlesex. If they win this game, they'll pick up 22 points and will go 9 points clear of Middlesex, who are currently top of the table after that very good 3-day win against Yorkshire yesterday.
So Singdale to continues, taking his sweater off. He's got the ball in hand and he's raring to go with his raw pace. He's going to be bowling to Pujara, the right-hander. He's composed in his crease. Little tap of the bat. In he streaks. And that is defended there by Pujara. Do tweet us. We'd love to hear your news and views and your moans and your groans. I'm Isabel Duncan at Fine Glance. And we have Adrian Harms at BBC Sussex Sport. And Ed Seaborn here is at Ed Cricket 6, and it's the digit 6. So, yeah, do get in touch. There's a lot of chirping out there. The Gloucestershire fielders just trying to G each other up. See if they can get another wicket. They've got Singdale back into the attack now, having had some time off earlier. He's giving it everything. He's sinewy, he's strong, and bowls. And just left off a length there by Bipara. It's not too far away from the off stump, but he's a great judge of shot selection and leaves it well alone, Pujara.
A good judge of how dark it is, or if it gets any darker, is the lights in the Spen Karma Pavilion away to our left-hand side. Now, I can't see any at the minute. We can see our light at the far end of the groundsman's hut at the far end of the ground.
Yeah.
That's on. So the light isn't great, is he?
It's not. I mean, there could, I suppose, be a decision to only bowl spinners, but we haven't got there yet. It's a worry for Sussex as Singdale is in, and that is clipped into the onside, just towards the mid-wicket region. There's no mid-wicket there, so there's quite a lot of scampering to be done, but only 1 run is taken, so Bipara goes on, Pujara goes on to 32. 97 for 4. Simpson will be facing now on 15. It is remarkable that we've managed to dodge the rain all day when you think of all the other games that have been on and off the pitch or completely rained on.
Yeah.
Huge band of rain across the country, and Brighton just sort of sticking out on the right-hand side of it, on the fringe on the south coast there. Singdale again, scampers in, bowls, he's coming around the wicket. This time to Simpson, who plays out with an open blade towards third man, where it's cut off. He goes through for 1, 98 for 4. 46 now required to win for Sussex. Slowly but surely. Gloucestershire will be thinking, if we can get one of these two out, established batters, Pujara or Simpson, they'll be in with a shout here.
Yeah, I mean, these two have added 28. And very reassuring for Sussex to see these two out there coming together when Sussex was 70 for 4 when James Coles was out for 10.
Again, Singdale. Here he is, streaking in. Pops in a bouncer. Saw that nice and early, Pujara. Untroubled. It's an unrattled cage of Pujara. He just does his little walk towards square leg, has a think about things. But deep in concentration, and very much in his bubble out there. 98 for 4. The Indian maestro, immaculate forward defensive. One slip in place. We've got a point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg, and third man down there on the boundary. Looks like it's Akbar trying to keep his hands warm. Singdale, here he is, and that is dug out by almost Yorker length, dug out by Pujara. And cut off well there at mid-wicket and denied the run. So 98 for 4. We've had 23 overs. Well, that doesn't really matter how many overs we've had because we've got 26 remaining in the day for Sussex to knock off these runs, and only 46 required now with Pujara on 32 and Simpson on 16. Both of them looking well set.
They are, and one comforting factor for Gloucestershire will be that their over rate, which was -3, is now level, so they'll be very pleased that at this stage anyway they won't be deducted any points for a slow over rate. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra. Izzy Duncan, Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn with us as well. Ed will be back with us in a couple of minutes here to guide us through, well, who knows if it's going to be the closing overs. It's been a really tense encounter. Gloucestershire bound out for 205 today. Miles Hammond top scoring with 77. Sussex set 144 to win. And here they are, 98 for 4, still needing another 46. With Clark, Haynes, Allsop and Coles all back in the pavilion. Here comes Zafar, bowls to Simpson, who pads up outside of the off stump, and there is no run. A slip, short leg, and a leg slip surround John Simpson. It's a deep backward square, a deep extra cover, a long on, mid-wicket saving one, and 2 men set back on the leg side, one in front of square, one behind. In comes Zafar, bowls, and Simpson nudges that through the vacant gully area and picks up his 17th run. Sussex go to 99 for 4.
I think Simpson's relieved to be off strike against
Yes, I agree.
Zafar Gohar, because he's a little bit troubled by him in the past. Although he has played that sweep shot well when he's got hold of it out towards that deep wicket boundary.
I just wonder whether they might be, now the over rate is level. I mean, they might have bowled Zafar anyway because he's picked up all 4 wickets. I just wonder whether they might think of a change from this end, maybe a bit of pace.
He's bowled all the way through, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Zafar waits. And he's in on bowls outside the leg stump. Which, oh, in fact, now that's been signalled a wide. That's an interesting decision by Mark Newell, and presumably thinking that Zafar is deliberately bowling down that outside that leg stump. It was taken by Bracey, so 2 more to the total. And comes Zafar again, bowls, and that pitched round about the leg stump, padded away by Pujara. Sussex 100 for 4.
It's almost a sort of negative bowling, isn't
Yes.
it? I know he's bowling with variety here. It's almost like he's trying to eat up balls.
Zafar in again, bowls, and Pujara pads that away. There's a cry of catch. It looked from here as if that came off the pad and ended up at backward point. And again, there is no run. 1 ball left. 2 balls left in there because there was, of course, a wide.
Well, the 100 went up with the wide, didn't it?
Yes. It did,
Not
yeah.
an auspicious way for the 100 to go up.
The spectators at the far end of the ground in the blue and white deck chairs are huddled up, aren't they? Against the wind and the cold here. It's just most unseasonal. In comes Zafar, bowls, and Pujara lets that one go outside the off stump, taken very competently by James Bracey. It's another dot ball, 100 for 4, 44 needed to win for Sussex. Still 25 overs remaining to be bowled. Sussex inching towards victory. Zafar is in, bowls to Pujara, plays into the offside. And there is no run. We're going to have a little change in the commentary box. Ed Seaborn is going to come back in to join us. Thanks very much to Izzy Duncan. We've had a hugely enjoyable 4 days down here at Hove. Thank you everybody for all your emails throughout the match. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We've been counting the amount of countries that people have been listening from throughout the game, and we're up to 27. So that's a tremendous... Yeah, it's tremendous. There's so many people listening to cricket, around the world, not just in this country. So thank you everybody for your messages. Thank you for your tweets. You can still send them in, of course, at edcricket6 or at Fineglance. You can email sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And just to reiterate, for people joining us all the time on 5 Sports Extra, Surrey winning today against Kent by an innings. They go second in the county championship. The matches at Hampshire and Somerset ended in draws. Rain around in both of those matches. No play at all today in the games in the second division between Derbyshire and Leicestershire and Northampton Glamorgan. Both of those games washed out.
Singdale from the Cromwell Road end. Can Gloucestershire get a wicket through one of their pacemen? He bowls to Simpson, not with a delivery like that. You won't. Clipped away towards deep backward square. Sliding stop by Tom Price, and they don't come back for a second run. That's really good fielding. Backward of square there on the onside. Looked as if it was 4 off the bat, especially with that short boundary, short side of the pitch being quite a long way over towards the clock tower side of the ground here, if you know it. 101 for 4. Simpson moves to 18. Pujara 32. I've never made this sickening joke before, and I promise never to make it again, but it does feel as if it is go hard or go home for Gloucestershire. As in comes Singdale bowling to Pujara. This is tucked into the onside. Backward of square. Goodman in to do the fielding. And it's another comfortable single. 33 for Pujara.
He's a reassuring presence for Sussex as Pujara. Ben got in touch a little earlier and said if Pujara stays, Sussex win. And I think he's right. I was just thinking it is gloomy. And if Sussex were using the floodlights this season, I feel sure they would be on by now.
Yes, they'd have called for them, wouldn't they? I think so, but I really, famous last words perhaps, but I don't think that it's going to be an issue. I think we're going to finish before the time when it would be a real problem, and we were playing at gone 7 on day 2. Singdale bowls full to Simpson, work towards mid-on, quick single. Van Buren's deep at mid-on. I'm not really sure that there should be a single there, and Van Buren's now thinking the same thing with hindsight, I think, with that hand gesture. It's 103 for 4. Simpson to 19. Been a man for this sort of situation before as John Simpson. I can remember him winning a game against Somerset back when Middlesex won the title in 2016. He won the game with a 6 in the last over. He's been a man for a championship chase before as John Simpson. Runs off every ball this over. Gloucestershire are going to try and adjust the field to prevent these singles, but the problem is they can't have boundaries, so you're in that position now. You haven't got many runs to play with, and maybe you've almost got to go on the attack and say, well, if we lose in 6 overs, then so be it. Got to try and take these wickets. There's no slips in place. There's a short mid-wicket, a short forward square, and another short mid-wicket. Forward goes Pujara, defending a ball that cut back. Singdale's got his hand up to his mouth. He's been trying his absolute hardest here as Singdale. He's tried to get whatever he can out of this pitch. He is quite skiddy with his pace. I just wonder, because he's not. Actor's got a bit more lift when he's bowled from that Cromwell Road end, and he does tend to skid rather than have the ball leap like Actor might. Singdale runs in, he bowls full and straight. Pujara once again head over the ball. The picture of calmness and consideration, and he just does not look like he's going to let you past. And somehow you've got to summon the belief as you're walking back to the mark that yes, the next one might be the one. It'll be the next one. It'll be the next one. And then 180 balls later, he's usually still there.
His bat must look about a foot wide, I would imagine. I think it's actually got a little lighter, to be honest.
It has. I mean, I think you see
in the last 2 or 3 minutes
where it's coming from. It's just a little bit brighter. I think light is not going to be an issue. 41 to win, 6 wickets for Gloucestershire. Singdale bowls to Pujara, who once again is treating that one with respect, playing it back up the surface for Singdale to field. He's had 5 overs this spell. That's tended to be about what he's been allowed, so Gloucestershire might need to think about a change from that far end. Of course you want him to keep on bowling because you feel he might be the most likely to make the breakthrough from that end, but 41 runs to win, you know, it's a difficult trade-off, isn't it? But really, you feel this has got to be an over from Zafar, where he produces a couple of absolute wonder deliveries, get rid of one of these two, open up an end, and maybe get another one in the same over. It sort of feels like something like that probably has to happen now with 4 wickets down for Sussex.
4 for 40 in his 12 overs here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team here at Hove. Sussex needing 41 to win. John Simpson on 19, Cheteshwar Pujara on 33. 3 men around the back, a slip, leg slip and a short leg. As in comes Zafar bowls, played into the onside by John Simpson, who also looks a picture of calm out there. 104 for 4. He survived a huge appeal for a catch at short leg when he was on just 3. If a wicket had gone down then, well, Gloucestershire would have still felt that they had a chance in this game, but Sussex are inching their way towards the finishing line. Zafar is going to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara. 2 slips go down and Pujara pads that one away into the offside, and there is no run. Zafar, who's had a tremendous match, he's taken 7 wickets in the match. He scored 112 runs in the match. It's been a tremendous performance by him. He comes in again, bowls to Pujara, who pads that away, pitching outside the leg stump. So legitimately Pujara padding the ball away. I always think it's a slightly dangerous game doing that. But the ball is clearly pitching outside leg stump. And of course, if that happens, you can't be given out. In comes Zafar Gohar, running in over the wicket. Just an update to our listeners at BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Kent. Sussex are 104 for 4. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 33. John Simpson is on 20. Yes, indeed. Sussex are 104 for 4 here at Hove. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian batsman, is holding things together here for Sussex. He's 33 not out. John Simpson is on 20. Sussex needing another 40 runs to win. They've got 6 wickets in hand and they're just praying that the rain stays away and Sussex secure their first victory of the season. That's exactly what Surrey have done today. They've beaten Kent at Canterbury by innings and 37 runs, and they go second in the county championship. Zafar finishes his over. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 41. Sussex are 104 for 4. Pujara on 33. Simpson is on 20. And as I say, Sussex inching their way towards the finishing line, a win that would take them clear at the top of the second division. As I was saying earlier, if they were to draw this game, they would still go back to the top, but only just ahead of Middlesex. We were saying earlier on this week, and I think it's going to be a really exciting second division, because I think pretty much every side you can make a case with their various squads for getting promoted. And you know, many people had Yorkshire down as the favourites. They may well still go up, but you know, they played 3 games. They haven't won a game yet. I know there's been lots of weather around, but you know, it's not an easy division to get out of this season.
No, it isn't, and I think that's something that in particular it usually is. To be honest, I'm not sure I saw a side bossing it quite like Durham did. I think some people thought, yes, that Yorkshire just might, but they haven't, as you say, got off to the best of starts. And I think you wonder whether the carryover of not being able to take the wickets at Bristol the other week, whether that had anything to do with what happened at Lord's. Dom Goodman is going to have a bowl. He's 6'6" man, and he's going past the edge of Simpson first ball as he looks to slash outside the off stump. And again, it's just, if you can hit that pitch maybe just a little bit harder from a height, you do get a bit of bounce. And Goodman finding it there. If anyone's going to do it from Gloucestershire's attack especially, you think it's going to be a man who is the tallest on the park. Okay, he took 3 wickets in the first innings. I think it was probably the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers. In the end, he looked good when he was both pitching it up and banging it in short. He's bowling full here to Simpson, though, allowing a turn through the onside past a square leg umpire. It rolls to Tom Price in the deep, and it's a single taken. Now, what's the umpire signalling here? I think there's a sweater that's been brought on for somebody, and Neil Bainton has still got his arm outstretched towards the pavilion. So I'm not sure if he was saying that substitute shouldn't have come on and given that sweater to mid-on or what. No, it was a no ball, so he had his arm out for a no ball, but I guess maybe he just couldn't attract the attention of somebody. So for some reason, I don't know what it was, whether it was for overstepping or what, but a no ball has been called. So Sussex moved 2 closer, 37 needed to win, as Goodman is in round the wicket bowling to Pujara. It's a ballooning bouncer that goes over the head of Pujara, and what now? Has that not been given as one for the over? I don't think it has.
No. John Holden's been in touch, Ed, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, "Hi Adrian, it's been raining out here for the last 15 minutes. Now, I don't know where you are, John, whether you're in Brighton or you're in Hove. Certainly around the ground here, there are no umbrellas up."
No. It's we've got so lucky today. I mean,
Very
you can
lucky.
see all the rain away to our left-hand side out towards the west, and the radar has basically had it raining everywhere around Brighton and Hove, apart from in the actual city itself. Here comes Goodman in and bowling over the wicket now to Pujara, tucked into the onside, but there's plenty of protection there. 4 fielders saving the single on the onside, and umpire Newell has decided that he's going to stand at point rather than at square leg as a result.
Les has been in touch. He says, "Another country for you. I'm watching on YouTube from a village called Kirby, which is, I pronounce this correctly, Grinder Live in New York." I'm presuming he means New York State. More in a moment from Les.
Goodman bowls now to Pujara, rising delivery outside the off stump, but Pujara just knocks it into a vacant area on the offside and trots through for another one. 36 required.
He goes on to say, "I'm a Sussex Cricket and Albion fan for over 60 years. It's good to see both teams performing well for a change. Favourite players for Sussex in the past, Jim Parks, the great Jim Parks, John Snow and Matt Pryor. Go Sussex," says Les. Thank you for getting in touch.
Goodman round the wicket for the left-handed Simpson. Moves in now, bowls a short ball. Simpson pulls this one away in the air, cries a catch, but it's not going to be caught or stopped. One bounce and into the advertising boards. It's just very difficult to defend that short boundary. Goodman has looked dangerous when he's bowled the short ball in this match, but it's been when he's been able to use the fact that there is that longer side. It's very difficult to stop the runs to the short side, and it's 32 needed to win. Simpson a runnable 25. It's actually just allowed Pujara to slow down as well and just make sure that Pujara is still there. Goodman bowls another short ball. Simpson swings it, and he's caught at mid-wicket. It's not quite over yet. A diving catch at mid-wicket, low down to his right-hand side. I think it might be Ollie Price who's taken that catch, or is it Ben Charlesworth? And it is a wicket for Dom Goodman and for Gloucestershire. The short ball has worked again from Goodman. He's struck in his first over. Yes, it's cost 8, but Simpson has perished, looking to attack. 25 from 26 deliveries. Sussex are 5 down. They still need 32. It was indeed Ollie Price who took the catch, and if there's one man probably in this Gloucestershire side who'd want that ball to be going to, it's Ollie Price.
Well, full credit to Gloucestershire this morning. I mean, we arrived at the ground this morning. They had a lead of 19 with just 4 wickets remaining, and here we are, 20-5, and they're still battling away. I mean, led, for those who are joining us, it's been a terrific day's cricket. Miles Hammond making 77. Zafar making 52. Gloucestershire eventually out for 205. 4 wickets for the West Indian Jayden Seals, 3 for Jack Carson and 2 for Ollie Robinson. And Sussex have steadily lost wickets. Every time this game looked as if, it's drifting towards a win for Sussex, suddenly something happens. As out come Finn Hudson-Prentice. Now, interestingly, Izzy Duncan was saying the Gloucestershire flag has gone, which it has. The flags of both counties fly from the flagpoles on the clock tower scoreboard. But I'm indebted to Graham Irwin, who's been in touch to say, for the record, it's customary for the flag to be reunited on the final day around the tea interval.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I thought it was more just usually, because it's the scorer who tends to bring the flag, and
Yes.
the scorer just wants to get off home after the game's finished. I didn't think there was anything more formal to it than that.
Seems like it might be. Zafar, 13 overs, 2 mains. That was the end of the over, 4 for 41 here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn. The light has improved here at Hove. Sussex supporters will be keen to know, with 32 needed for victory. But who knows which direction this game is going to turn. It's been a game of twists and turns, particularly today, as Zafar runs up the hill away from us from the CN, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who nervously plays that one away to backward point. There is no run. Gloucestershire have got history at this ground. There was a T20 match, I think 3 seasons ago, where Gloucestershire won from a position where they looked to be hopelessly out of the game, and I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 out there who remember that night. In comes Zafar around the wicket, bowls, and Pujara is back and leans and plays it through the covers and picks up a single. He goes to 35, the calming influence for Sussex. 115 for 5.
It was
31 needed to win.
It was 29 required from 38 balls, and Sussex had 8 wickets in hand. That was the position that Gloucestershire won the game from. Hudson
Prentice, who's the new man in, comes down and has a word to Cheteshwar Pujara. To come for Sussex still, Danny Lamb, who moved from Lancashire in the winter. He's been in terrific form with the bat. He made a career best 135 last week and weighed in with 83 in this game. Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals. In comes Zafar, bowls wide outside the off stump, carved away by Hudson Prentice. Out to deep cover, picks up a single. 30 needed to win, 114 for 5.
It's just been a little bit, if you're hypercritical at somebody just taken 4 for 43, but just a few deliveries which have been able to be cut away, particularly to Pujara, but one there to get Hudson Prentice off the mark.
In comes Zafar again, and Pujara, as if to make Ed's point, plays it through the covers, picks up another single. And Sussex will be very happy to pick up these singles on their way. They will hope to victory. 29 needed to win. Pujara on 36, Hudson Prentice on 1. 2 slips go down. This is the prize scalp. If Gloucestershire could get Pujara out. In comes Zafar, bowls. And that didn't miss the off stump by very much. Taken by James Bracey, the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper. Hands on heads in the slip cordon. 115 for 5. The light improving all the time. Zafar wanders back to his mark.
Almost got some shadows out there.
Yeah, yes we have, just about. Zafar in again, bowls and sweat, and he's been given out. Yes, he has. And Hudson Prentice is on his way. A 6th wicket goes down, a 5th wicket for Zafar. What a game he's having. Hudson Prentice looking to sweep, and he's been pinned in front LBW. And Sussex are 115 for 6. They still need 29 to win. And Zafar, 5 for 44. We wondered if he'd be, I think, win or lose, he is the man of the match. He's taken 8 wickets in the game. He scored 112 runs. And Hudson Prentice makes his way off for a single. Well, we said there was mileage in this game, and there'll be a few jitters up on that balcony with the Sussex players.
Yeah, certainly will be. I had a look at the replay. Hudson Prentice, not the first batter to walk back to the pavilion after having given the umpire a bit of a stare, but I have to say, from what I've seen, I think he's got rather less of a case than perhaps some of the other batters today. It looked like it straightened, struck him probably in front of middle. I don't think that was missing the stumps from the replay that I've seen. So another 5-wicket haul for Zafar Gohar in his Gloucestershire career. And remind you of what I was saying earlier in terms of how tough a season it was last year. Just the 1 5-for in the season came in the first innings against Derbyshire in the second last match of the season. But you go back previous year, 5 wicket hauls, and then that extraordinary end to 2021 where he came in and just absolutely lit up the Gloucestershire team in terms of energy and wickets. Took 20 wickets in 4 matches, but it was 18 in 3 matches at the back end of 2021. And whatever comes from this game, the fact that Gloucestershire might have their potent spin weapon back, that is something to provide serious encouragement for future games, even if they can't get over the line here.
Well, the new man in is Danny Lamb. So he's been in terrific form with the bat since his move from Lancashire in the winter. He's at the non-strikers end. Sussex leading 29 to win here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn, Izzy Duncan, your commentary team. I wonder if there's any more twists and turns in this, as there hasn't been enough already.
So 29 needed to win, and the field very much set for some short pitch bowling here from Dom Goodman. He's lining up Pujara, who's on 36. Goodman runs in and bowls to Pujara. It's tucked round the corner. That'll be a single down to fine leg, who is very fine, Ben Charlesworth. It's one of those Gloucestershire cable knit sweaters on. Pretty much everyone's got them on. It's single figures, I think, here, looking at the latest in terms of reported conditions. Temperature 9 degrees in late April. 28 to win. And it's Danny Lamb, the man who spent time on loan with Gloucestershire last season, who's had himself a very fine match. Wickets in the first innings of Gloucestershire. And in fact, with the new ball, he's probably the pick of Sussex's bowlers, actually. He came on and provided some real penetration when Robinson and Seals hadn't. Goodman bowls now to Lamb. It's a bumper. It's a no ball from Goodman. It's the second one that he's bowled. And just straining every sinew to try and bang these deliveries in and extract maximum pace out of the surface. But it's caused him to overstep again. And it means it's now just 26 runs required to win. And 4 wickets still for Gloucestershire. Goodman rounds at the end of his mark. Races in. He's there now and he bowls full straight. Lamb comes down with an angled bat on it. I think he was thinking about trying to tuck that into the leg side to start with, but then had to straighten up his bat at the last minute and played it back to the bowler.
If he'd have missed that, he was absolutely plumb. We're right behind the bowler's arm here. We've got a great view right down the wicket, looking up the hill from the sea end to the Cromwell Road end of the ground. There's a 10-foot slope on the ground from top to bottom, but we had a terrific view of that, and it was a good job Danny Lamb got something on that.
Goodman starts his run, bends forward, accelerates to the creases. There now he bowls, bouncer, and Lamb ducks underneath it. He's not willing to take this on at the moment, despite the fact that Gloucestershire have made it very clear that pretty much every delivery is going to be there. And he's just wanting to stay disciplined, is Danny Lamb. He can leave it up to Pujara if he wants to. Pujara is looking like he is not going to be removed at the moment from the other end. But Lamb's natural instinct, as Hudson Prentice's was, is to score runs, to attack. And Hudson Prentice perished trying to paddle Zafar round the corner. 2 slips have gone in now, so this may be pitched up, or it might be the bluff. Goodman bowls, and it is pitched up, and it's steered away by Lamb down towards deep third. Zafar in the action again, does the fielding, and Lamb is off the mark. 25 runs required.
Thank you, Michael, for your kind email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk says he's enjoyed the commentary throughout the game. Well, it's been an enthralling 4 days. It really has. A game that's ebbed and flowed one way and the other.
I mean, it was kind of a slow burner in a way, wasn't it? Because whilst we still felt there was time possibly for Sussex to win the game after they were bowled out, the fact that Gloucestershire even have a vaguest sniff of a victory here, they almost had to be bowled out, I guess, for that to happen. But they risk losing. Sussex still favourites, but Gloucestershire fighting every step of the way. Bowling is Goodman. This is driven back at a square on the offside. Terrific stuff from Tom Price. There's a huge mix-up. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers end, but he's not able to get any power on the throw from the seat of his pants. And that was very nearly, again, a moment involving Pujara and a disastrous run out. They've ended up not getting a run. A terrific piece of fielding from Tom Price to stop the ball in the first place. I didn't think he was going even to do that. It would have been 4 if it had got by him. But then he had to get some sort of a throw away and just couldn't get any power on it.
Brilliant piece of fielding.
It was extraordinary. Last ball of the over. Goodman into Pujara, knocks into the onside. Lamb's taken another couple of steps down the pitch.
Lord.
Pujara's giving his partner the jitters at the non-strikers end now, because of what happened before, and I mean, there was never a single there. He's just pushed it straight to mid-on. End of the over. It is all happening. Again, we're late on day 4. We've at least got one match around the country in terms of the county championship where we've got some serious drama. And thank goodness for that. Yes, there's been some rain around. Yes, there's been some frustration. But we're approaching 5 o'clock and we've got a game where we still don't quite know which way it's going.
And you're listening to live cricket. For those of you who are just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, conscious that people joining all the time. Sussex needing 25 to win, and they've got 4 wickets in hand. Cheshire Pujara on 37, Danny Lamb on 1. Lamb is facing. There are 2 slips. Zafar with 5 for 44 on his 14 overs, bowling his left arm spin. He's coming around the wicket, up the hill, in and bowls to Lamb, who's forward. Play to wicket. You probably heard the call of yes, yes, yes. And Pujara responds from the non-striker's end and picks up a single. Every run being applauded by the very cold and wrapped up spectators around Hove. Sussex needing 24 to win. Elsewhere, lots of rain in Division 2. The games at Derbyshire and Northamptonshire washed out today. In the first division, I'll tell you what's happened there in a minute, but Zafar is coming around the wicket to bowl to Cheshire Pujara. He's in, and Pujara takes a step down the wicket, tucks the ball around onto the leg side and picks up another single. Lamb calling him through. 23 needed to win. Pujara to 38. Surrey beating Kent by an innings and 37 runs. They're second in the county championship behind Essex. Not much play down at Taunton today. The game between Somerset and Notts and Hampshire and Warwickshire ending in draws, with rain intervening in both matches. We've been incredibly lucky here at Hove with no interruptions so far, and fingers crossed that's going to stay the same. Zafar is just sort of looking at his field and thinking of ways that he might change it, but he's decided to stay where he is with those 2 slips. Comes in and bowls, and Danny Lamb is right forward, foot to the pitch of the ball, head still, plays it back down the track. Zafar fields. There is no run. Overs aren't an issue. For the record, there are 19 remaining after this one. Just 23 needed to win as the wind howls again, and in comes Zafar bowls. Again, Lamb is forward. The ball trickles out into the offside, and there is no run. I have various updates to do to BBC Radio Sussex, and in a few moments' time, we'll try not to interrupt the commentary too much. If another wicket goes down now, well, still 23 to win. In comes Zafar. Bowls. That turns away from Danny Lamb, who watches the ball through to James Bracey behind the stumps. And again, there is no run. Just to repeat, Gloucestershire beginning this morning leading by just 19 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Zafar in again, bowls. Lamb is forward, places firmly to mid-off, and you probably heard the call of yes, and he went straight for the single, did Danny Lamb. He's going to pinch the strike. He goes to 3. Sussex 122 for 6, 22 needed to win. Earlier today, Gloucester all out for 205. Miles Hammond top scoring with 77. Zafar making 52. Those two sharing a partnership for the 7th wicket of 87. Eventually bowled out for 205, a lead of 144. 4 wickets for Jayden Seals, the West Indian, 4 for 18 in 16 overs, 3 for Jack Carson, 3 for 45 in his 25 overs, and a couple of wickets from Ollie Robinson, 2 for 48 in his 18 overs. It's come down to this after 4 days of cricket. 22 needed to win, 4 wickets remaining, and it's going to be Dom Goodman from the Cromwell Road end.
Goodman runs in. He bowls a short ball to Danny Lamb, who has nothing to do with it again. 3 fielders back deep on the onside. A fielder at shorter forward square. He's not in particularly close. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. So we're back to this 6-3 leg side field. Just a deep third, a backward point, and a mid-off on the offside. So they're really trying to tempt Lamb into driving. Looks as though Goodman is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Lancastrian in his first year with Sussex. Round the wicket comes Goodman, bowls a short ball, swayed out of the way of by Danny Lamb. Through to the keeper it goes.
Neil has been in touch. And he says he's enjoying listening to the match. He's enjoyed listening to you as well, Ed Seaborn from BBC Gloucester. And he says, I know Sussex haven't got a game next week, but he'll be tuning into Gloucester's game. So well done, Ed. Gloucester playing Middlesex next week down at Bristol.
Yes.
And don't forget every ball of every game, of every championship, T20 and 50 over game on the BBC right through the summer.
Goodman runs in, he bowls, back of a length, it's come off a leading edge of Lamb's bat to backward point, and there's a shot at the stumps from Tom Price, but no way they were going to get Pujara there as he was miles home. Not a controlled shot by Lamb, but it was to safety. There's no fielder in really close for Lamb, sort of banking on the fact that he's going to hit it quite hard when he tries to take on the short ball. They don't really have anyone in for something like that where it just gets big on him, comes off the shoulder of the bat, something like that. Single taken, 21 needed. There's a leg slip in now for Pujara as Goodman is in round the wicket bowling. A short ball again, Pujara ducks underneath it. I think that is the quota of bouncers used up in the over now for Goodman. So if he's going to bowl it short, well, he can't risk bowling it too short because then it's 2 more runs and then it will be down under 20 required by Sussex. Surveying the field, Pujara is seeing a deep mid-wicket move back. Goodman's so eager to run in and bowl. There's still plenty of fielders moving about as he's starting his run. Here comes Goodman, round the wicket bowling. He's tried the leg stump. Yorker, it's got through leg slip and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs. It got underneath the fielder there, and it's a boundary that means that Sussex now just needs 17 to win. You could see exactly what the plan was from Dom Goodman, and head in hands, it's Ollie Price as well. He took that terrific catch to get rid of John Simpson, and he is absolutely distraught with himself that he's had that go underneath him. It's a horrible place to field. You've got no time to react, really, and he just... You know, you're expecting a catch and then it goes flying along the floor and it went right underneath him, and you can tell he's still thinking about that as he moves off to his position at backward point.
Interesting here, James Bracey is going to stand up to the stumps. And that's no mean achievement either, because a Goodman bowls with good pace, and he's got trying to put the pressure on
as well. I mean, if he just bounces a bit. Last ball of the over, Goodman runs in, he bowls full and straight to Pujara, who presses forward, immaculately defending back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. It's been a good spell this from Goodman, actually. Again, he's conceded 17 runs in his 3 overs, but he did buy the wicket of Simpson. And you have felt that something might happen more probably off the bowling of Goodman, actually, than the previous pace bowlers at the Cromwell Road end. But again, you feel it's probably down to Zafar now and try to get the lower order in against him even further. I mean, we've got Jack Carson would be due in next, who was out for a golden duck against Zafar Gohar in the first innings. Then Ollie Robinson, who I'm sure might decide that he's going to win the game single-handedly if he does get out there. Then Jaden Seals.
Well, it is going to be Zafar who's going to come in. Gary has been in contact. Gary Knight from Horsham. He says, after West Ham's abysmal performance yesterday, I was hoping for my mood to be improved by watching Sussex serenely cruising to a comfortable victory today. How wrong can you be? I'm now furiously chewing my fingernails as we edge ever closer. In Pujara we trust, says Gary. Gary, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Live cricket on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan with you here on commentary as in comes Zafar over the wicket. Bowls and stretching forward is Danny Lamb. Plays it onto the onside. Pujara was looking for a single that was never there. And Danny Lamb just held up his hand as if to say, don't you dare try and run. The last thing Sussex need here is a run out. The light is better than it's been for a good hour. There are even some shadows we can see on the pitch now. Zafar halfway in with his run up and then has to stop and comes in again. Bowls to Lamb outside the leg stump. Lamb stretches forward. Ball bounces down the offside of the track and there is no run.
It's interesting that they're doing this to Lamb, the new batter, I guess maybe they feel that he might just not be able to resist the
I agree.
temptation to play a shot.
I agree. There's a very short leg side boundary. In comes Zafar bowls and Lamb pads up outside the leg stump. The ball bounces away into the leg side, and there is no run. There's no pressures on overs here. Still 17 remaining after this one, and exactly 17 needed to win for Sussex. Zafar's going to... I thought he was going to change the angle of attack, but he's not. He's continued the slow left arm spinner over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and again it's outside the leg stump. Danny Lamb doesn't play a shot. The ball rolls away down towards fine leg. If you don't play a shot, you can't run.
Well, you can,
You
but
can.
then it's dead ball.
It dead ball.
You could be allowed to be run out
Yes,
if
you
you run
can.
for the first one, but yes, I don't think surely they're going to make that mistake, are they? Surely.
Zafar in the game, bowls, Lamb stretches forward. That ball's pitching around about middle and leg, played by Lamb down the middle of the track, and there is no run. Just got an update to do for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. Now the field spreads. Clearly they're looking to give Danny Lamb the strike here, but I think Lamb is more likely to come charging down the wicket and maybe hit a 6 or a 4. Zafar again in around the wicket, bowls to Lamb, who lets that one drift past outside the off stump. It's a maiden over from Zafar. What amazing figures they are. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 47. Sussex is 127 for 6. Pujara on 42. Lamb is on 4. Just a message to the studio to say that we're listening across. Sussex needing 17 to win here after a day that has ebbed to and fro. Gloucestershire beginning the day leading by 19, only 4 wickets in the bank, eventually establishing a lead of 144, largely due to Miles Hammond with a very good knock of 77, and they've slowly worked their way through this Sussex order. Clark for 11, Haynes 13, Alsop 4, Coles 10, Simpson 25, Hudson Prentice a single, but it's Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian master batter, who we have to say is guiding Sussex home here. Sussex supporters will hope he's 42 not out, I should say. Now we've got a change of bowling. No, it is still going to be Goodman from the...
Oh, it is. It's Aman Akhtar.
I thought it was. The scoreboard hasn't changed. And Pujara wasn't ready, and that was rather frustrating for Akhtar, who was halfway in on his run, and Pujara held up his hand and said, "Oh, sorry, can you just wait a moment?" Akhtar is on his way. Around the wicket, it's got a bit gloomy again. In and bowls, and Pujara clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The cloud is building to the west of the ground, but we've said this quite a lot today. I think the fact that it's been so breezy here on the south coast, a lot of that cloud has sort of drifted across the ground, and well, let's hope we don't get an interruption now. 16 overs to go after this one. Sussex needing 17 to win, but it's all about wickets as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. In comes Akhtar, bowls, and short delivery, and Pujara gets gloves, bat, everything right out of the way, an exaggerated leave. The ball goes through to James Bracey, and there is no run. 127 for 6 here on 5 Sports Extra. The last remaining game in the County Championship in this round of matches. Sussex with a week off next week. Gloucestershire at home to Middlesex, a game you can of course hear on the BBC. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Adam. Sussex inching their way, and I mean inching their way to victory. They're 127 for 6. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 42. Danny Lamb is on 4. They need another 17 runs to win and go back to the top of the second division of the County Championship. Earlier today, Gloucestershire making 205, an excellent innings of 77 from Miles Hammond. 4 wickets for Jayden Seals. But Sussex, I say, here on the verge of victory, but it has been a nervy afternoon here at the county ground. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, a good win for Surrey, an innings victory. They've beaten Kent by an innings and 37 runs. 4 wickets there for Dan Worrell, 3 wickets for Cameron Steele. Surrey up to second place in the county championship behind Essex. We'll have a little change in the commentary in a minute. I haven't heard from Izzy in a minute. As Akhtar.
I think you better stay on, Adrian.
In comes Akhtar around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Pujara, who lets that one pass over his left shoulder, and there is no run. Well, let's see what happens. If a wicket goes down, let's get Ed back on. We haven't heard from Izzy for a while, so let's get Izzy Duncan back on commentary. 127 for 6, 42 Pujara, 4 to Danny Lamb. In terms of the field, there's a leg slip. The rest of the field is pretty widely flung as in comes Akhtar again. Around the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who's nudging this one down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about two. There's never 2 runs there. And Pujara, who was involved in a real mix-up in the first innings with John Simpson, pinches the strike. Another tight over. Akhtar has bowled 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. 16 needed to win, 128 for 6. Pujara 43, Lamb on 4. What a terrific game of cricket it's been, Izzy.
It's turned into a real contest today, hasn't it? It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be a bit of a breeze for Sussex. They would knock off the run, perhaps roll over Gloucestershire in the morning, but that was not to be. They put up a mighty fight here. Backs against the wall, but they're in a position where they could win it as well, of course, now, Gloucestershire, having Sussex 6 wickets down. It's all mostly down to Zafar Gohar in this second innings, and he's causing all sorts of turmoil within the Sussex camp. I think he's particularly enjoyed bowling at the left-handers and finding a bit of rough, and he will continue. He's bowled all the way through from this Seaview end, and why not? Because he's got 5 wickets to his name, a 5 for 47 of 16 overs, and they require 16 runs to win. Just the field adjusting here. It's going to be Pujara to face. He's on 43. 2 slips, hop, skip and a jump, and in comes Gohar. And he's pitching it outside of leg, and he's just padding it away. We've seen an awful lot of that in the last few overs. I'm not sure what the thinking is behind that, because he's not going to get a wicket from it.
Well,
he's refusing to play a shot, Pujara. It just seems to be eating up balls. I mean, maybe that is the thinking behind it. 15 overs remaining. As Gohar is in again. It's a similar ball in a similar area, and he's finding the rough, and it is turning a bit, but it's pitching outside leg, and Pujara is really showing disdain and not even playing a shot, just padding it away. 128 for 6. Here comes the left arm over of Gohar. Again he does it. That's 3 in a row now. It's getting a bit monotonous.
he must be sorely tempted, Pujara, to take a step down the wicket and crack one away over long on, but that's what Graham Van Buren is hoping he's going to do. It's cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yes, but it's Pujara, isn't it? He's the most restrained man on the planet. He's padded it away again. That is 4 in a row now. The pitched outside leg stump have been padded away by Pujara. 4 dots, no runs, still 16 required. Maybe it's possibly building up pressure, but really they want wickets here. Gloucestershire. There's now a silly point. It's come out of second slip. May well be Bancroft there under the lid as comes in again. It's another padding away of the ball. I think we've still got 1 ball left. Yes, we have. That's been, 5 in a row?
It has. David's been in touch. David McDonald on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, thank you for the coverage. And he says he'd be happy for Sussex to get a 1-wicket win even.
Over the wicket he comes, and yet again.
Now,
it's a no ball.
I think he's called him a no ball for persistent bowling outside of the leg stump, and Zafar looks really well, unless he's looking at his front foot. Maybe it was a front foot no ball. Either way, a no ball has been given, and 2 more runs. Almost like gold dust for Sussex here, really.
Yeah. Mark Newell's done that before, hasn't he? He's given a no ball for this type of bowling. But let's see what happens here. And it's again a similar ball. So that's 2 off the over. It ruined the maiden. He may have overstepped the crease there.
Yes, I think he did.
So, but he went for 2 runs. That was 2 no balls. So that it's now 130 for 6 and 14 required. And Adrian, your description of inching to victory is absolutely spot on. It's exactly what Sussex are doing. It seems to be taking an eternity for them to do.
Yes.
It's rather painstaking and nerve-wracking for the crowd that are here, wrapped up in their duvets, because it's pretty cold outside.
It is. Danny Lamb is going to be on strike. 14 needed for Sussex to win. I'm mindful people joining us all the time on 5 Sports Extra, maybe getting in their cars, driving home, whatever. We've had a terrific day's entertainment down here at Hove. We didn't think we'd still be here at 5:10 on the final day when we started off at 11 o'clock this morning with Gloucestershire leading by just 19 with 4 wickets in hand. But 77 from Miles Hammond, 52 from Zafar Gohar gave Gloucestershire a lead of 144. In comes a Goodman bowls to Lamb, who pulls that away. Is that going to go for a boundary? No, it's not. Very good bit of fielding down at final. Oh, they think about coming back for a second. There's confusion. Pujara decides not to. Daddy Lamb wanted a second, but in the end they decide not to take. Lamb goes to 5, 131 for 6. And Gloucestershire have just slowly worked their way through this Sussex batting order. Clark for 11, Haynes 13, Alsop 4, Coles 10, Simpson 25, Hudson Prentice 1. But Pujara has stood firm for Sussex. He's 43 not out. Sussex needing 13 to win. As in comes Goodman bowls. Pujara up on his toes, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run.
I think they could have had 2 runs off that.
I think they could have done as well.
They're in danger of ball watching there and not taking that second run quickly.
Just to bring a bit more jeopardy in, over the dressing room to the northwest corner of the ground, there's a horrible cloud.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't there?
A monster of a cloud.
There is. I'm not sure it's sort of raining in the distance, actually, just to bring some more drama. As in comes Goodman bowls to Pujara, who ducks underneath his short delivery, goes through to keeper Bracey, and there is no run.
Well, he's making the most of his bounces, isn't he, Goodman? And they're dot balls every time. You use up a ball with them, and he's being effective. They're finding it hard to get him away. It's not easy out there. I think the pitch has deteriorated somewhat, causing a few problems.
Pujara waits. Just a leg slip is the only close fielder. Goodman in again, around the wicket bowls to Pujara, who plays it onto the onside. They were thinking about a single. Danny Lamb was halfway down the track. Pujara sent him back. And there is no run. Pujara on 43, Lamb on 5. Still another 14 overs to be bowled, so there's no question in terms of time here for Sussex. But as I say, they are creeping slowly towards the finishing line as the wind howls around at Hove. The hardy spectators wrapped up as best they can. As in comes Goodman around the wicket, in and bowls to Pujara, who clips this backward of square on the leg side. A good sprawling save, prevents a single. And Sussex remain 131 for 6, still needing 13 to win. No play in the other 2 games in Division 2 today, so the games between Derbyshire and Leicestershire, Northamptonshire and Glamorgan ending in draws. Middlesex top of Division 2 of the County Championship, although Sussex will go back to the top if they win or draw this game by just a point. Goodman in again, bowls, and Pujara again just plays this to square leg again. There is no run. Crumbs Sussex are taking their time here, aren't they? 13 needed to win. Pujara 43, Lamb 5, 131 for 6 are Sussex. Just a reminder, in the First Division, Surrey winning by an innings today. They are second in the table behind Essex. The games at Somerset and Hampshire both ending in draws. Rain interrupted games in both, and Southampton not a million miles from here down the coast. Which tells you how lucky we've been here at Hove all day to have play right the way through from 9 o'clock this morning.
Well, Go Hard will continue. I liked Ed's little strapline of Go Hard or Go Home. That was great from Ed Seaborn earlier on, the voice of Gloucestershire cricket. Well, they've wrapped up the flag and packed it away.
They have.
Already.
Yeah, that was wrapped up. Yeah, it was wrapped up at tea time, wasn't it?
Perhaps they felt they were going to lose earlier, but have faith, Gloucestershire. Sussex are 6 down here.
Having said there's a horrible cloud looming over the pavilion, I can see a bit of sunshine now, so let's hope we're gonna see this through one way or t'other.
And one way or t'other, Gohar will continue to bowl from this C end because he's been picking up wickets regularly for his 5 for 49. 8 wickets, I think, so far in the match.
Yes.
Adrian Harms is man of the match, isn't he, Adrian?
Oh, I think he's been terrific. You know, 112 runs, 8 wickets. He's fielded brilliantly as well. It's been a tremendous performance.
Yeah, a proper all-rounder hit. They're taking their time, Gloucestershire. They're rearranging their field a bit.
They are.
As Gohar, I think, is now already mid-on and mid-off, are creeping in on the single now, having dropped back a bit. There's a deep square leg, a wide stance, and that is played into the offside by Danny Lamb. Very crouched in the crease from him, crab-like. No run.
Lamb must be very tempted to take a step down the track and belt one over the bowler's head, because it's a relatively short boundary at this sea end of the ground, and indeed on the leg side.
Well, that deep square leg has been posted, and he's going to sweep. Oh, that was very wide, much too wide to sweep, and in fact very well disguised there by Gohar. Pops it in wide with his left arm. He's unable to reach for it, Lamb. Looked rather clumsy and cumbersome in the end, and doesn't make contact. 2 slips in place, hungry slips. Gohar up onto his toes and bowls, his left arm around, and that's defended by Lamb. Lots of chirping there from the slip cordon and the wicket keeper.
A message from Stuart Carden, who says, "Hello, my mum and I have started coming to watch Sussex after years of saying we should." He said, "We've become real fans of the team." Thank you, Stuart.
Gohar again, and he skips, and there's a sweep. It's an effective sweep because it's gone for 4 runs. Really got hold of that, just a little bit too short there. There we are. Lots of cheering from happy Sussex fans.
That'll please Stuart. And he says, "Thank you for the coverage on the BBC for the days when we can't make it to the ground." Well, thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch.
Right, well, 9 to win. When we get very close, Adrian, I will hand over to you, because I think it's the etiquette of the home commentator, or rather the winning commentator, to take over. Here comes the left arm of Gohar. He's in and just backs away, and that is whipped into the leg side this time by Lamb, and he'll skip through for a single. That takes it to 8 to win now, Sussex. 136 for 6 now. Pujara on 43 and Lamb on 10. So Pujara facing as the field readjusts those 2 slips, and actually a silly point comes out. It's like Bancroft, I think it is, isn't it, with the lid on. And left arm around, and it's back to that rather negative bowling of outside of the leg stump, and padded away once again by Pujara. We had 6 of those. In fact, I think we had 7 of them, didn't we, in that last over? That is the idea. That's how they want to bowl to Pujara. Anyway, it's another dot ball. 5 off that over. 8 to win, Sussex. Victory is there on the horizon.
Voice of Izzy Duncan, Ed Seaborn, the other member of our commentary team. Adrian Harms with you here at home. We've had a thoroughly enjoyable 4 days here. It's been good fun, and it's been a terrific game of cricket. But Sussex now looking as if, well, they'll kick themselves from here, won't they? 8 to win, 4 wickets in hand, 13 overs remaining. Danny Lamb just surveying that leg side boundary. It's a longer boundary out towards the Spen Karma Pavilion and the Players Pavilion. But he's having a good look in that direction as in comes Akhtar running in around the wicket, bowls to Lamb. Short pulled away by Danny Lamb, and he's just going to get a single. I thought he was going to get more than that. He goes to 11. Danny Lamb, I'm indebted to Andrew Rayburn, who's been in touch to say that once Danny Lamb gets to 15, that'll be 1,000 first-class runs for Danny Lamb, who could barely get a game up at Lancashire last season. As Ed was saying, he was on loan at Gloucestershire and at Somerset, but Paul Farbrace bringing Danny Lamb to Hove in the winter, and he's responded by a career best 135 at Leicester last week and 83 in the first innings here. Akhtar is in, bowls to Pujara. Pujara nudges that onto the leg side, but he can't beat the fielder in there at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, it's pretty crowded there on that leg side,
It
isn't it, for Pujara? Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders almost on the boundary. One of them is on the boundary, and the others are about 10 paces in from the boundary, but very difficult for Pujara. He keeps eyeing up the leg side.
He does.
To score a boundary on that side. They don't need boundaries. They've got plenty of time just to knock them off in singles if they so wish.
Akhtar again around the wicket, bowls, and up on his toes is Pujara, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. Gloucestershire have got 4 fielders here saving a single, almost the 4 corners of the square. The fielders who are out on the boundary are a third man, a fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep mid-wicket. We had the unusual occurrence here, didn't we, earlier on in the match, of 3 Gloucestershire players being behind square and a no ball being called. That was due to eagle-eyed Ed Seaborn, who spotted that. In comes Akhtar, bowls, and Pujara plays this way through the covers. They've taken 1, fielded by the Gloucestershire skipper Graham Van Buren, but another single to Pujara. He goes to 44. 6 to win for Sussex. Ed was saying earlier, you know, if Gloucestershire could have got another 30 or 40 somehow, who knows where this would have finished?
Oh yeah, that would have been a very sticky business, I think, with 30 or 40 more on the board, because they got themselves in quite a tiz was Sussex in this chase.
They have. No, they certainly have. And they'll be very grateful that they've got the calming influence of Pujara. Finish it with a 6 and maybe go to his 1,000 first-class runs. Let's see. In comes Actor Bowles. Lamb clips that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Very nearly breached his defence. He took a couple of steps down the track. Played to mid-wicket and there is no run. The spectators in the green and white striped deck chairs at the far end of the ground are huddled up against the elements. But they're going to stick this out. They've been here all day since 11 o'clock.
Very brave. I hope they got themselves some hot cottage pie for lunch, as we did in the pavilion. It was
we did.
Very nice.
It was very nice.
Some beans and cabbage.
Comes Actor around the wicket. In and bowls, and Danny Lamb defends into the offside. They're going to go through for a very quick single. That was good running by Danny Lamb, fielded by Graham Van Buren. Lamb has pinched the strike. 5 needed to win. 139 for 6 here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio's Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Izzy Duncan and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team as Sussex. Needing 5 to win, a win that will take them clear at the top of Division 2 of the County Championship. Just to reiterate, because people joining us all the time here around the country, maybe getting in cars, driving home or whatever you're doing, it's been a tremendous day's cricket here. Gloucestershire all out for 205 earlier on today. 4 wickets for Jayden Seales, the West Indian, who will be, well, who knows, he could get called up for the West Indies for the Test Series against England. He's bowled beautifully here today. 4 for 18 in his 16 overs. Lovely innings from Miles Hammond. He made 77. 52 from Zafar. Sussex needing 144 to win in 49 overs. Clark out for 11, Haynes 13, Alsop 4, Coles for 10, Simpson for 25, Hudson Prentice for 1. But it looks as if Sussex are going to get over the line. Surrey certainly did that earlier on in the First Division. They're second in the table behind Essex. No play in the other games in the Second Division today at Derby and at Northamptonshire. Danny Lamb is eyeing up that leg side boundary. I wonder if he fancies a 6 to win.
In style.
Yeah.
Now, Adrian, would you like to take this over? I've been very well brung up, and I'm going to ask you if you'd like to take it, because 5 to win for Sussex. How do you feel about that?
Well, let's see. Well, it's very kind of you. Let's see what happens. There's a lot of field changes going on here. There are 2 slips, a silly point, 3 men saving 1 on the leg side. Nobody back on that leg side boundary, so Lamb may well be tempted to finish in style. As in comes Zafar bowls, and Lamb sweeps, and he's going to get 4 runs, back to the square on the leg side. And that brings Sussex to within a run of victory. It also takes Danny Lamb to 1,000 first-class runs. He's come to Sussex and done really well in the first couple of games he's played. And he and Cheteshwar Pujara are guiding Sussex towards victory here. They came together when the score was 115 when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out. They're now 143 for 6, so the scores are level. Sussex needing just the 1 to win, but it's been a tremendous effort by Gloucestershire today. They've never given up, and particularly not this man with the ball now, Zafar, who doesn't deserve to be on the losing side. Danny Lamb looks at that leg side field. He's 16 not out. The scores are level, 143 for 6. Zafar is in. Bowls, wider leg stump, and Lamb looking to finish it with 1 hit. Down on 1 knee, but he doesn't make any contact with the ball, and it dribbles through to James Bracey behind the stumps. Zafar again. Silence around the ground. He's in and bowled, and Lamb, but he's just toying with us now, isn't he? Just plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I think he wants to finish it off with style, doesn't
I think he does.
With a swish of the blade.
And comes Zafar again. The seagulls are out around Hove as Zafar is in. That's outside the leg stump, and Lamb pulls that away. He's gone towards the boundary. In fact, he's hit one of the Gloucester players, and they're calling on the physio for the Gloucester player, who I hope is okay. It was pulled away by Danny Lamb. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs. Let's hope he's okay. I think he's fine. And Danny Lamb finishing it with a boundary, and Sussex have won an enthralling game here against Northamptonshire. There are handshakes all round. Danny Lamb finishing, I think the scoreboard will show in a minute that he's finished 20 not out. Either way, Sussex have won here, a win that takes them back to the top of Division 2 of the County Championship. It's been a terrific game Izzy Duncan. In fact, Danny Lamb finished 17 not out. It was just a single. The ball ran down to the boundary for that one run that Sussex needed. So 144 for 6. Handshakes all round. It's been a terrific game. A huge thanks to Izzy Duncan, to Ed Seaborn. It's been great to have your company here at Hove over the last 4 days as the players make their way towards the pavilion. So Sussex undefeated after 3 games of the season. The players make their way towards the pavilion. The spectators, I'm sure, going up for a cup of tea or a cup of coffee because it's been a bitterly cold day here on the south coast. However, fortunately, the rain has stayed away. And Pujara and Lamb make their way back towards the pavilion. We'll just hear the reception from the Sussex fans as they make their way in. Ray Yates has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, what a great game. We never make things easy for ourselves. And full respect to Gloucester, they never gave up." Indeed, they didn't. The Sussex players making their way down the pavilion steps away in the distance in their blue tracksuit tops. And there'll be handshakes all around. Sussex have won here by 4 wickets at Hove. Thank you for listening to us here. And we'll be back, of course, with full coverage of the next round of matches, which start on Friday. Gloucestershire at home to Middlesex. Sussex with a week off before they head to Derbyshire in 10 days' time. But from all us here at Hove, thanks very much for listening. And don't forget to listen out for our continuing coverage on the BBC of County Championship cricket throughout the season. But from myself, Adrian Harms, from Izzy Duncan and Ed Seaborn, thanks very much for listening. And let's hand you back to Kevin Howes at 5 Sports Extra. Hello, Tunbridge Wells. We've just finished. No, it's all right, go on. No, it's all right.